What's happening, my family? What is going on? College football about to get crazy. I tweeted this a couple days ago. I know I've been out. I've been sick, but I'm back. I've been going through, man. I'm back, man. I'm healthy. I'm back. All right. I'm not 100%, but I'm well enough to do this live with y'all tonight, family. I'm well enough to do this live with y'all tonight, family. Um, but what I will say is this: I'm back today, family. I'm back today. When I said college football is about to get crazy and about to get hectic, I wasn't lying. Because there's a lot more major moves that's about to happen in college football, and a lot of jobs about to change out. A lot of moving pieces finna change, and a lot of players about to change. Pay $25 and Rob will stay. Hey, y'all wild, man. But nah, it's college football is about to turn upside down. I tweeted that out about a couple of weeks ago. The world of college football is about to get turned upside down. And I know a lot of people they really didn't know they really wasn't getting what I was putting down. But now you're starting to see what I mean by college football is about to get turned upside down. There's a strong possibility that one of these ex-head coaches that's getting fired could be our offensive coordinator. Could be CU's next offensive coordinator. I'm just saying. But hey, the moves that's going to be made is going to be made by the end of this weekend, right? Because that means it's 1 weekend left in college football for the regular season. And so when you look at the way college football is being laid out, you don't want to wait to that last weekend to fire your coach and start looking for a new candidate. I'm just saying, you don't want to wait to that last weekend to fire your coach and gotta hire them, and with less than a week of the transfer portal opening. So it's gonna make sense if you're gonna fire a coach, or they're gonna be looking for a new job. This weekend is the weekend where there's gonna be some more coaches losing their job. Some more big boy names that's gonna lose their job this weekend. Just saying. So be prepared what you're about to see, because with these coaching changes, there's going to be recruiting movement. So don't get frustrated if you see somebody decommit from Colorado, because that means they know some pieces is on the way. And that's what I'm gonna leave it at. And I know I've been sick and I haven't I've been out, as y'all can probably hear me. I don't probably sound too good. But what I'm telling you is the missing pieces that we need for the next season is coming. If you see any decommits come, all I'm gonna say, I'm gonna say nothing negative to the recruit. Just keep everything positive, everything good. Because these moves that's about to be made at some of these other schools, some of these coaches are about to be let go. Some players are going to come open. And I promise you, there's going to be some equal opportunity for some players that's going to leave some programs. And just think about where these coaches are leaving from. What happens if Chip Kelly is gone from UCLA? What happens? I know it's out there that he can leave. You don't think players from UCLA going to want to go somewhere? You still got to think about what's going to happen at USC right now. Right? Is their head coach going to stay there? That's still open there. Still got Texas A&M. You got Michigan State. And you got a whole other plethora of schools. There's going to be some more big-time colleges that's going to let some things go. There's going to be some coaches that's going from other schools that's going to go to other big schools. What if Lane Kiffin leaves? So, hey, for those who's asking this question for the millionth time, I've been sick. I know I don't probably sound too good right now, but I just jumped on it to holler at y'all. I'm not 100%, but hey, just jumped on to holler at y'all. But I got sick last weekend, so I'm gonna leave it at that. I don't need to go into all the details of how I got sick, but I got sick. But there is some key things that is going to play out over these next several days. This weekend, you're going to start to see a lot of things put into place about a lot of things in a lot of schools of how things will get shaken up. And you also got to look at these coaches where they're getting fired at. Who's in their recruiting class? Did they have a CU offer? There's a lot of things that people don't forget about. Who is CU going to attack? Because guess what? CU got room. Than most schools got. So it's a lot to be said. It's a lot to be seen. But I'm telling you right now, college football is about to flip upside down. So that's what I can tell you right now. It's about to get super, super extreme. And it's about to go crazy. And it's about to be the Wild Wild West when it comes to these players. You got 2 weeks for to hear the big name players that's gonna leave. Because these players are gonna play out the next 2 weeks. If not, some of them might hit the portal after this weekend's game, especially if they can't make a bowl game, or they didn't have a good season and they're a big time player. They might hit the portal. Some of them might hit the portal this week, but by the end of next week, after next week's game's over, by that Monday and Tuesday, as we get closer to December 4th and the time the portal opens, there's going to be a lot of big-name players out there. Now, I would say this. Just because they go in the portal, it's not a guarantee they're going to get out that portal. Because everybody's looking for the same thing. Everybody's chasing their own situation, their own opportunity. So there's going to be things that's going to come about that you don't see. There's going to be some players leaving that you might have thought left at college. There's going to be a lot of things that's going to get moved around. And I'm just here to tell you, this is just the beginning of what we finna see. This is just the beginning of what y'all think it's chaos now, right? Just wait, because the chaos is just getting started. I'm just telling you. But I'm going to open this thing up here in a minute. I just want to touch base on some things and give my thoughts because, a lot of things has transpired since, I haven't, been on. Texas A&M find a coach. Like I've been telling y'all for weeks and weeks and weeks that was going to happen. It finally happened. Trying to make sure I touch upon everything. It's not a surprise that UCLA is moving on from Chip Kelly. It's not a surprise. It's just, for me, I thought they would wait one more year with Chip Kelly due to the fact that they are going to the Big Ten. And giving that one more year, right, because you're switching conference, I thought he had one more year. But hey, we'll see. I'm really ready to see is what Florida's going to do with Billy Napier. That's the real question. I know they're trying to give him one more year, but the way some big names going to keep flying out, I don't know if they can wait one more year. It might be, the time might be now to capitalize on a big name. I keep seeing, people think that, oh man, Coach Prime's gonna leave Colorado. He can't leave Colorado. He's not gonna leave his baby girl behind. I mean, he can. He can do whatever you want, right? And I get people saying, well, Shiloh and Shador can go to the NFL, but he's not gonna leave his baby girl behind. That means she's got to sit out another year. You're not gonna do that. That makes no sense. So when people say, Prime leaving, you got to make it make sense. What is he leaving for? Because it ain't about the money. If it was about the money, he would have asked Colorado for more money. Make it make sense. When Prime said he wasn't leaving Colorado until he got them that baseball stadium, he wasn't telling you a story. That's just what he does. When Coach Prime says he's going to do this, that, and the third, he go until this, that, and the third is done, he's not leaving. Just saying. Until proven otherwise, we're going to see. I would say this. If UCLA went to go hire Jimbo Fisher, that would be the most stupidest idea they could ever did. You might as well stick with Chip Kelly. Doesn't make sense whatsoever. Might as well stick with Chip Kelly. Ain't no point in, what's the point of going from Chip Kelly to Jimbo Fisher? It makes no sense whatsoever. Yeah, might as well stay with Chip Kelly. But I will say this. It could be possible because Chip Kelly is close with Prime to see Chip Kelly in Boulder. I will say it 100%. Now, I'm not saying that's going to happen. But if it's a person to keep your eyes on, that's an ex-head coach, that's going to be an ex-head coach, that can come in and be an offensive coordinator at Colorado, keep your eyes on Chip Kelly. Just saying. Just saying. Now, would Chip Kelly do it? If Chip Kelly doesn't like the offers that he's getting, because Chip Kelly can get another offer at another college, right? But what if they don't offer Chip Kelly what he wants? If I'm Chip Kelly, I would go take the OC at Colorado for 1 year with Shador, show them that I can maximize the offense and go be dominant and go give me a head coaching job a year later. You don't lose in that situation. I would take Chip Kelly as offensive coordinator over Brian Leftwich and over Brett Bartoloni. I'm just being honest. I'm not asking Chip Kelly to come be no head coach. Just come and be offensive coordinator. All you got to do is focus on the offense. That's it. I don't need you to focus on the defense. I don't need you to master how to motivate people. Nothing like that. Just come in and run offense. That's all I need you to do. Come master the running game for us, master balanced attack for us, and get this thing going. Chip Kelly, he's going to help you in the recruiting game. Because guess what? He's going to recruit speed. Let's be honest. He's going to recruit speed. What does Prime want? He wants speed. He wants athleticism. He wants everything. He wants the same thing as Coach Prime wants, but Coach Prime can get the better players than what Chip Kelly wants. So it's like a mastermind pairing. Why? Just a why not? So if I'm Prime and they do fire Chip Kelly after the USC game, if I'm Coach Prime, hey, what's up, dog? What you need to come to Boulder? And I'm trying to close that deal ASAP. Because guess what you do? Not only do you get Chip Kelly as an offensive coordinator, but also you're going to get the recruits from UCLA that was coming in to play for Chip Kelly. Now you get them to come to Boulder. Think about that. Think about all the players you just recruited to UCLA and you got fired, right? And you can go to Colorado and bring half of those players to Colorado. Just saying. But, hey, We gonna see, man, because there's a lot of things to be seen. You know, a lot of things that still a lot of moving pieces. But I'm just saying, if I'm Chip Kelly, if you don't get the right offer, or you feel like you deserve more money, go be offense coordinator on the prime. Yeah, you might take that hit for that 1 year. But boy, when you get that when you get the offense rolling, you finna get a better deal at a better university. And you're gonna have all the pieces you need. And so I'm about to open this thing up. I just want to hear your opinions about it. But there's gonna be 3 to 5 coaches that's gonna get fired this next weekend. That's gonna surprise y'all. I'm telling you, it's gonna come out of left field. Cause y'all gotta think about it. A lot of these coaches are getting fired because of this realignment. It's not they're getting fired because of some of it is it's like you're firing Chip Kelly, he has to win a season, and you're firing Chip Kelly, right? All this is about is because of a realignment. Think logic about this. If they stay in the Pac-12, do you really think Chip Kelly getting fired? No, he's not. You know why he's not getting fired? Because he plays the style of offense that the Pac-12 likes. You're going to the Big Ten. Guess what? When you go to the Big Ten, it's more power running. Everything's more physical. There's no more finesse game. So guess what happens? You got to change your coaching to fit the style of play in the Big Ten. So that's why I said, don't be surprised if a couple coaches get fired, because now that these schools are changing over to these different conferences next year, it's going to change a lot of things in how these universities are being ran and who's coaching, due to the fact of a lot of these schools are moving next year. A lot of these schools are moving. So, hey, it's all going to come to a full circle. And when it comes into this full circle, it's going to change a lot of things. Just being honest. But hey, I might know something about something. But hey, I've been out sick. So hey, we gonna talk about it. Put the links down there in the chat, man, if y'all want to pull up. It'd be the smartest move Chip Kelly can make. If I'm Chip Kelly, I'm gonna bet on I'm telling you this, especially if you get fired from UCLA, you gotta bet on a big time university throwing you an offer. What if you don't get it? You know what you do? You do exactly what Lane Kiffin did, and he went to Alabama. Changed Alabama's offense. Go show people you can do it, and now you're going to get that big-time offer. Just saying. The model's already been done. So why not go to CU? You know you got a top quarterback in Shedeur, right? You know you got that. You're going to have the receivers. All you got to do is go fix offensive line. You got the running backs, and all you got to go do is fix the offensive line. Cool. Just saying. And on top of that, I mean, let me take a step further. You're going to the Big 12 where it's a pass-heavy league that is going to benefit you. I'm just saying. I'm not saying that he's going to do that, right? I'm saying if I'm Chip Kelly and I don't get the offer that I want, I would go bet on myself with Coach Prime in Colorado to be the offensive coordinator, because I'm taking Chip Kelly over Brian Leftwich. I'm going to go bet on myself, win, and then go get my big time paycheck that following year because every program is going to want me even more. Just saying. I'm not saying that he's going to do it, but I know. Trust me, Jed. I understand, dog. I understand there's zero chance, but he is kind of cool with Prime. That plays a part. Just saying.
What's up with Missouri taking our players, Rob?
Say that again?
I said, what's up with Missouri taking our players, bro?
All right, don't worry about that. I don't. Just because a kid get offered don't mean that they going there. Everybody.
I ain't saying they going there, but he took a.
Go ahead.
I was just saying, man. I was just talking, but nah. Everybody getting so mad, man. You need to see what they say in AB comments, man. Them people mad.
He ain't left. Like, what y'all don't understand is recruiting is every single day. It does not stop. Recruiting is every single day. Like, just because you have somebody committed does not mean they're going to sign. And that's the part. It's like, watch what you say to people because people going to remember that, right?
Facts.
And that's the thing that people don't, because guess what? The same people that are down you, guess what's going to happen? They're going to want something from you too. And that's the part that people don't understand. The same people that's doubting them and they're saying this and saying that, let him sign to see you. They're gonna be the first person. I need an autograph. I need that. Remember what you were saying to me? Like y'all think these parents and these families don't see everything that y'all do. It's just like when people make all these comments and they say this and they say that about players, and then people go watch it and pull it up. Don't you think they see all that stuff?
It's facts.
I mean, it's going to come out. People are going to see, like, you can't hide the way social media works in these days. You can say all this crazy stuff, but you got to think about it, right? Who is really saying all these negative things? Do they got real pictures? No, do they got real pictures on their profile?
Never.
Or is it a fake picture or a robot? Think logic of it.
Tell the truth.
Think logic of it. I promise you, the person that sent a negative comment don't got a real picture of themselves. Let's be real. Let's keep it a buck. Because they are afraid for their face to be visual. You know why they're afraid of that? Because it's easy to hide. And if you get their face, if you get their face or they put themselves on camera or on a picture, you'll understand why they're saying something. And so why go put your face on camera and say something? Because now you can hide and say you didn't say something. And now you can put it up from somebody else. Well, that wasn't me. That was so. No, man. If you as real as you say you are and you this, you that, then put your face in public eyes. You ain't got to hide. But majority, I'm telling you, 98% of the time, people that say negative things don't got a real picture of themselves on their profile. I'm just keeping it a buck.
Facts, man. It's crazy.
Facts.
But it's actually fans. It's actually fans that just put up the buff sign. They ain't tweaking. There's always that one guy.
It happens, man. But those are the things that we gotta look at. Most people, and that's why it's like you gotta realize who you talking to, right? You're talking about a 17, 18, 19-year-old kid that you got every disrespectful, out of line, out of pocket comment to say, but you can't put your name and your face to it.
Facts. Oh, school.
Hey, what's going on, y'all? Go ahead, hey, Rob.
What's
Go ahead,
good?
Rob. Tell you, hey, Rob. I was going to say, boy, Rob, you finally catch it on, boy. It's a whole lot of well, tell you, some bunch of Supermans out there. But when you get to the put something to it, it's like I'm gonna tell you, Rob. That's why I'm gonna tell you something. I used to look at Law Dog like that too, to a certain extent. But Law Dog will show his face, and he will put his name on. He put his money up too. Some you gotta give them kind of people respect when they get their opinion. But everything else, it ain't number 2 cents or $2 or 2 minutes. Right back to you, Rob.
Hey, Miss D Goddess.
But yeah, Rob, that's what it is. That's all it is. And I love to see Charles Kelly come up out of there, come from UCLA to come over there to us and help us out with this situation we got going on out here. Not only can he help with that, he can help with that recruiting out there in California. I'll tell you, Rob. Coach Prime is smart. Go tell him to get Coach Kelly, Rob.
I should make that a rule though. You can't get on my panel unless you got a profile picture, man, of yourself. So we know.
Oh, man, I got you. I can do it right now.
Yeah, man.
I'm good.
Don't get on the panel unless you got a real picture of yourself, so we know who you are. Go ahead, Miss D Goddess.
Yeah.
Oh, give me 1 second. Go ahead, Miss D Goddess. I'm gonna come right to you, Bishop.
I'm good. How's the chat? How's everybody on the panel?
You coming in super low, Miss D Goddess, but hold on. Give me 1 second.
Hold on.
Give me 1 second. Go ahead, Miss D Goddess.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I just adjusted your mic. You good?
Okay. So I wanted to address the people who are convinced that Coach Prime is leaving and that he's going to leave his daughter. That's asinine.
Yeah, he not going nowhere.
Right.
Anybody that thinks he's going somewhere is
right.
I'm
sorry. I agree with that, lady. Smoke. He ain't going nowhere. Like the man said, he ain't going nowhere. This people out there are ridiculous. They silly. And Coach Crab making a point to let them know, look here, I get my kids here. They got more time to be here. If you thinking I'm getting up out of here at the end of the summer or at the end of the winter, you crazy as heck. They ain't finna fire him. He ain't going nowhere. I'm sorry, lady.
So let's address this. He's never going to leave his daughter. He's going to wait till she finishes. And we all have to think about, why would a man say that Coach Prime would leave his youngest child in the city by herself? Before you say that adamantly that he will leave his daughter, not his son, but his daughter, I need you to think about, where was your father? And if you lived a fatherless life, that's fine for you if you're okay. But Coach Prime is not the type of father. So he's not that type of dude. He's not gonna. He made Shiloh stay in Jackson, Mississippi, and made Shalomi come to Boulder with him. So he's never going to take a job and leave her in Boulder. Her education matters to him, as well as him being there to protect her. So yes, he's going to make sure the rest of the boys play football, but he's not going to leave Bossy there. So y'all can stop saying he moving to another school. If he can't take her, he's not going.
And another thing, he signed for 5 years, not 3 years or 2 years or 1 year. He signed for 5 years. And 9 times out of 10, he probably is going to obligate that contract because he's been doing it before. He ain't been known to run out on people. He never did run out on Jackson State. So, yeah, that people think, Prime got so many eyes in the fire, he could always just go pick up, get up with somebody else and do something else. He ain't that type of person to us, something like that. He used to do that when he was playing football. That's a different thing. When he coaching like that, he giving promises to a certain extent to certain people. He really have to obligate the promises. Unless he proves himself to be different than that. And he ain't done that yet. So in my eyes, no, I don't see him going nowhere.
So let me say this. Well, for people that don't know, Charlotte is a red shirt freshman. A red shirt freshman. So she still got 4 more years of eligibility to play basketball.
And how many years of the contract he got with CU?
5 years.
Okay, boy, I'm telling you, Rob, it'll take you long to catch on.
Which that's 4 more years of his duty for his contract. I'm just saying, do the math. Prime got at least 3 years, right? Because in 3 years, Charlotte should have enough credits to graduate college. So you got at least 3 years with Prime. once she graduate, everything is all off because now she can transfer with Prime and it won't be no penalty. So Charlemagne's a redshirt freshman. She's got at least 3 years before she can even do anything again. So I got to keep that in mind.
Yeah.
Exactly.
What up, Coach Dre?
Hey, what it is, man? What it is? Listen.
Hey, Coach Dre.
What's up, fellas? What's going on? Listen.
Give me 1 second, Coach Dre. Hey, Bishop, because I forgot to go to Bishop. Sorry, I said I was coming right to you. Sorry, my bad. I apologize.
Oh no, it's all good. Big salute. Just wanted to let you guys know. Hey, Coach Prime, when he came to you guys, you got to understand he didn't need the money. He had the true blessing of having all his children under one place, except for his oldest. You think he gonna leave that blessing just for some money? He's already got that. What he wanted is being able to coach his children and his extended children and leave a legacy. Facts.
I agree.
Well, here's the thing that people don't take this into consideration. It's easy to throw Coach Prime name out in there, but you gotta ask yourself this: will that school give Coach Prime the freedom to do what he wants to do? And if the answer is not yes, then y'all not even in question.
Even in the same ballpark. Nope.
Like, why do you think that Coach Prime didn't go to Auburn? Because they wasn't gonna give him the freedom that he got at CU. So why would Coach Prime give up freedom at CU to go to another university that have no freedom? We got to think like we got to look at like what he's doing in Colorado. Can he do that at that next university? If the answer is no, then why would he go there? Why would he leave? I don't care how much money you're offering him, but Coach Prime want to do it his way. And if you're not going to give Bucky and Darius the access to do and film stuff on a day-to-day basis, you can cancel that. He ain't coming there off the rip. Because Coach Prime want to put it in his spotlight, not the way you want to put it into your spotlight of Coach Prime. And so the minute that's given up, Coach Prime ain't going for it. And I think a lot of people don't think about that, right? Rick George was the smartest person in the situation. That's why he won. Because Rick George like, well, we'll give it all up because we ain't got nothing to stand on anyway. We've been losing all these years. Why not? Right? We've been holding on to this power, but what they got us to this, right?
Right.
So now let's give this power to Coach Prime and let's see what he did. Because guess what? They gave that power to Coach Prime and it's helped the entire university. It didn't just help the football program. It helped the entire university. Enrollment's up 40% at CU. The basketball team is recruiting at a highest level they didn't ever recruited at on the men's and women. They're getting recruits in all across Colorado. People want to be in Colorado. People want to be there. So I just don't understand why would he leave somewhere when he's got the best thing coming and the best thing smoking for him right now.
Yeah, he elevating everything. Listen. Why would I take my child from what can arguably be the best girls basketball team in college basketball to go somewhere else?
Yep.
Because y'all think because I done lived in Texas all my life that I want to go back to Texas. Yes, Texas A&M got money. We know they can probably offer him more money than CU. But it's not about that for him. He's building something again. Shador can't transfer again. Travis Hunter cannot transfer again without having to sit out a whole year. He's not fixing to do that. So you have to understand the logic of what y'all talking about when y'all just get on here and talk. And I know some of y'all went on to somebody, hey, listen, this just me standing up for my brother. My brother ain't saying nothing to me. But I know some of y'all guys and people went on another platform and went to bashing my dog when he was out. Now, don't try to come up here and stand on business and you went out there and did what you did. Hey, another thing, I appreciate everybody who supported our team this weekend, who bought the little FSA Florida thing and watch my team pull off a 28-27 win. J Dot say we had them feeling like CU Colorado State, but we pulled that thing off, and we got unfinished business to handle this weekend. But hey, man, y'all just got to understand what it takes. And people stop bashing Winston Watkins. I'm letting y'all know he coming, man. It's just he's not under the IMG umbrella anymore. He's back home at his home with his parents. When you up on the IMG, you get everything paid for. It's a mini college. IMG is a mini college in the state of Florida, and so it's other stuff that need to be going on. And people didn't stop recruiting him. People still want him. It's not like we're the only school that wants him. But believe you me, Winston Watkins, he will be a Colorado Buffalo.
I agree with that.
So y'all can just everybody can just relax and stop trying to make it seem like it's more than what it really is, because it's not. It's just not. Okay, we're not meeting what Coach Prime probably wanted and what we probably wanted as fans, but I still feel like we got better. Again, this week is what I told y'all last week. You saw more of the Shermer playbook than you saw of Sean Lewis's playbook. And so that's why the offense looked a little better. He tried to help the offensive line out a little better. Defense, we didn't play as well as we have been playing, but we have been getting better. So we got to take this for what it's worth. We got to take it for what it's worth.
Yeah, I agree with that. But hey, Robert, I want to get back to that. What's today? That child, to that Chip Kelly thing too. But with Winston, I realized why he did what he did. You understand me? And then even when he turned around and to a certain extent decommitted, as far as that go, he went right back up another notch. They had him as a full star when he committed to Prime, Coach Prime. So that just goes to the hypocrisy of the whole system anyway.
No, he was a
and he did another thing. He coming out in 2025. You understand me?
No, he was a 5-star before he committed to us. He committed to us. They made
him.
He was
right, and then they like I said, they dropped his star down to a 4-star. As soon as the 4-star, as soon as he came out, so then as soon as he decommitted, they dropped him right back up. They stuck him right back up to a 5-star. That's my point. And your point is,
that's so cool.
But they don't listen. They don't always do that when it comes to anybody Colorado's recruiting. They gonna always make somebody lower because they came to.
I know
see.
that.
They don't want to see Coach Prime at the top. They don't care what it is, how it is. They do not want to see him at the top.
Yeah,
you know that's just what it is. And the inevitable is gonna happen, right? You don't want to see this man at the top. You're gonna keep fighting where you're gonna force people to come there because you keep saying that they won't do this, they won't do that, and people gonna keep coming to the top. You keep elevating Prime because the more negative stuff that y'all do, positive stuff is gonna happen to see you.
Well, I'm telling you.
And a lot of people don't get that factor.
Yeah.
Think about this.
Right. I agree
Rob,
with that,
they get it.
Go ahead.
Rob, they get it. They just like anything in life, you just don't want to accept it. You know what it is, but hey, I ain't gonna accept that. I'm gonna just keep throwing dirt on them. And all you doing is when you dig in that ditch for them, just make sure you digging one for yourself.
Right,
make sure you digging one for yourself, because
it
just don't make no sense. That's how, like it's you got to dig 2 of them because he's not doing anything wrong. Do y'all not see the maturation of Cormani McClain? Do y'all not see what Cormani started buying into what Coach Prime was trying to teach him and tell him how?
Hold on, Coach Drake.
Go ahead.
I know Aaron Bullock cousin followed me, so if he in here, just tell him to put her. I'll drop the link for him to come up and speak. Aaron Bullock ain't going nowhere, but I know that his dad followed me on social media. I mean on Twitter, so I can talk to his dad at any point in time. But
there ain't nothing wrong with the man posting the offer, bro. Come on, bro. They 17 or 18-year-old kids. What do y'all expect from these kids? It's exciting. It's exciting, bro. Before I got on here with y'all, I was on the line with a coach for one of my kids. Like, it's exciting, bro. It's exciting, man. So let's stop trying to take the joy away from these kids. I think that's what we've gotten away from. we done made it so much of a business that the kids can't even enjoy it.
True that.
No, I'm glad you said it because that's all I've been saying, right? It's you gonna like for me. I like that y'all posted the offers. I like that. Like all it does is it just makes like I listen, man. You make a commitment, right? Kids want attention. That's how I look at it. They want attention. He never once said, "Man, I'm leaving. I'm thinking about leaving Colorado," or said anything that make you point in the direction that he leaving Colorado. But because you see Winston, decommit, now it's like, oh, Aaron Butler's leaving, this person leaving, that person leaving, da 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 da, and I'm like, come on, dog, let's be real. I hit me inbox me right quick, and I'll talk to you. But nah, man, a lot of people don't understand that. Like, AB getting ready to come to Boulder. He focusing on trying to get to Boulder, being ready to go, get all his grades and stuff, because he's getting ready to graduate next month. You know what I'm saying? You think schools are gonna stop, offering his kid because he with Coach Prime? That make them want him even more. Oh, you got to offer from Coach Prime. Oh yeah, we know we got to offer you now.
Right. That's all it do is up the ante. That's all it do is up the ante.
And you got to think about it from Mizzou standpoint. Mizzou just came off a big win, so why not? That's the perfect time for them to offer him. Hey, I know you seen what we did over the weekend, and we just had your boy Chandler up here. Da 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 da. You know what I'm saying? But a lot of this stem back from Farnball, giving a crystal ball to Tyson to Chandler, saying he going to Mizzou. That's what started all this. Now it's AB going to Mizzou. Bro, come on, dog. Come on, man. We got to start being real about stuff, man.
Man, that happened every day at every school, bro.
No doubt.
Hey Jonas. Hey White. I ain't seen you in a minute. Y'all could have called the dogs off early. You know what I'm saying? Could have called the dogs off early in this week.
See, that boy put up 700 yards, Jacob.
I Butler, I know that. I listen. I
Crazy,
know.
man.
Listen, I know that 1,000%. I'm not saying that, but that's how people point a narrative as if they knew each other, they won stuff like that. I know a lot more. I know a lot more stuff behind the scenes about CU that recruiting stuff than a lot of people know. But I ain't gonna say nothing about that. Let it be.
True.
Hey Rob, I was listening to Coach and you as well. I put in my little thing right here. The sport has evolved. I think that now that these athletes, they're getting paid before they even start their college career, right? And some people were talking about Charles Lester. I think you were saying that Charles Lester got the bag, and now he may, we were just joking how he might have spent the money, and now he trying to get another bag from FSU. Well, the problem that's gonna come up with all of these guys is that they got money, and now they haven't even started their career with that college, and they could flip. So why are we treating them like they're kids? They're making grown man decisions, and it's like we're not supposed to hold them accountable.
Hold them accountable for what?
For the decisions that they make.
What decision we talking about? You
Yeah.
can't you want their services. They not coming to you for no services. You want their
Listen,
services.
as an adult, you a damn fool for giving a kid $1 million for going for
That's
signing
what. So what do we? Yeah, like
You a
I want to
damn
know where
fool.
you coming at.
So let me
That's a lot of
finish,
money,
right?
bro.
So I hear you, right? I hear you. So what are we holding them accountable for, right? If as an adult you're a fool for giving them $1 million, that's absolutely correct, right? So once they commit, they need to stand on that commitment, correct
Why?
or no?
No necessarily. No, hold
Why?
on, quick.
What?
I don't know nothing about nothing.
Okay.
But let me address this right quick, man.
Yeah.
You so because a kid make a commitment,
Mm-hmm.
they gotta go where they make their commitment to.
I would say
It sounded to me like he's saying once they give them some money, they need to stick to it. Is that
But
what you're
No,
saying?
I'm saying what I'm saying. I'm
here's
not
the
saying
point
what you're
though.
assuming.
But here's the
I'm
thing
not
though.
looking for this.
So when a coach leaving up and leaving go do what they want to do, right? They in the right for doing what they do.
All right, so I'm for the player. So what you just said right there is actually where the student or the athlete is now getting that same right. All right. So what you just said is perfect. The coach can do it. Why can't the player do it? Right. However, the only difference is these are 17, 18, 19-year-old kids. So we as a society, right, and it starts in the household. If you're not teaching a kid to stand on his commitment at 19 with $1 million, then what is he gonna do at 40, at 25, at 23? You know what I'm saying? So what I'm saying is I'm for the student. I'm for the athlete. I'm all for the athlete. Go where you want to go. Get $1 million, get $2 million, right? But what I'm saying is they should make a decision, or they should have in mind, look, if I'm gonna sign my name on a letter of intent, then that needs to be serious.
But they
It's
not signed. But see,
If
here's the thing. They
hold
ain't
Hey,
on,
can
signed
I?
nothing yet.
that's my whole thing. That's my whole thing. Are you talking about after they sign, or are you talking about when they commit?
No. When they sign a commitment,
Oh yeah, that's something
all right.
different. Now that's something
That's something
totally
totally. You
different.
talking about two different things
Yeah,
though.
yeah. You we talking about
Okay,
two different things.
hold up. Okay, so if I all right, listen. If I get on the panel, right? Like we used to, I used to go with Law Dog, go back and forth with Law Dog, right? Be like, oh, you put on the CU profile picture, and now you backpedaling. So if a person stands on a public platform and they say one thing, and then the next week they stand on that public platform and they say another thing, why should we not hold them accountable for what they just backpedaled from?
All right.
Hey,
So
I'm lost right now, bro. I
I'm
ain't gonna
lost
tell
in
you
the
no lie.
sauce.
yeah, I'm
Why
lost. So
why you
listen.
lost?
I'm
I'm
lost
I'm
Why
right
you
now,
lost? All
bro.
right, so
hold on.
if
Let me see
so,
if I
let's
let me see if I
mhm.
can clear this file up because I kind of think where you're trying to go with it, but the eyes of like commitments right now, they ain't signed no letter of intent, so they got the right to do whatever they want. A lot of this, where you see a lot of this commitment and decommitment stuff, and players getting this money, you don't know what situation they in right now with their family, and
Right.
so a lot of these kids are making these decisions they sophomore junior year before they even
Okay.
get to their senior year, and
So
so much
Fact.
is happening between that time period. And so a lot of times the public wants to get mad because a kid makes a decision his sophomore year of high school. He don't know what he's gonna do by the time his senior year. You know how much stuff can
right,
change, what coaches can
right,
go and do this and that. And
right,
so when a kid makes a decision a year later, say I'm decommitted, because think about it, Winston Watkins been committed to us for almost a year, and he just not made this decommitment, and then people just jumping down his back like, dude, he
Listen,
been
I
committed to
committed
us
the
for
first
a
day.
year.
He committed the
hold
first
up.
day.
Can I respond to that first? Can I respond to that?
Go ahead.
All right. So let me just reiterate. I'm all for the athlete. You know what I'm saying? I'm all for the athlete. What I'm trying to get to about the commitment or standing, holding them accountable. Look, if you paid attention to Manchin, the politician, he's trying to push a bill that stops players from transferring until 2 years. He's also trying to push a bill that limits the NIL money that they make, that they can get, because he's complaining that it's becoming like a bidding war. He's also pushing a bill that allows like basketball players to go directly to the NBA without
That's
going to college because of the issues with the transfer portal, right? So this is what I'm saying. Like, we got to look at the repercussions to the decisions that you're making, because we're not controlling our own narrative. We just playing the game. So while we're playing the game, oh, I commit to such and such school, but then later I change my decision and I go to a different school. Now you got to think about who is complaining about that. The school is going to complain about that to politicians. The school is going to complain about that to the board of directors, such and such, whatever, blah blah blah. That's what I'm saying. So we need to hold them accountable, because it's not that decision doesn't only affect them in that school. That decision affects the kids that come after them too.
Listen, hold on. But
Hey,
what
Coach Dre, before you respond, let me,
here,
Coach Dre, before you respond, let
What's
me
up,
hit this.
Rob?
Let me hit this super chat right quick. Hey, shout out to Lawrence RBE for the super chat. Jimmo finesse $80 million. I can't be mad at the players playing the game. I think Prime will still go after high school players, but I think primary focus is transfer who has came in college. But go ahead, Coach Dre. I just wanted to knock that super chat out for it took too long.
listen to what I'm saying, bro. And okay, you got some decent points, but what you fail to realize is it's not really the schools, it's their alumni who are offering these kids the money to come to their university. So it's been going on underhandedly for years. It's just out in the open now because now you can give people NIL deals. So it's up. So what I'm telling you is, in all these scholarships, bro, they 1 year contracts. These kids can get kicked out of school after next year. They don't have to resign you. You can be
Fact.
committed to this university. They get a new football coach. You don't have a scholarship no more.
That is big facts.
Facts.
So these kids are taking advantage of. Okay, this dude is the coach. This man is the booster. He want to give me $500,000 to say I'm gonna come to whatever school. I haven't signed a national letter of intent. Now, when they sign a national letter of intent, yes, I agree they need to stick to it. But if I haven't signed a national letter of intent and all you doing is giving me money to say I want to come to your university, it's the same thing that they're doing every year. Every year you have to re-sign your scholarship, and you can come in that office and that coach can say, "Hey, baby, we just ain't got room. We got better players coming. We'll give you a partial. We'll give you 75%,
Hmm.
but we're
The,
not finna
the
give
big
you no whole scholarship." So, and then like Rob just said, bro, if we at home and we in the ghetto, and I can take my mama from the ghetto to something else, or I can do this for my family, this, that, and other. What kid that you know gonna
the
turn it
biggest
down?
Yeah, the biggest oxymoron about that whole subject is the same guy that's trying to create these legislations to prohibit these college kids from transferring or receiving a bag.
Facts.
He's done the same thing when it comes to his political sphere. He's used his platform to champion certain causes and get voters to donate to his platform and his political cause, and didn't do anything of the sort to probably uplive his, you know what I'm saying, his wordplay. Presidents do it all the time, governors do it all the time, senators do it all the time. So to get mad at an 18, 19-year-old kid who's using the publicity of these colleges to bolster his bag, that's an oxymoron. That don't even make sense.
And to your
That's
Yo,
the
can I ask y'all
definition
a
of
question?
name, image, and
point,
likeness.
we have
Yeah,
careful about how we coach children and groom them when someone is giving them a monetary contribution. You are really grooming your children and saying, so since they gave you money, you have to go in the direction that they tell you. Be careful because you're pimping, allowing your children to allow themselves to be pimped and exploited just because somebody gave them money. And that's not a good thing to train them with. So, and let me also let you guys know this as well. When your children are in high school, they are not adults. The only student adults that exist in high school are the girls who are pregnant. And once they have their babies, they are then back minors. So just because they accept money don't make them adults. They don't sign anything legal. So no one can accept a legal binding contract from a minor. Like Coach Dre said, those exchanges are made from the alumni, not the university themselves.
yeah.
Now,
And another
here's what
thing,
I'll push back. Here's the part I'll
Yeah.
push back on. It's not always the kid that's making these decisions. Sometimes the parents make the decision to get the money out of these universities, knowing that their kid ain't gonna go there. So sometimes it can be the parents, and always the kids. Just saying.
yeah, like, for people to be upset that players aren't following through with verbal contracts that, you know what I'm saying, have no leverage or no levy to them, it's just crazy to me because we as adults do it all the time. We might be working on one job, but if this job offers us more money, we gone. We may not even put in a 2 week notice. So to sit here and get mad at a guy for
How
receiving a
you gonna
bag,
put in a 2 week notice?
Huh?
No, I ain't never put in the 2-week notice.
See what I'm saying? Like I have. I'm not gonna sit here and say I haven't before, but to sit here and get mad at a 18 or 19-year-old for not living up to a commitment that you wanted, it's just it doesn't make sense, man. And to see like that whole legislation plan that he's trying to pass, it's not gonna pass because you have too many people
I
with
don't
deep
think it's
pockets.
gonna.
Nah,
I don't think it's
it might
gonna
pass in the state on a state level, but it's not gonna
yeah.
pass on a national level. It's just there's no way it can.
I don't.
You're not.
But the accountability, right? The only thing, like Tanisha was saying in the comments, the only way you can hold somebody accountable in this realm is criticism. Like other than criticism, I mean, ain't no other way you can hold somebody accountable. So once you step into the entertainment realm, whether it's sports or entertainment, us as fans, all we can do is hold them accountable by either criticizing them or not supporting them. So that's the only thing I'm talking about. Like it shouldn't be. Now I don't support anybody like saying all that crazy stuff about a kid, but to say, oh, he made a bad decision, or saying something about that, as long as you're not like going too far about this 17, 18-year-old kid, I don't see the problem in that.
Let me ask you. I have a question.
I just feel like anything on the
They
internet is up for public discussion, bro.
Facts.
they don't.
Like
The kids
Facts.
don't make the
like
bad.
The internet is not private no more. It's not your business no more.
facts.
Facts.
Like how Rob how he made an indictment to where you got to show your face now, and you got people might know you. You open the scrutiny. I used to tell people all the time. One of the biggest things that people don't know is when you open your mouth, you give people the room to say whatever they want.
Yeah.
When you decide you want to put yourself out there, you can't be mad if somebody start chunking them boys back right at you, man. I don't understand why people don't believe that. That's just how life works. You put yourself up there, you're gonna
Yeah.
get scrutinized. Just how that works.
Let me ask y'all a question. Didn't the NCAA create this whole fiasco by
But
not starting from the get go?
but see, here's the thing. Yes, the NCAA created it, but guess what they didn't did? They didn't took their hands clean up off that thing. Now it's the hands of the universities.
Yeah, because the NCAA don't get sued, boy.
Cause you ain't come sue the NCAA now. Yeah, we'll let you do whatever you want to do. That's why you can't. There's no way to govern it now because
Why there ain't no
now
contracts and none of
That's
that.
what I was saying.
it's a big lawsuit waiting to happen. You know what I'm saying? So why you think the NCAA did what they did? Because they had to stop fighting it. Hey, listen, if we go ahead and do this, the richest is gonna stay the richest. That ain't gonna change, right?
Right.
But then you don't got to go through all the suing and putting this person on probation and putting that person on probation and all this XYZ stuff that's already happening, that's been happening at every
Right.
school. Can't no school say, hey, we ain't giving no kid no money. Every school was doing it in America. It's just what it was. You could say what you don't want to say, but it happened.
Especially in
So,
basketball. Especially in basketball.
I mean, it's happening, man. It's when they wanted to come out and say something about what you did bad, because they wanted to see you gone. That was it. But when they was
Yep.
when it was in the prime of their time, and they was making money off of you. See, this is the thing about with the NCAA that makes them so funny. It's all fun and games until they can't make money off of you. Then when they can't make money off of you, then that's when everything come out.
Yep.
That's just how it works.
Exactly what I was saying.
Like
Yeah.
I'll give a prime example. When I was in middle school, right, I went to school with two people that I know. I don't know if y'all know them, but I know for one y'all know. I went to school with Brittany Griner and Josh Huff, right? Josh Huff went to Oregon. He was one of the
Yeah,
starting
he
receivers.
played safety, huh?
Yeah. No, he was a receiver. He played receiver.
Number
Um,
7.
yeah.
Yeah.
I went to school with Brittany Griner too. And in high school, I ended up moving to another area, which is like a couple minutes down the street, which is Humble. But we all know each other. And when I say these people were
Well,
giving,
Humble, Texas.
yeah. These people was giving cars. Like Brittany Griner had a Dodge Charger. Back when Dodge Chargers was the car to have. You know what I'm saying? She was giving a Dodge Charger. It was green. It came from Baylor. It let it be known it came from Baylor. She ended up signing that letter and she went to Baylor. I mean, so to sit here and act like players weren't given, monetary, value of items, whether it be cars, cash, and to sit here and act like colleges didn't do that before the NIL, that's ludicrous. I've seen it firsthand. I've watched a lot of people I went to school with who play ball, basketball, football, all get money from colleges.
Oh,
So
Yeah. Absolutely.
for the life of me, I do not understand where college coaches or college alumni or colleges have an issue with players receiving a bag in the open now. You did it before. What is the issue now? I
You
don't
wanna know what's
understand.
crazy? Check this out. You wanna know what's crazy?
Mhm.
Texas A&M paid Jimbo Fisher $75 million to walk. Now, if you watched that game, which not only a lot of y'all didn't, at halftime, they got an NIL donation for $160 million, bro.
160 million?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's that oil money, man.
Yeah,
That's that oil money.
facts.
That's that oil money. I'm gonna tell you something. If somebody donate 100 million just so somebody can walk, that's that type of money where they just do things just cause.
Hey,
I don't know if
hey,
y'all.
hold on. Hey, Butler, chill, bro. I was about to talk about that. Chill, man. But I was gonna talk about that. Golly, he said it before I even got a chance to talk about it.
That's that. Man. Somebody just give 100 million just so you can get out their face. Oh, you got money, bro. That's some money. I don't care. Nobody. I'll give me 100 million. Somebody give me 75
Southern,
million.
listen, Southern did just fire their coach today, man. Dang, man.
Coach Fleet gone, boy. That answered my prayers, boy.
Hey, listen, man. I was about to get into it, but man.
So that actually cements why Prime ain't leaving, because he's already creating a coaching tree. TC Carter, now Fleet.
Man, listen.
That's
what is.
I've been telling you. Hey, listen. All you gotta do when you start seeing, all you gotta do is pay attention. If a recruit decommits or something happens with a recruit, look to see who his lead recruiter is, because most of the time the lead recruiter is gonna tell you if they're leaving or not.
So Coach Fleet is a running back coach, right?
Yeah.
And Winston Washington, he was
No,
receiver?
I'm not talking about. I'm not talking about this situation. I'm not talking about this situation. I'm just saying, like, when people talk about like Chandler, right? Mm-hmm. His lead recruiter was O'Boyle, right? Yeah. It's just telling you that O'Boyle's leaving. That's why he's looking elsewhere. That's what I'm saying. That's
Rob. Ain't Flea the assistant, the assistant head coach also?
He's the associate head coach, but that don't mean nothing.
Associate. Yeah.
What is? Do you know? I just want to hear is like, what's Coach Flea's background? Has he ever coached on a college or high school level? Like,
yeah, he's a ex head coach.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he was a head coach in the SWAC.
Yeah.
He was Mississippi Valley, huh?
No, that's Coach Dancy. Coach Dancy was the head coach at Mississippi Valley. Coach Dancy, he was the head coach at Mississippi Valley. Damn, I forgot what Flea was the head coach at, but he was an ex-head coach though.
I think he was at Howard.
Howard.
Oh, so that's an employment game. I mean, you go from Howard to CU. So
he went from Howard to Jackson, and then he followed him up to CU.
Yeah, so I mean, he's had his pursuit of coaching has went up. It's not like he hasn't made a lateral move. So I respect.
But that's another good connection, because this year, Texas Southern was a good landing spot for transfers. They had a lot of transfers that went over there.
Yeah.
So
wait a minute. Didn't Texas Southern wasn't they just on national TV beating the brakes off somebody? They just fired their coach.
No, that's Southern. I'm talking about Southern, not Texas.
Oh, I'm thinking of Texas State. That's
going to Southern, bro.
Who, me? No.
Flea going to Southern?
No, I'm saying Southern just fired his coach. I'm not saying that's where Flea going. I'm saying Southern just fired their coach.
So Rob, can I make
but
he has been offered the job to Texas Southern though.
Southern always did have a decent football team. They coach none golf.
Hey, that's another gem. Now Chip Kelly, that's another point where Chip Kelly could step in. If Flea leaves.
I would say this,
bro. I don't know if y'all paid attention, but I told y'all 30 to 40% of this coach that was leaving. I don't think nobody. I told y'all this weeks ago. 30 to 40% of this coach that was leaving. I mean, 3 or 4 of these coaches was finna be out the door. I told you, that automatic. And I kept guessing who them 3 or 4 coaches. It's finna come to light. You got 2 more weeks, and all this is finna be. You gonna really keep going.
Pretty clear. You know, we already know too that we've been talking about for the last 3 weeks, and now we got the third.
Yeah. I mean, it's clear. If y'all can't see it, I don't know what you're looking at.
Running back coach and special teams coach, and anything after that is way up in there. But if there's too much after that, we already, like y'all said, we didn't already seen who it was right now. So yeah,
Sean Lewis,
running back coach, and that's special teams coach. I'm telling you.
So Rob, let me ask you a question, Rob. Let's play into the hypothetical, right? Say Sean Lewis leaves.
He's out of there. You ain't got. There ain't no
Okay,
speculation with that.
okay. So let's say when he leaves. When he leaves, you have Pat Shermer, but then you also have Chip Kelly. How does that work? If Coach Prime wanted to bring in Chip Kelly, like would you because
that's easy.
One would think that Pat Shermer would want the promotion to be considered an offensive coordinator.
No, he don't.
No,
Pat Shermer want to collect that. Pat Shermer just want to collect that free check. He'll go right back to that analyst role where he was at.
Yeah, Pat Shermer was already living in Denver, man.
Yeah, you ain't doing nothing but paying his mortgage. He good.
Hey, Rob, while I be listening to you, I had learned something too that you had already mentioned. It only made sense to me. It's that Chip Kelly. Chip Kelly been around for a long time. And another person that been around for a long time is that what's the name? That playing director out there at CU, boy, and they know each other like they got each other's number. Rob, can you believe that, Rob?
Hold on, let me answer his questions, old school, right quick. Let me answer his question. Go ahead.
You talking about me?
Yeah.
Oh no, I was saying like how would that because but basically I already answered you and Jonas answered it for me already.
Hey, Butler, I already know. I've told people that, but you know what I'm saying. Nobody want to believe me, dog. Nobody wanted to believe me, but I already told people that.
Coach Lou. Okay, so which one is Coach Lou?
Coach Lewis, the offensive coordinator. Coach Lewis, that's why he got demoted, guys.
Listen, when he first got demoted, I said that's why he got demoted. But nobody wanted to believe
that's what y'all thought. Everybody,
why he get demoted?
everybody, y'all thought he was getting demoted because of his play calling. That was not the case. He got demoted because he was going to be a head coach somewhere else. And he had already came to Coach Prime and told him that they needed to start working towards his exit because he was gonna have to get out of there quickly.
If you don't believe me, all you gotta do is go back to that law, which I talked about it. I try to tell people.
Yeah, I kind of said that kind of on another channel. I said he don't want to diminish his ability to, you know what I'm saying, to get a whole head coaching job. Like it's not really a demotion. It's just him trying to get some money. I mean, we can't be mad about that.
You right. I did not say he got demoted.
No,
I
know.
I'm just answering somebody in the chat. I did not say he got demoted. You are correct. But I did say he had an offer. And yeah, everybody said I was crazy. I didn't know what I was talking about. All right. Just saying, man. I don't know nothing about nothing, but
hey, y'all just gotta remember, man, we kind of plugged in, so we know a little things. People don't be knowing it, we just don't be letting y'all in on it. But listen, we got like Gates said, got two phones, man. So it's simple. It's simple mathematics, man. There's no way Coach Prime would do that dude like that if he didn't already have something set up. He's just not that kind of guy. He's just not that kind of guy.
Hey, J-Dot. Hey, link up with him right quick and handle that for me. J-Dot, you know what to do. J-Dot, if link up with him and then go ahead and then you can J-Dot.
Man, that's crazy. College football, man, is starting to become like the AAU of the sports league, man.
Well, I'm not.
Hey, listen. Let me answer this. Stop asking about Boo Carter. I've already told y'all this from day one. He was going to be a buff. Just sit back and be patient, bro. I get it, bro. We want everything lightweight. We want it now. I told y'all from day one he's going to be a buff.
Rob, we've been talking about this for months. Like, bro, the kids, when your mama is on Coach Prime, everything. I don't care what y'all got going on. Man, please believe Boo Carter is gonna be a buff, bro. Listen, man. Boo liable to be at the game this weekend. I'm gonna just tell y'all that. Just the Boo liable to be at the game this week.
Hey, what Boo from Florida?
No, he ain't going to watch you, dog. He ain't going to.
Listen, Rob, I just got off the phone with somebody, Rob. You don't be surprised, Rob. Him and somebody from Venice, boy. I'm talking about the Venice connection.
Yeah. I know you're talking about.
Yeah, I like how college football is, man. It's just it's because for a while, man, college football was really boring. You only really had 5 or 6 teams year in and year out, and it's still like that now. But it's like now you have a little bit more, you know, flavoring because the transfer portal is like, man, we can see like Florida State climbing itself. Like even though Miami lost his game, like the U is starting to come back. Hopefully, it can bring its,
Thing is, they still
yeah,
have the same 5 or 6 dominant teams. Everybody else just chasing them.
yeah. But it's like the transfer portal is giving hope. It's like
It,
even though
it it
But
helps. It helps. It
it,
helps, but it's only gonna help. But it's really only helping the richer get rich.
yeah, that's really it. But I would
That
say
you
this:
get what I'm saying?
this year's transfer portal is going to be a lot different because there's a lot more bigger schools opening this year.
hmm
That's what's going to make things interesting in this transfer portal this year.
the NCAA tried to limit. I know they didn't like what happened last year because their bread and butters, like the Alabama, the Georgias, especially the Clemson's, they lost commits to smaller schools, and I don't think they like that. They kind of limited the transfer portal or how often you
But
can transfer and everything like that, and the what you could transfer for and all that stuff like that.
But
They didn't.
but I,
that
but
didn't
honestly
hurt Joe.
though,
Huh?
I like that though. I
That didn't
like that.
hurt Joe though.
I like that. You know why I like that? That you can't transfer that second year. I like that. The only way you should be able to transfer your second time without graduating is if your head coach leave. I'll let you do that. But if your head coach don't leave and you just trying to get up out of there, that's on you. You got to sit. Because when
I
we
mean,
was in
I don't.
school,
At the end
we
of the
had to
day,
sit no matter
that
what the
was the
stipulation
rule.
was.
Yeah, at the end of the day, that was the rule when I was growing up. So if you transferred and you didn't have a legitimate reason, like your parents had a new job opening and anything like, cause in Texas, we had the UIL down here. I forgot what it's called, but anyway, if you didn't have a legitimate reason and you just transferred, you was finna sit out. So I don't really have a problem with people being forced to sit out for illegitimate transferring. It's just
But
like,
see,
man,
but
I just
see that's
go ahead.
just in college. But see,
Yeah.
the reason the transfer is so bad is because in high school there is no sit out period. So I can go to, okay, let's just say in
Oh, they
Florida.
changed it. They
Yeah,
changed
hold
it.
on. Listen, in Florida,
Oh, okay.
right now, we got kids that's on football teams. That as soon as football season over, they transfer into another high school if they play basketball to play basketball.
Yeah.
Mm.
You
See,
can
I don't. Yeah, you can't
so
do that in Texas. You gonna sit.
yeah, yeah, no, and so you can go. We have kids that done play for 4 different high schools in 4 years. Like you can just transfer like that. So that's what these kids get. So that's why a lot of these kids, you see them do it in college because they're used to it. So if they're not getting their way, and then that's why it's bad. Why a lot of people don't like it because kids are not learning
They
that
AAU
you
get
go right, Jonas. That
the
they
AAU.
just want to play. So now kids that are coming out of high school, they're looking for the place to go where they can play and don't have to sit because most of these kids that's 5 and 4 stars, they have never sat on the bench a day in their life. They don't know what that is. They don't know what that feels like. So they don't even wanna earn it. They just want to go to a school that wants them to play right away.
Yep.
Mm.
So you
I,
have to get
oh,
that understanding from kids. Go ahead, bro.
no, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I was gonna say, like in Texas, I feel like we're kind of behind the curve with the whole high school athlete movement because we
What
have this.
behind what curve? Behind what part of the curve?
I
Because
would say
Texas,
with super schools because
With the mega schools, people
yeah,
transfer
with the
to the
mega
mega
schools, I
schools. Yeah.
I believe we're behind the curve on that because when you look at schools like St. John Bosco, let's say Mater Day, IMG, these are like super schools that these athletes can go to basically be a farm system for
Yeah, it's
college.
like a prep school.
Yeah, they're prep schools.
but hey, but hey, hey, but let me put y'all up on a little secret by IMG. You know they got 2 football teams, right?
Yeah, see, a lot of people don't know that. A lot.
So so IMG has the team that y'all see that's always in the number one rankings, and then they got an under team under that. But the thing with a place like IMG is the reason they can compete is because they can recruit their private school. They can go out and offer kids certain things. And so that's why they're always going to be a power, because they go all over the state of Florida and try to get the best kids. The same thing with St. Thomas Aquinas. They're a private school. They can go anywhere and get kids. They can house the kids. They feed the kids. It's like they're in college.
Yeah. See, that's what we don't have in Texas. I don't know if the UIL allow those type of schools in Texas. I don't know. I'm pretty sure they don't, because if they did, they would have one. But
Hey, y'all something.
huh?
Let me ask y'all something. What y'all think about the Mississippi State thing, man?
What about it?
The man got fired after like his 10 games. Like, him and Prime came in at the same time.
Bro, it's finna happen, man. Listen, these schools changing conferences, bro. They not, the leash is getting shorter.
Him and Prime
Well, in the
came
SEC, the SEC, the biggest thing is now you bringing in two more teams, and you got to have names in front of these programs.
Yep.
So it's like,
Shit, the Big
again,
Ten too.
when Urban Meyer opened the floodgates and saying that he would come back and probably coach, and now you talk about other coaches, and now it's a bidding war for coaches. So
And, but they going after the James Madison coach.
yeah, but I don't know if I don't know if he ready, bro. I
And I'm
don't
gonna
know
be
if he
honest,
ready.
I think Lane Kiffin going to Texas A&M, bro.
I don't
I
think
do.
that's gonna happen, dude. I think the boy from Oregon going to Texas A&M because that's what they selling.
Hey,
I think Lennon is gonna be the one who ultimately gets that job at Texas. I know he denying it. He the
He
one who
the
publicly came out and denied it.
he denying it. He ain't denying it. He denying it
Yeah.
because them people in Texas say they got enough money.
They don't care what he talking about. They can offer him way too much.
so question. Okay, I when this was happening, I really wasn't paying attention. Is Oregon going to the Big Ten, or they staying in the
Yeah,
Pac-12?
yeah. Oregon going to the Big Ten.
They going to the Big Ten. That's a wrap. That's a done deal.
Okay, so
So that's
I'm
why
gonna be
you
honest.
see that's why I said you got to pay attention. Those are things you got to pay attention to right now, is because UCLA's they Chip Kelly out of there. Watch what happens with USC, and so now Oregon gonna be next. Then Atlanta, he gonna run. Hey, you might well go run to the SEC, dog.
So here's my rebuttal to that. I could see Dan Lennox staying in Oregon because they're going to the Big Ten. Why would they fire Chip Kelly if he's actually been? I understand he hasn't won on a grand scheme level, but why would they get rid of Chip Kelly if he's the reason why you've been better?
Because you winning
Uh,
6 games in the Pac-12, you're not gonna win 4 games in the Big Ten.
Look
that's
at his
true.
style.
That's true. That's true.
Look at his style of play. Right, when you look at his style of play in the way you think that's gonna ride in the Big Ten.
Oh
Man,
no,
Rutgers
No,
was
hell
great
no,
no,
for
hell
him.
no.
sir.
So
Rutgers
who
Like
you
got
going?
beat them.
So who you
that's
gonna hire? Because like what people don't understand is like somebody has to be trash. Like Florida, Mississippi State, Mississippi, Ole Miss.
Hey, Florida might. Hey, listen. At Florida, see what's going on. They might jump in on it.
I
Everybody
Billy
else
Napier
fired.
gonna
They
be
might
up
as well
out of
pull the
there.
trigger.
I know.
Who?
I listen. It's not too many big names gonna keep leaving out there to Florida, but hey, Billy Napier, you gotta go because
Yeah,
it's
Hey,
definitely
and
listen.
big name pitches out here.
I
they
just
might
told
have.
I
They
just
might as well
told
jump
y'all.
on the train with everybody else.
I just told y'all we got for sale. They got for sale signs in that man front yard.
Nigga, pull the trigger. Everybody else get fired.
Listen,
Hey, listen.
man.
Yeah, bro. I ain't bullshit. They got for sale
Man, that
signs in
man has
that
put
man.
700 yards up on them people. Man, the quarterback was the fastest player on the field, man.
Yeah,
You
I just
got you
feel
got ETM riding the bench, man. That man is garbage.
I just feel that man, I ain't gonna lie to you, man. To be a head coach nowadays, man, that'd be one hell of a stressful job, man.
I tell you
Because
what, I was a head coach at Power Five. I wouldn't be married. I tell you that.
yeah, no, I wouldn't either. I wouldn't
Boy,
if
pick up and move, boy, the drop of a hat, boy.
yeah
But you
if
but you know what? But this the thing, fellas. Most of them guys, they know what come with it. So when they do get a wife, they know what come with this. It's a come with this type of a league. But some of these guys mess up their own states. Like, I'm gonna
yeah,
tell you, to be honest with you, I don't think Dan Landy should leave Oregon, but he is because the money is gonna be too tempting.
The
But if he
resources.
had good, but if he had good sense, he'd stay at Oregon because I don't think they're gonna want much more from him than what they're gonna give him. Because right now they still playing in it with the chance that they think they can get in the four.
hmm
You get what I'm saying? So, and you got the man with Nike gonna give you anything you want. So,
Yeah.
what we talking about? So, if I'm him,
Yeah.
I
I
do
don't
stand
agree.
Oregon.
I don't agree
Now,
because what he said clearly that what they provide him at Oregon, the support, Nike, everything like that, and plus the environment to raise his children. He said, I got a 13, 14-year-old, the environment to raise your children here in this environment. That's his factor. That sounds just like what Coach Prime says about living in Boulder. Why would we think any different? Because of money. He got money.
But you gotta understand. You gotta understand. Dan Lanning ain't been a millionaire.
Cat,
Prime
that
been.
man have been
man,
coaching 6 years, bro.
Yeah. He a young coach, bro. He a young coach who done came up through the ranks, and he ain't
But
been a
he's a
million.
father.
He's a yeah. That all of them are fathers, bro. And I understand what you're saying. I think I get what you're saying, and you saying that Oregon is a better place to raise your kids. But what I'm telling you is when we come and talk about 120, 125 million dollars to come coach at a
I'm gonna buy
hey
you school.
You tell me you gonna give me 125 million, I'm gone, man. I'm sorry, man.
I mean, that's absolutely true. I mean, him and his
100
wife gonna have
M's?
to. Him and his wife will probably talk about it, but from his press conference, what he said, you can only take a man on his word.
who
You know what I'm
talk
saying?
about it. Talk about it. Talk about it. 125 million,
First of all, you talking about offering me 125 million in Texas with no state taxes? I'm taking that.
Who said they offered him 125 million?
bro. It's gonna be upwards of 100. Anywhere I don't heard from anywhere from 110 to 125.
Why
100
would he
M?
get that much? He ain't won a national championship. Jimbo got
You
100, and he won a national championship. Why would Lenny
Cause
get 100?
he the hottest thing because that's the market. Let's look at the NFL. It's a lot of these quarterbacks that don't deserve the money that they done got, but because the
I feel
market say
you.
they deserve the
I
money,
feel you,
that's what they get. So that's what he
Daniel
but
gonna
Jones.
get.
I
Daniel
don't
Jones, the
see.
main one.
Think about it.
And,
Think
and,
about it.
and, and it's based on the school you go to. Like Colorado couldn't afford to pay in out of contract. Texas
But
and
check it. Colorado, Oregon, they Nike schools. Texas A&M is Adidas. You think a lot of those players that's going there aren't going to Oregon because of the amenities? They think they just going there because of Dan Lanning?
No, nobody. Most kids are going to Oregon because of the
they
Nike.
selling the duck. Like the duck is what they selling.
Yeah, no
Yeah.
doubt. But so that's what I'm
Texas
saying.
A&M ain't got that. They ain't got that. They
Texas
got the
A&M got that
12th
oil
man.
money. Hold on,
Yeah,
no.
but
This is a true statement. When you commit to Texas A&M, they automatically give you a vehicle. Now it might be leased, it might not be yours for say yours, but they
see,
give you a vehicle when you're a top recruit and you go to
this
Texas
is
A&M.
this is what I was saying earlier. See, we got to get to a I mean, ain't we?
I
But
ain't finna stop nobody from
if
getting their bag.
no, it ain't about the bag though. It ain't about the bag because we seen in the last 3 years what's been going on at Texas A&M. They've been giving kids the bag, and them kids they haven't been producing winners. So you think,
That's
Dan?
hold up, man. I gotta interrupt you right here, and I'm sorry to interrupt you. I feel
Go
like
ahead.
that's. I'm sorry, Mr. Adama. I, which maybe, and here's why I'm interrupting and interjecting what you're saying.
It's all
I
good.
feel like what you're saying really doesn't matter. Not to say in a disrespectful way as a man, but
It's
what
all
you're
good.
saying doesn't really matter because at the end of the day, it's like this. That's their choice. If they want to give these recruits these cars, these watches, all this money, they can do that.
Oh, that's
That's
not what I'm saying. That's
cool.
not even what I'm saying. I think you misunderstood what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, in the last we seen in Jimbo's time at Texas A&M, they've been given the bag and they haven't been producing victories. So you think Dan Lanning doesn't look at that also? He can bring in Texas A&M had the top recruiting classes in the last 3 years. They've been in
Yeah.
the top. Okay, how many wins they got? So you think it's all about coaching, or you think it's about the character of the kids that they bringing in there? So they can get the money to anybody. But if they ain't getting
No,
wins,
you can't get. I don't know if you can get the money to anybody.
all right, bro.
It's just the character of. I get what you're saying. You're saying the character of the kids that they're getting. It doesn't turn over, but it is about coaching, because what we know is Dan Lanning gonna bring that hard. No, Jimbo. Jimbo was a great coach at Florida State, bro, and he was just a great offensive coach. And he had Charles Kelly.
He had
Like
a
it
lot
wasn't
of
like he was no, like he wasn't no. He was just a good offensive
I
coach,
think
bro.
like
But as a
19 of
head
them
coach,
went to the league of that team, man.
yeah,
All I'm saying is Dan Lanning wants to be a great. Like from what he's saying now, you got coaches that might be in it for the money, and you got coaches that want to build a legacy. You're not building a legacy at Texas A&M. Who was it? Gene Stallings was the
Who
last great
says
coach
who?
at Texas A&M.
But I'm saying who says who?
What you mean says history in the last Texas A&M? It's like this. Um, some kids just won't go to Colorado because it's in Colorado. All right. Because of that, you're not gonna get certain players. If you can't get certain players, you're not going to beat certain teams. That's just how it is. You understand? So that's the way I'm looking at it.
All
Texas
right,
I
all right.
A&M.
don't.
Certain
Hold on.
players not going to Oregon too,
Let me
because
let
they
me let me
in
explain
Oregon.
something. Let me explain something. All right.
All right.
Was it when you look at Texas A&M? Was it the players or was it coaching?
I think it was both.
How they
Because
had one of the best rosters that you can
Urban
ever
Meyer had
assemble
a team full
at
of
perfect,
Texas
gang
A&M.
members, dog.
perfect,
No,
perfect. I'm
it's,
glad you.
it
I'm
was
glad
more
you
on the
brought that
coaching
up.
staff and
Hey,
development more than
listen,
it was the
listen.
players.
I'm glad you brought
Hey, hold
that
on.
up.
Jonas just told y'all the truth. We had killers, boy. You hear me?
Urban
We
Meyer
had
had a
real
team full
killers.
of gang
Boy,
members,
we had
man.
real killers down here, boy. I'm talking about they
That
stayed
that
in
don't
trouble.
mean
But
that don't
listen at
mean
this here.
nothing.
Listen to what I'm telling you though. But he knew how to get the best out them kids and make them. So now when you get them kids, you got to be able to handle them kids. You get what I'm saying? That's why I told you Jimbo just ain't a good coach. He a good
All right,
offensive
so
coordinator.
let me
I
bring
wouldn't
this.
even
Let me
say that.
ask you. All right, so where I come from the same type of situation. We had all that going on where we from, and we was a powerhouse. All right, so if you think about it, if the players at Texas A&M don't have the makeup as those players that was in Gainesville, don't you think that plays a part? Just because they 5 stars, 4 stars. Remember, Coach Prime already said it. Anybody can get a kid to be a 5 star. So
No
just
doubt.
because, so boom. So that's point one, right? Point two. If let's say all of those guys that we want to get from Texas A&M transfer into Colorado, you think that they're not gonna bring that loser mentality with them?
But as a
You,
football coach,
yeah, you got
your
to get them out
job,
of there.
Before
that's
coaching,
your
before
job.
coaching,
That's
before
your
coach.
job.
Prime said it, and any coach knows this. You cannot measure the character of a person
You
by
can change
film.
the mindset though.
No,
Hold
no,
on,
anybody can
out of your
lie.
mind. Hold on, out of
Yeah,
your mind.
all right.
Before I got,
Not
before
out
we
of your
into,
mind. It's
No,
out
because
of
you
my
out of your
mind.
mind.
Out of
I'm
mine.
not out of my mind,
He's
bro.
right.
I'm,
what else?
I'm
I'm
listen.
just joking, man. I'm just
Listen,
joking.
hold on.
Let's.
I ain't
It's
trying to
all good.
disrespect
It's
you,
all
bro.
good.
I ain't trying. Listen to what I'm telling you. We took over a team that in 2 years had won 4 games. These boys are seniors now. You understand me? They had a loser mentality. I get what you're saying. Hey, when we go down, we automatically think we're gonna lose. We got
Right.
our first train was to get their mind into, hey, and what I'm telling you is them the same kids that went out here and won a 28-27 playoff game. That these are the same kids,
I
but it's
got you.
different coaches.
I
So what
got
I'm
you.
saying is that's your job, bro. That's your
No,
job to
coach, listen. What you're saying is not incorrect. What I'm saying is those kids that you had, are they the same type of kids that's out there in Texas A&M? That's the point. It ain't about the
what you
coach.
mean?
It's
Well,
about
I'm
those
asking you
kids.
what you mean by that. What you mean by that?
What I mean is the type of the makeup that those kids that you was coaching had,
Bro,
mentality.
listen.
Hold
No,
up,
no,
I'm
bro.
not
They
even
had
finished.
the lowest
I'm
of the
not even
low
finished
makeup.
talking.
Go ahead.
I
Go ahead.
let you talk. I didn't cut you
Go
off.
ahead.
What I'm
Go ahead. My
saying is
fault.
this. What I'm saying is this, right? You and your coaching staff did your job as coaches. All right. That's great. But the X factor was the ability of those kids to listen to you and then implement what y'all was teaching them. What I'm saying is those kids that's at Texas A&M, it's quite possible that they just don't have that mental makeup and that character, that heart that the coaching you delivered
Three
at
straight years? 3 straight years?
Hold up,
yes,
out of mind.
yes, yes.
Hold up, out of mind. Here's something that I want you to. I feel like we all get what you're saying,
You don't
but
need to keep
here's
me, my
three
man.
factors
Just speak.
about
Just
Texas
speak. You
A&M.
don't got to get me to understand something. Just speak. It's
Oh,
all
okay.
good.
Now here's 3 things I'm gonna say this about, in my opinion, why Texas A&M wasn't successful
All right.
in the last 3 years. Number
Okay.
one, they played probably in the hardest conference in football, which is the
Okay.
SEC West. Meaning
Mm-hmm.
you got to see Ole Miss, you got to see Mississippi State,
Mm-hmm.
Alabama, and then you not only that, you got to see people in the East, Florida,
Mm-hmm.
Georgia, Kentucky. You got to see all these teams
Okay.
year in and year out. That's number one.
Okay.
Number two, the second reason they probably, in my opinion, why they weren't successful is because also of who's at the helm of their program, Jimbo Fisher.
Okay.
Most people in the football space will probably say Jimbo Fisher is not a very good coach anymore.
Okay.
He rode the backs of Jameis Winston, Kelvin Benjamin, Robert Green, and all these other guys, Jalen Ramsey, and all these other guys to a national championship.
For sure.
Right?
For sure.
The third reason, right, why Texas A&M probably isn't successful is not necessarily a character issue, because you're talking about 70 to 80 guys on a team, right?
Okay.
All those dudes don't have a character issue. The reality is, right, it's hard to win in college football.
Okay.
That's the reality. Like, people don't understand how hard it is. Coach Prime.
May I respond?
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead, brother.
So check this. We know, like, when a team is bad, but they love their coach, they you know, and they know the coach is gonna get fired. They fight hard for him on his game on leaving out. Right now, let's say they don't really feel that way about Jimbo. However, you got all these high caliber athletes on your team. One thing that we should look at, that Coach Prime and his staff says to these kids all the time, is you can't flick a switch. If you don't practice at a high level, you're not going to play on game day at a high level. So let's go to Texas A&M. They got all these players, right? If they're not, and they're like 5 stars, 4 stars, if they can't flip and just win from sheer talent, it don't matter what kind of coaching they get, because they didn't have the will and the heart to just outplay their opponent, knowing that they were better already. Stepping on the field, y'all better than everybody based on y'all star rating, based on how you was rated. So if you couldn't flick that switch on your own, no coach is going to be able to flick that switch on for you.
I disagree.
You're talking. You missing. Hold up. You missing the X's and O's of football.
How am I missing the X's and O's?
No. I just disagree. I just disagree with that.
Cool. Disagree. That's fine.
I do too, because now, okay, see, because now what you're talking about is you saying that they can't flip. Okay, we understand that you can't not study film, not put the time in, not put that grind in, and then go out.
But what I think he's saying, bro. What I think he's saying is, but that's what we saying about coaching. That's where I feel like Jimbo is the reason for this, because what we saying is, Prime could have happily put Cremona McClain out there because he's a 5-star and that's what everybody wanted to see. But behind the scenes, he wasn't doing the necessary stuff that was going to get him prepared to be what we want him to be. So until you give me what I need you to give me to show me that, I'm not going to let you see the football field. Now, Jimbo,
I don't disagree with any of that.
Now, Jimbo probably was like, "Hey, you a 5-star? You finna come in here? We got to play you because you just came in here, and you let the little stuff slide by." And a kid looking for the discipline. He looking for that. Most kids are looking for the discipline to say, "Hey, I'm not gonna allow you to do what the hell you want to do. You're gonna do what the hell I tell you to do, or you can pack your bags up and go back home to your mama now."
Okay, I agree with you. Let me ask you a question, Coach Dre. Now, you actually answered my point earlier about holding them accountable. You think these recruits don't look at the previous year, the previous record, or they don't look at how those previous players were developed?
I'm pretty sure. I'm hoping they do, but I'm gonna be honest with you. Some people don't. Some people don't look at that. They're looking at a lot of them. They're looking at, because this is Texas, the financial gain that Texas A&M can the financial gain that Texas A&M can bring to the table, what they can do for me as my person. It's not about what I can do for the team. And then if the coach ain't standing on nothing and he ain't got no morals and we ain't got no structure. See what Jonas was talking about when you came and played for Urban Meyer. If you wouldn't come in and putting the work in, he treated you just like what you was.
Okay, what was that?
You get what I'm saying? So listen. So go watch that University of Florida documentary, and you will see the way that Urban Meyer handled business. and why he can keep these boys in line. Because if you come in here and be with that BS, we're gonna treat you like that. We're gonna treat you just like what you acting like.
They gonna run
I
over you.
got you. I'm
You get what
again,
I'm saying?
I'm not
So
again.
that comes
I
back
don't
to
disagree
coaching,
with you.
bro. It comes back to coaching.
So I don't. Again, I want to make this clear. Like I don't disagree with anything you're saying. Only point that we're not connecting on is that I'm referring to these players not being the right player. That's my point. So look at the coaching. Like we're CU fans, right? And we see the inside of how they train and how they raise their kids in that program. Why would from what we know about Coach Prime and how he runs his show, why would they want kids that's gonna bring the type of mentality that they've been showing for 1 to 2 years in that program when they were getting paid, when they were 5-star players, and they didn't perform there? What makes you think they're gonna perform under Marcus?
Because
Bec-
because
hey, let me
because
let me
go ahead.
let me
Because
ask.
what I'm trying go ahead. Because now there is somebody who's holding them to a standard, and you're not just picking up a check or just picking or just living off of what you did in high school or your stars. Prime don't care nothing about that.
But
And when I
coach,
put you in a room, with other kids that know what the standard is, and we not finna allow you to bring that BS that you had over there in
right?
here. When you come in here,
But
when
coach,
you come in
it,
here, this the way we do things here. You're gonna take your shoes off. You're
no,
gonna do this way. You're gonna do this way. If you can't manage that, even the coaches don't have to manage that. The players gonna let you know, hey, whatever you were doing at Texas A&M, bro, and whatever they had
okay.
going on in their
So
structure, hey, this what
look,
we doing over here.
all right, let me just I know somebody wanted to say, let me just respond to that. All right. So number one, we've been watching this team all year. We know that that's not how it goes with those players. We need more players at CU. Number two, um, what you're saying isn't gonna apply to these kids because they're transferring and they only have one. They can't transfer out again without sitting. So they're gonna, if they transfer in and they don't pan out, then it's gonna be a cancer in the locker room because they come from being 5 stars. They said one thing in the interview. They didn't show that that's what they was really about. Now they sitting, and then they just gonna be a cancer in the locker room. That's the point I'm making. So they're on a shorter leash. They don't have all that time to, like, to prove it. No, they got to prove it from day one because they're on a transfer.
Let me
You're assuming. Can you
Why
hear
am
me?
I assuming? Why
hey,
am
let
I
me
You
assuming?
because you're assuming they're going to be a cancer.
let me
No,
say this.
And
no, no. I'm not
hold on.
assuming
And
they're gonna be. All right,
the
all right.
the
I,
way
I
that
hold on,
these
I'm about to let you my 2 cents. I'm about to let you make your
okay.
point. Let me say this. Hey, Dan Lennon, if you're hearing this message, go ahead and take the Texas A&M job. So this so what needs to happen can happen. That's all I'm gonna say.
I
Go ahead,
agree.
my 2 cents.
Okay, like McLean, he came in. He was a kid. He's still a kid, but he has matured over the last 8 games.
Mm-hmm.
These kids at Texas A&M, you're seeing that they're going to be cancers if they come in and they don't play right away. One, you don't know how many years they have left to play. Second, you don't know when they're going to mature. They may mature in spring ball, and
Okay.
now they say, okay, the way I was doing it, I see it was wrong. Plus, when I came out of high school, I thought I was it until my first two a day. Then I was like, this is different. I'm a kid.
Okay.
These grown men I'm running up against. And so just with that, whenever they hit their mature, because they can play ball, we're like, how can I put this? They won't, they're still kids.
My 2 cents.
Un- until until the coach.
May I respond?
Yeah.
All right. So the example I gave was not of a freshman coming into CU. The example I gave was of a transfer who was on his last chance, not last chance, but if he transfers out, he has to sit. I wasn't talking about freshmen coming into CU as freshmen. I was talking about transfers. And Zia, in the chat, I didn't say 100 kids are cancers in the locker room. I said if the kid that comes in, I said if. I never said definite, so I didn't assume. A good example to use would be Juju. All of us were pulling for Juju, all right? And we know that he had issues at Arizona State, all right? Since he got taken out the lineup, he hasn't been back in the lineup as a starter. And Coach Prime has said publicly he has some things to get handled or sorted out on his own. So this is the example. There is no assumptions. There is no assumptions. We're talking about use cases. The use case is clear. The use case is Jaquez Robinson. The use case is Juju. I forgot his last name. And on and on and on at CU. So we're not assuming. We're going off of history. We're going off of data. So that's all I'm saying. I'm not saying that these kids are bad. I'm saying if they don't have that mentality that Coach Dre has in those kids in Florida who he was able to activate something in them. If these kids at Texas A&M don't have that, they're going to be cancers in the locker room because they were 5 stars, because they were 4 stars, because they got the bag and they was hyped up. That's the point I'm making.
Let me ask you
go ahead. I'm sorry.
Let me ask you this. We know Juju's not playing, but you don't know he's a cancer in the locker room.
I didn't, bro.
No,
I didn't say Juju was a cancer in the locker room. I never said that.
You didn't say anything about cancer in the locker room, right?
No, I did. I said, let me just
reiterate. So I'm explaining to you.
Real quick. I'm gonna just say it so that it's clear. I said if. So let's focus on if. If these kids transfer, knowing that they can't transfer out without sitting for a year, and they don't play, and they don't have that mentality to be activated by coaching, they can become or they will become a cancer in the locker room based off of that. That's what I said. I didn't say Juju. I didn't say nothing bad about Juju.
Can I say something? I feel like one of the biggest things that and I know you're not just talking about Colorado, you're talking about every college across America with this problem. With a lot of what I feel like a lot of people may not understand is that before you transfer out and go into a new college, these coaches, these scouts, these analysts, the people that you're going to be dealing with for the next 6 months, 8 months of the season, they have done their due diligence. They have talked to head coaches in your high school level, your personal coach on the high school level, your personal coach in the college level. They talk to your teachers. They've gotten reports on you. It's not just like you can. It's not like it's an interview at a job where you can just go in, say the right things, make yourself look like a likable guy, and these people just take a chance on you. No. It's not that simple. These people are literally they're going to do their due diligence on you before they allow you to come into the school. Because what you have to understand is we're not talking like no Last Chance U, no Mississippi, Western Highland College or none. No, we're talking about D1 prestigious university. Even if it's Colorado, it's still considered a D1 school. People are dropping that bag, millions of dollars. People are spending money to come watch you play. And the one thing that these boosters and what these people are not going to tolerate is anybody messing up their money or doing things to bring their program under that's just not going to happen. I'm sorry, it's not. So I get what you're saying, but it's like what you're not factoring in is the due diligence of the school. The school is going to do a lot more investigating than any of us can or will.
Well, I agree. I actually agree with that's my point. My point is we have been following. We understand how the system is at CU. All right. Everything that I'm saying is why would they want kids from Texas A&M that may bring that losing mentality over there? The points that like people in the chat is like Tanisha said, you might have to decipher what I'm saying. What I said is if these kids was 5 and 4 stars and maybe they didn't like Jimbo Fisher. All right, maybe they didn't want to play for the coach, but they still playing for themselves because the goal is to go to the league. If you're a 5 and 4 star and you're the man and you can't activate that dog in you for yourself, what makes you think that once you get somewhere on a transfer deal and it's a make or break, what makes you think they're gonna turn it on there? That's my point. So why would you waste your time with that person if it's not like a home run? Because it's a transfer. That's the point I'm making. Like, I don't know what J Dot is listening to. I don't know what Zay is listening to. Join the chat and discuss it. But that's the only point I'm making. Why would you expect this kid who hasn't shown you a dog to automatically activate a dog? I don't see that happening.
Well, okay, but I think everybody on the
Hey,
panel gets what you're saying. It's like we understand that if someone comes in and they're not accustomed to winning, right, or they're not or not, I wouldn't even say accustomed to winning because I don't think that's the right vocabulary to use. If someone comes in and they're not used to the program, I want to say the program, right? And what I mean by the program is we want to be a winner, we want to be disciplined, we want to be tough, we want to be smart. If someone comes in, what ends up happening is what you see at CU anyway. You can come in, right? That don't mean you're gonna play.
Absolutely. That, and
right.
I keep saying I'm not disagreeing. I'm not disagreeing with Coach. I'm not disagreeing with the other brother, Solid Gold. What you just said is my point, my man. That's the
Let me
point
let me
I'm making.
let me say this, and I might be way off base. I'm just gonna tell you about me.
Mm-hmm.
I grew up in a little town in Fort Myers, Florida. Right.
Mm-hmm.
We country, we backwoods. That's
Okay.
all I knew until I actually went to college and I seen something bigger out there. My horizon, I seen something
Expand.
different.
Right.
You may go to one college may have a losing atmosphere. That's what
Yeah.
you know, and you know your skill set is your skill set. But then you may see something different at a different college that might broaden your horizon.
Absolutely.
And so therefore, you know who got that dog in him. The dog
Right.
is still a dog, but he's a pup. Now you look at him 2 years later, he's a full grown dog because his horizon has been broadened. You know what
Yeah.
I'm saying? So
Yeah.
Right.
you can't say because they went to one school and it was a bust or they just hadn't matured. They might it I say it's 90% coaching because as 17, 18-year-olds, 19-year-olds, our brain still ain't mature enough to know nothing.
Okay.
All the stuff that's in our brain, we're gonna need somebody to put in our brain, if that makes
And pull
sense.
pull it out. And pull it out.
Exactly. And so
Right.
therefore, CU may be the atmosphere they need. Alabama may
Right.
be the atmosphere they need. I didn't go to Alabama. I went to KU. They may go to Alabama and be like, yeah, I'm it. But then they see that they got some grown men in front of them and their mental has actually taken a hit.
That
Now
is
they
Okay.
that's a lot of
now now they can see I can go to Colorado because I know I can beat this person out. And I know someone said earlier, do they look at the coaching? We don't look at coaching. We be looking at I can beat that person out. I know I can beat that person.
All
So
right.
I'll take my skills there.
I don't
My
think
two
commodity.
cents.
Oh, that's just my
All right.
two
Go
cents.
ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead, Jonas. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I'm just saying I just don't think commodity be Coop out, but off subject.
I,
Um,
I
my
don't
two
know.
cents.
I just feel like what you're saying makes a lot of sense. We understand that that's in reality that happens, right? The flip side of that is two things. Number one, like someone said, you can't judge someone's maturity rate because a lot of times your environment dictates your. I mean, not say it dictates your decisions because at the end of the day, you're your own man. But a lot of the times, your environment can have a lot of influence on what you say, do, and how you feel, right? So if you go into a situation like Coach Prime demands discipline from his players. He does not
Right.
like undisciplined players. We're talking about on the field. I mean off the field. He'll send you back home and back to the dorm because you ain't got black socks on. A
Right.
lot of people would look at that as, man, that's kind of trivial, but to him it's following directions and doing what he say. You feel what I'm
And that's
saying?
I got
Uh
you.
So it's like I get what you're saying. It's like I just feel like here's the point that I feel like at the end of the day, you
Hmm.
can't help stupid. If you're gonna be
Okay,
stupid, you just stupid. You know what I'm
for sure.
saying? Or if you
So,
or if you don't like the trial, you don't like to put in effort, it's gonna show. And what ends, like I say,
absolutely
at the end of the day, is what's gonna end up happening because you ain't got to fly with the team. They don't have to let you into the facilities. They can just tell you, "Hey, man, go back home." I don't know
right.
why people think they can't do that.
Yeah,
There's
they're
no,
not gonna just grab people that are
So
not gonna play, bro.
yeah,
yeah,
like if you that
but
much of
that's
a problem to the institution, they'll just send you home.
so that's what so my the what you said, right? You said a player might go to Alabama, right?
Hmm.
And he might get there. He might be like, "Dag, it's some grown men over here. I can't crack the starting lineup." But he could look at Colorado and be like, "Well, shoot, I could beat him out." You think we want them? You think we want somebody who couldn't beat out
That's
somebody
what
at
the
another
transfer
school?
portal is
That's
for.
the
They
that's the
got
point.
talent, yes.
No,
If they,
no, we
okay, what you're not realizing is that is literally what the reality of the transfer portal is, because you have a roster of 70 people with incoming freshmen, and you
mhm.
have a sophomore who has not touched the football field at all. That is 99% of what
I'm
the
willing.
roster
I'm
is made
willing
of.
to guarantee. I'm willing to guarantee you. I'm willing to guarantee you the CU staff is not looking for the scraps off of somebody else's table. This year they did
Not
that because
scraps.
they
It's long
needed.
shuffle.
All right, listen.
Talk.
I
Let
don't
him
want
talk.
to
Let him talk.
take that back. I take that back because that was demeaning. But what I'm saying is this year was different. This year was we had to get it together quickly. What I'm saying is in a full year, there's no way any winning team in the whole of the Division 1 college football is looking for a player who couldn't beat out a starter. They want a starter because if you couldn't beat out a starter on that team, when we play that team, we're gonna lose because you weren't better than him. That's
That's not
that's the
necessarily
point I'm
true.
making.
That's
But
not
who's to say
necessarily
you're gonna play that team though?
No,
no.
come on. All right, let's
I can hold on.
done.
The only
Y'all,
like
y'all,
I'm not just trying to
y'all
make a
got,
rebuttal to everything that you
y'all got.
say, but we have to factor in what's really going on at college institutions. Nepotism is real. Favoritism is real. So like I look at like for me, I'm hard on Jimmy Horn. Now a lot of people don't agree with me on the statements that I make. I'm very hard on Jimmy Horn. I feel like he don't need to be on the football field. I feel like he wastes space. I feel like they could put another big body out there or somebody who could actually run some routes.
No,
But but the coaching staff doesn't agree with that. You feel what I'm saying? So you'll have somebody who's standing on the sideline like Caleb Mathis, who, if he was to be put in the game, might do better than Jimmy Horn. So he'll go somewhere else and shine. It's not necessarily the understanding that you can't beat out the guy in front of you, because it's not always about you beating the guy in front of you. Sometimes you just have to deal with what's in front of you, and a lot
I
of and
gotta
that's what the
gotta
transfer
disagree
portal
with you,
allows.
Salago. I gotta disagree only on this premise with Caleb Mathis and Jimmy Horn. Caleb is a freshman, so it's unlikely that a freshman is gonna come in there and beat out a junior. That's on that premise. So I disagree with that. I understand what you're saying, and I said I'm not trying to call transfers scraps. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is for a top program, they're not looking to build their team primarily off of transfers. We did it this year because we had to.
True.
Every team builds through recruitment, and if they can, like, think about it, the transfer portal is not flooded with top five, like 5 stars and 4 stars. You're gonna have a few, but it's not enough to go around. So by the time all those top guys have chosen where they're going, you're dealing with what you have, what's available. So again, those are people who couldn't win a starting job. So what's the likelihood that they definitely are going to win the starting job at your school, other than the fact that you need them to start? This
Okay.
is the point.
Oh, hold on. Here's a prime example. Even though I know they didn't do it, here's a prime example of why the transfer portal is very good. The year that Alabama had Jerry Judy, Devontae Smith, and what was the other receiver they had? Y'all, I forgot his name.
Drugs,
Who? Henry Ruggs. Right.
drugs.
Oh,
And
Ruggs, yeah.
what's the guy over there right now that's shining? I forget his name.
Y'all talking about Waddle?
Bold, right?
Jalen
Bold.
Waddle. Okay, so they had that whole entire receiver. Okay, let's do this. Let's be more familiar with people I know. The running back room. They had T.J. Yeldon, Derrick Henry, all these running backs come in after each other.
Right.
Now, the year that Derrick Henry wasn't starting, he wasn't running the football 2,000 times a season, right? He could have, if the transfer portal was open, he could have jumped in the transfer portal. Are we gonna sit here and act like Derrick Henry can't start anywhere else in the league, any college football?
No, we not.
But how can we measure that if NIL didn't exist, transfer portal didn't exist? Then why would you think all those running backs would have went to Alabama? Like look at Alabama right now. Hold on, look at Alabama right now. Do they have 4 guys right now who can start on another team?
No. No. Why? Because the transfer portal was there.
But bro, the transfer portal as we have today did not exist
out of Alabama.
Bro, the transfer portal that we have today did not exist when Henry was on that team behind those other players. So
Kamara was transferred to Tennessee and sat out a year.
That's my point.
Kamara got in trouble. That's why he went to JUCO, then he went to Tennessee. But the thing is, all I'm saying is, look, and I'm glad you all keep bringing up great examples. So the Alabama team, you had all those receivers, you had all those running backs, right? And we only looking at those skill positions. What about the quarterback? What about the quarterbacks? They had Mac Jones, they had Tua, and they had Jalen Hurts. Now, if we were in 2023, you think all three of those quarterbacks, like we just been talking about Texas and Malik Murphy. Next year, who you think gonna be the odd man out at Texas?
I think he's going to Alabama, in my opinion. That's
I'm a Texas fan. Who going?
And they said Quinn Ewers coming back next year.
You see, that's my point. So it's not like that, but you're out of mind. You're literally making my point when I'm saying by it the just because the idea of you thinking that this person didn't beat this person out, that does not mean they're not a superstar in the making.
Bro, what I keep saying about the transfer is his heart and not being able to measure his heart and his mental capacity to flip on a switch and show that dog mentality. That's what I kept saying about those players that were losing at Texas A&M, not wanting them to come to see you and bring that losing mentality. When you look at a Malik Murphy, he's somebody who we know can play. You look at who he's going to take over Jalen Milroe. Come on. And then you got Sion coming in next year. So who's going to be that's what I
Okay. I'm going to say like go ahead. I'll go next.
I'm going to be honest with you. I'm a Texas fan. If Malik Murphy went to Alabama, he would beat Jalen Milroe out for the starting position. He's a better thrower. And he may not be a better athlete, but he's a better thrower.
Yeah,
and he has the athleticism to mix in with that. He's 6'4".
Okay.
I think what he's saying though,
on this Alabama team, they don't have the receivers. So you know what I'm saying?
I think what Out of Mind is saying though, that's few and far in between. Like you bringing up one player, that's few and far in between. Like that's the exception. That's not always the rule. You see what he's trying to say?
Like think about Amari McNeil, bro. Amari
let me say
McNeil was
this.
a backup at Tennessee. He's a dog here, bro. You can't say that.
Let me say this.
But that's the exception. That's not always the rule, bro.
It's not.
That's just the exception for most of these teams. You're not gonna have a lot of just like high quality starters in the transfer portals. You just not.
Let me say this.
That's the starter at all, bro.
But I think everybody understands that the starters are not jumping into the transfer portal. That's not what the transfer portal was designed for.
Yeah,
the transfer portal was designed for individuals like I said. You got this Alabama running back room where you got T.J. Yeldon, Derrick Henry. What was the dude before T.J. Yeldon? I forgot his name. He played in a minute in the league too.
Mark Ingram.
Mark Ingram was way before that. It was But anyway, you had 7 running backs in a running back room.
Oh, Richardson. That's the exception. That's not always the rule. You naming one school. If you was naming 20 schools like that, that's great. But you're naming one school that had 5 good running backs. You see what I'm saying?
What I'm saying is
that's what I'm saying. Alabama is the exception. Colorado don't have 5 good running backs that can go start anywhere across the country. UCLA don't have that. USC don't have that. That's the exception, not the rule. I mean, there's not a lot of programs that have that. Name 4 running backs on Ohio State, and they the number 1 team in the country. Is there 4 running backs on Ohio State team that go start somewhere else? It's the exception. It's not the rule.
Okay, let me say clear, this. Right? All right, go ahead.
Let me say this real quick. A coach may be with a student or recruiting a student for 2 years. He decided to go to a different school. He may go to that school and he may not just like it, period. Forget who's in front of me. I just don't like this location. At that point, he go to a coach that was recruiting him. Is he a bust? Is he a cancer? Is he no, he's just an 18-year-old that made a decision to go somewhere he didn't know a lot about. And then he got on campus and he was like, nah, this ain't for me. So now another school, he's still a 4-star, he's still a 5-star.
But that 4-star don't translate over to the next school.
Right. But when I was recruiting him at my school, he was a 4-star. Just because he went somewhere else does not change my perception of him. I still like the kid, and I still say, hey, come on over here. And Coach Prime is still dealing with the 40-40-20 split.
Yeah.
And he's probably gonna be he takes like 40% transfer portal, 40% grad, and then like 20%.
It's probably gonna be like 20, like 30 new players on the team, bro. Not even that many.
Right.
But I would say you said like somebody like Weaver, bro. You can't say that. He came from a 111 program.
But Weaver got the dog. Weaver got the dog in him though.
He was
the difference with Weaver.
But like you say if they come from a losing program, bro, will they have that dog?
I didn't say that. I said.
But you said that about the Texas A&M guys, right? But they got to win the season basically, bro. They like 6-4, bro.
But check this out, my man. Check this out. All right, y'all keep bringing up great examples, Murphy and Weaver. All right, and my man J.R. Boxing said these are the exceptions, right? So I keep saying we know how, like my man just said, Prime they do 40. Right, or 40, whatever. The breakdown of how they do their recruiting. So we know what they're looking for. And he said many times, you're looking for dogs, you're looking for this, you're looking for that. Character, strength, being fast, blah, blah, blah. So when they do their recruitment and they see something that stands out in a player that may have been a 5-star that does not say he can flick on that switch, we won't be recruiting them. We won't be offering them. It doesn't matter. I'm not saying that because the kid didn't beat out the person in front of him, he ain't a dog. He could be a dog. But what I'm saying is a top program is not automatically looking for that player who couldn't beat out another player. Prime already said that, hey, these guys don't get good opportunities. Maybe it was the wrong system. So we offer them a role at CU and it might work out for them. That's all well and good. But we have to put in the context that, number one, you didn't beat out the guy in front of you. Why? Y'all had like you were a 5-star. What was your stats for the year? Why? Did you have any issues with your coach? Did you get in trouble? Why? These are the measurements that you go and that you check off on before you bring somebody into your program. So that's what I'm saying. So I don't know the makeup of these kids. All I'm saying from an assumptive level is if they don't have the check-offs or XYZ, then we won't be recruiting them because we know what Prime is looking for. That's the point I'm making, bro. That's the only area I'm coming from.
Yeah, I feel you. I get what you're saying, but you're always going to miss. You're always going to miss on some people. Some people can look like they're so good on film and you will miss on them. It might be your program, it might be something. But you're going to miss on some people. That's just how it works. Everyone you make, you miss.
And it's crazy. I'm talking about Juju because I wish they play him. But they missed on Juju. And he's our best linebacker. Yep. That's crazy. He's our best linebacker. He's the only one you see play and you be like, that's a linebacker.
Yep.
And he can't make he can't make it on the field.
Character and issues. Yeah.
They missed on him.
And he'll look. The reality is,
like I said on another channel, a lot of guys don't understand that college is a business trip. At the end of the day, I was told this by my college. I was told it by my pops. I was told it by, not say my college, my high school coaches. They said, Kenny, you're going to have to shape up. And the reason why is because college is a business trip. You going in there thinking that, yeah, you're good at football, but there's a whole bunch of guys like you. You feel what I'm saying? There's a whole bunch of guys that are all good at football. That's why they got to the next level. And so you have to take this opportunity that you have and take it seriously. You got to be committed. You got to be disciplined. You got to be intelligent. You got to think. You got to make the right moves, make the right decisions. And a lot of guys don't understand at the end of the day, college is a business trip because college, even if you don't make it to the league, and this is what Coach Prime stresses to the players. And so this is why he's so adamant about these rules, right? If you don't take advantage of college, we paying for you to come to school for free, getting you a degree. That can really dictate where you're landing at in life, your earning status, you being able to be a good provider. Coach Prime literally talks about these narratives to the players, and he stresses this all the time. Being a man is also being a good provider. And we're giving you the opportunity to change the outcome of your life. And if dudes ain't in that locker room understanding that, taking that seriously, like I understand Kamari Kamain coming in, not having that. He's used to his mama doing everything for him. You know what I'm saying? He probably don't even know how to wash his own clothes. Like we understand Kamari's position, but when you're talking about, you've had a year or two to grow, to learn, to understand, to be disciplined, and develop discipline in college, and you just choosing to not follow, to follow the rules because you want to do what you want to do, you need to be punished for that. That's literally how life works. And I don't feel sorry for you. Neither should none of y'all. You should not feel sorry for somebody who can't stop smoking weed to make a situation better for himself. That I don't feel sorry for you at all.
And no, I don't.
Facts.
I don't. You can be, well, he's just 21, bro. Listen, I told my brother this too. I said, bro, if you can't stop smoking weed to get you a job, to put some money in your pocket, bro, you in last place.
Hey, Solid Ghost, about Juju, right? I was talking to my father about that. So, Juju from Jersey. I think he's from Irvington or Newark, right? And I'm from like 5 minutes away from there. So, I was talking to my father.
Let me speak upon this before you go into all of my mind. All
All
right.
right, good.
Let's not speak upon Juju. All right. I get it. I understand where
Leave
you
him
want to go
alone.
with this conversation, but let's transition
All
to
right,
this.
that's a bet. That's a bet.
And the only reason why, right, is because I don't want a narrative put out there if you don't know the factual information. I know the factual information what's going on with him, but if you don't personally know exactly what's going on in the situation, I really don't want nobody to speak on it to try to put a narrative out there because I
Yeah,
don't want it to come back on you, you know what I'm saying, of somebody trying to sue you for some information because they
yeah,
heard it from so and so's page and try to come after you. So that's why I
That's
don't
yeah.
want you to slander somebody's
Well,
Facts.
character.
Allegedly.
I
Allegedly.
wasn't gonna talk about
No,
hate.
I'm not saying that you are. I'm just saying
Yeah,
I don't want somebody to get put in that predicament because of
yeah,
something like that happening. That's what I'm
yeah.
saying.
yeah, that's what you said.
And
Can I
it's
let me
nothing wrong with what you probably about to say. I'm just
yeah,
saying I don't want enough to be put out there or somebody take it in the wrong way because people can edit and put things up in a certain way, and people can try to come after you for something crazy for that.
right.
It was just a simple thing, you know what I'm saying? So let's just move on from that. That's
Let
all.
me transition. Who the next
All right,
running
all
backs
right.
supposed to be?
Shit, I say it.
Whoever your coach, whoever your
Yeah,
offensive coordinator
whoever your
coordinator
offensive
wants.
coordinator want to bring in. Yeah, that's what I would
Yes,
say. Who the OC want to bring in.
yes.
Hey,
So
can I step back?
And a question:
The
what y'all think about that? The O line coach, the high school coach. Like I don't know how I feel about high school coaching. Just going straight
Yeah,
to
I
college.
don't know, but he do breed good linemen, bro. Into the pros, not the pros,
yeah,
but the next level.
I mean he got NFL experience. I mean, him and Coach Prime played in the NFL together. I don't know his coaching, history, but if that's somebody he bringing on the staff, I just hope they vet him, the right way.
As long as it's not his homeboy or somebody he used to coach with, 10 years ago. I want Coach Prime to be successful. And one of the ways to be successful is hiring the best person for the job.
Yeah,
Not
I know
somebody
IMG
you
just
like.
don't hire people for no reason.
Yeah, no, I understand that. I just hope I want Coach Prime to actually hire the best man for the job instead of trying to hire somebody like you've done your job as the homie. If you got me a job making $500,000 a year, and I ain't really had to put
You
no,
the best friend in the world, nigga.
yeah, man, you my
Yeah.
homie, bro. You did your job as the homie, man. Like I understand. Like there's levels to everything, but you did what you're supposed to, bro. Now it's time to, because all eyes are on you. I need you. We want Coach Prime. I want Coach Prime to be successful at CU. Even though I will be honest that, like we've said before, he's not. He has a lot of deficiencies as a coach, but every coach does. This is not like he doesn't. I want him to be successful, and being successful is hiring the right people, man. Taking a step back and doing the right thing. I have a question for y'all. Me and Jonas had this talk. Do y'all feel like Cam Newton's a Hall of Famer?
Man, you go, dog.
No, I gotta ask other people, Jonas, because we had the same. I gotta ask this question. Do y'all feel like Cam Newton's a Hall of Famer?
He got comparable numbers to people that's in the Hall of Fame, but I just think from from the voters standpoint, he will never get voted in. But his numbers are comparable to people that's already in the Hall of Fame.
I would say I really don't watch it like that. But if his numbers are comparable, yes, because he changed the position.
Yeah.
If he was first to do it, and now you look back at the league today, and you say a whole bunch of people doing what he did.
Yep.
Yeah,
Jalen Hurts doing what he did.
I say yes.
Dooley? Hey, who is Coach Dooley?
Which Dooley?
You mean the coach that used to be at Tennessee?
Or Georgia? Coach Dooley from Georgia?
Yeah, I think it was like he was at Georgia as a.
So he coached offense.
I can't remember.
He was the head coach, but he mentored Dabo.
Yeah, that's the same Dooley you talking about. Yeah. He was at Georgia. I want to say Georgia. I know for sure he was at Tennessee.
He's a legend. He's a legend
as a head coach at some point. I forget how many years back though.
Wow, what's up? Why you bring him up?
I just saw something on Twitter saying Coach Dooley could possibly be on his way to Colorado as an offensive analyst.
Oh, this probably the son. Yeah, this probably the son. Cam, I said Cam is a Hall of Famer, and he was during that interview he had with Brandon Marshall. He said that he is a Hall of Famer. He said that he changed the league, and you see all these players mimicking his style today. I also think Cam would be a good quarterback for the Raiders as a mentor and a bridge if he chose to do that. I wish the Patriots wouldn't have got rid of him in favor of Mac Jones, and you see what happened. But at the same time, was Cam willing to play that role? I think he would have, because that would have been his second year under that system. But yeah, I think Cam is definitely a Hall of Famer in my opinion.
I couldn't see, like, Cam can tell himself that he would have played that role, because I think he publicly came out at some point and was like, I would have been that guy. I would have tried to mentor him or something like that. But there's no way Cam sitting there and not thinking, God, I'm better than this guy. Why am I not on the field? So I don't think that just would have translated well, like in the locker room, because people gonna gravitate to Cam Newton because the rest of the team gonna see, well, you're out playing this guy in practice. We know what you can do on the field. Your reputation speaks for itself. Yeah, I don't think he would have did well sitting in the Patriots organization for a second year.
So hold on. Let me interject for a second. Here, I know I'm nobody compared to people who actually vote, but I feel like these should be used as the minimum criteria for talking about the Hall of Fame. You have to play at least 10 seasons. That's number one. Number two, you have to have at least 7 Pro Bowls. Number 3, you have to have at least 4 All Pros. Minimum 3. If you have a championship, you can have 3, right? Number 4, you have to play 90% of your career, meaning that you weren't off the football field. You were on the football field at least 90% of the time without injury or suspension. And
Oh,
number
that's
five,
hard, man.
and number five. Now Jonas said I was tripping for this rule, but I feel like it needs to be applied too. You cannot have any off the field issues that resulted in any legal situations. Meaning you cannot have been in jail, being suspended for messing with women or what I'm saying, drugs or anything. You cannot have none of that type of stuff on your record. If we talk about voting you into the upper echelon of the football community.
Shoot,
that's a lot of
yeah,
guys.
they
Man.
wouldn't
That's
have
a lot
nobody in the
of
Hall of
guys.
Fame with them.
Now,
That's
hold
a
on.
lot of guys.
Who would be in at this point?
So now a lot of people think like Aaron Donald. Will we universally say he's an Hall of Famer?
Yeah,
absolutely.
Okay, so we agree with that, right?
Yeah,
so will we not say somebody like Drew Brees? Because all the people that I said those criteria, they fit this. Everybody that I'm naming fit this criteria. Drew Brees, is he not a Hall of Famer?
Absolutely.
Yeah. But you would be leaving. It'll be people like Michael Irvin, Ray Lewis. You know what I'm saying? People that changed the game in some parts.
I don't think Michael Irvin changed the game.
Some form of fashion. They
game.
wouldn't. You know what I'm saying? They wouldn't be in.
Yeah, I understand. That's why Jonas was mad at me for the last rule, right? Which is the off the field issues, right? Yeah, but if you just take the 4 rules that I said, which is 4 All-Pros, 7 Pro Bowls, 10 seasons, and you had to play 90% of your career, right? People like DeAndre Hopkins not getting in, Andre Johnson not getting in,
that's tough.
Marshawn Lynch not getting in,
Andre Johnson in the Hall of Fame, bro?
That's a lot of guys, bro.
McCoy not getting in. None of these people getting in.
That's crazy, man.
See what I'm saying?
Add, in my opinion, I see what you're saying, but you gotta add the criteria for changing the game. Because when you change the game, they also change the rules. So there's a grace period before they change the rules, like hitting the quarterback. You know what I'm saying? So
I see somebody's got a good name in there. Bobby Wagner, he's a Hall of Famer.
He's absolutely a Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
Richard Sherman, Hall of Famer.
Absolutely.
Earl Thompson, Hall of Famer.
Earl Thomas had off the field issues.
Well, no, that's what I'm saying. That's why I say that's why Jonas got they laughed at me for that last rule. They said that last rule I shouldn't have.
Thomas not going to the Hall of Fame, dog.
Well, but I'm saying he fits those criteria. He got 7 Pro Bowls, he got 4 All-Pros, he has a championship, and he's played 90% of his career. But the off the field issues, I'm saying like that's probably why he won't get in. Right now, Des Bryant ain't going. He don't have 4 All-Pros. Cam Chancellor don't have 4 All-Pros. We got a lot of people that we think they do. They really don't. Like Darrell Reeves, is he a Hall of Famer?
He
absolutely Hall of Famer.
Okay, he went this year.
He did. Oh, I know that. Travis Kelce, if he was retired right now, he got.
He's rated tight end.
Yes.
Yeah. For sure.
Gronk Gronkowski.
I think
all these people got at least the main because what the main criteria that a lot of people don't fit is them at least 3 to 4 All-Pros. A lot of people don't have that.
Yeah.
A lot.
I just see it hard. Like going back to your original question, like with Cam Newton, look at his stats, like look at his numbers and stuff like that. Like they up there. For the amount of time that he played, like they up there. I just don't think those voters are gonna vote him in, like to be in the Hall of Fame. I don't know if
his career statistics, he's not a Hall of Famer.
Yeah,
he got comparable statistics to people that's already in the Hall of Fame, though.
Name me somebody he has comparable statistics in the Hall of Fame. That's a quarterback.
Go look at Jim Kelly and then go look at Cam Newton. Jim Kelly in Bill's great, right? Look at Jim Kelly and then look at Cam.
Multiple times though.
Just look at Cam's achievement. Look at his awards list in the NFL.
I'm saying, man, the numbers comparable, man. It's gonna be somebody like Tony Romo. Like Tony Romo ain't won nothing.
Tony Romo is not getting in, bro.
No, I'm saying it's gonna be somebody like Tony Romo to wind up getting in the Hall of Fame. Maybe not, anytime soon, but watch, he'll wind up getting in. It'll be somebody like Cam Newton that wind up sitting out. That's out.
But see, Cam, the reason Cam has to go in because so many dual threat quarterbacks have been created and are being thrust into position because of him. You know what I'm saying? So it's like Lamar Jackson. If he has if he continues to have these
Yeah, he should be in the Hall of Fame.
these seasons, he's going to the Hall of Fame. But how you put Lamar Jackson and not put Cam in? When Cam made you change the rules and change the criteria for grading a quarterback based on his play. So he has to go in because he's like the mark. But then you can go to Fran Tarkenton, but that's so far back then he wasn't like a dual threat that way. But he was that type of a dual threat. And then it's like, well, Cam or Mike Vick. Mike Vick can't go because he doesn't have the accolades.
Mike can go, bro.
Hey, can I say?
I want to see Mike Vick in there though, man.
If Cam go,
I don't want to see him in there.
Can I say something? All right.
Hey, look, I will say this though. Joe Burrow is my favorite player, but Cam Newton is the best college player I've ever seen in my life, though.
Best
college player?
Absolutely.
I'd say Tim Tebow, man.
Bro, listen, nobody on that offense got drafted but him.
Yeah, Cam.
He carried that team, bro. That man was playing wide receiver, man. That man was going crazy.
Hey, not even a running back got drafted?
Nobody on that team got drafted but him, bro.
Nick Fairley got drafted.
Offense.
What about my man, the running back, Michael Dyer? Was he undrafted?
Michael Dyer got drafted too.
Michael Dyer got. Yeah. But he got drafted when he went to Louisville. He went to Louisville.
Yeah, he went to Louisville. Yeah, he left Auburn, went to Louisville.
So okay, y'all told me to look up Cam Newton compared to Jim Kelly, right? Jim Kelly got 3,000 more passing yards than Cam Newton, right? He also has 50 more touchdowns and almost 30 less interceptions.
Okay.
Right.
And I'm sure a bunch of more wins too.
And a whole lot more wins. So I don't think the comparable is good for Jim Kelly. I think Tony Romo,
that wasn't a good comp.
Cam Newton, that's probably a good, not because they're not the same type of.
Tony gonna make it later on down the line because they're gonna put his football and his broadcasting career together.
And Cam won't make
it. Not making the Hall of Fame, bro. Ain't no way Tony Romo go to the Hall of Fame.
Watch,
they're gonna put him in. They're gonna put him in as a player and a broadcaster, dog.
Yeah, because he played. Because Cam Newton played 10 seasons. He played 10 seasons, right?
Broadcaster Hall of Fame.
It's
all
MVP.
MVP with football players.
Yeah, he got MVP. It's just his completion rating less than 60%. Interception to touchdown ratio is 194 over 123, and his completion rating. I mean, he don't even have half the amount of completions that he has attempts. So yeah, I don't think you can.
What about how many seasons he have 1,000 rushing and over 3,000 passing?
I don't know. I
think he did that as a rookie, right? He did that as a rookie, didn't he? 1,500 rushing.
He's in his first year or second year.
He don't even have 1,000-yard rushing.
Never.
No.
Michael Vick, the only person that did it. Michael Vick.
That's Mike Vick. Okay, that's Mike Vick.
Michael Vick, Lamar. Only people did it.
Yeah.
Does Andrew Luck get in the Hall of Fame to y'all?
Oh no,
way.
No sir. I've had this discussion many years. No sir. If they was to vote Andrew Luck as a Hall of Famer, I'm gonna tell you two people that automatically got to go in. I don't care what they say. Michael Vick and Donovan McNabb.
McNabb?
Yeah. Because Donovan McNabb played 10 seasons at Philly, and every year Philly was in and out of the NFC Championship game or in the NFC regional playoffs every year.
I think McNabb gonna get in, but it's gonna be way down the line.
Yeah,
because you brought up the Eagles. Because you brought up the Eagles, I forgot about Randall Cunningham. He might have been the
I got a question, right? And this ain't got nothing to do with this. What is the difference between a Coach Prime fan and a Colorado fan?
One person wants to see Colorado succeed, the university, which might have been like an alumni, and a Coach Prime fan is he can go anywhere, and they want to see him win. It's kind of like the LeBron James discussion, right? Because that's what I compare a lot of CU fans now. It's really like the LeBron James effect. You got a lot of people that just ride with LeBron James. They don't care if he in Miami, Cleveland, LA. He could be in OKC. He could be in Houston. They're going to be a fan of LeBron. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but Rob, some of the people that be in the chat and they say that, right? They may be young. They don't remember when Colorado was good. So many of us may have been Colorado fans back in the day when we were young. That's, people just be running off at the mouth. But Go ahead.
Because somebody else asked this question too. I don't remember, John.
I'm asking this for a certain reason. You know what I'm saying? That's all. I just want to see what everybody's opinion is about.
I mean, I can tell you right now, I'm not a Colorado fan. I mean, I'm a fan of Coach Prime. I root for Colorado by virtue of Coach Prime. Other than that, I would never follow Colorado. My team, I'm a Texas Longhorn fan. Like, that's my team. But I'm a follower of Coach Prime. Like, I believe in his characteristics and how he is teaching and coaching and mentoring young men. So I believe in that.
Yeah,
that's something that's relatable to me, to see an African American man do that.
All right, so I'm gonna get to the point. I just want to see what everybody said. I'm gonna get to the point why I'm asking this question.
Yeah, I am a Coach Prime fan because I'm a Jayhawk, and I was around the Big 8 time. I'm aging myself when Colorado was in the Big 8 with KU, but now I cannot not watch him, and plus I'm from Fort Myers, so yeah, I'm a Prime fan.
Okay. Yeah, I think I'm gonna follow that train, that bandwagon. If Colorado was up and leave and go to Texas A&M, I'm gonna support them at Texas A&M. I'm gonna hope them people win. I'm gonna hope they show up and show out. I could care two F's and two dams about Colorado, honestly. But I do want to see Coach Prime.
Like Colorado, I think the difference, like my man said in the beginning, a Colorado fan is somebody who's diehard. They might have some memorabilia. They got some memories. And then a Coach Prime fan is like the LeBrons. You know, they follow him wherever you go. But Colorado, for me personally, it always stands out because I'm a Notre Dame fan. So I remember when Notre Dame and Colorado used to ball out against each other. So, and I remember playing with Cordell Stewart on NCAA and Michael Westbrook. So, you know what I mean, and Eric Bieniemy and Darren Hagen. So that duo was just sick.
I know about Colorado. Eric Bieniemy and Cordell, they from the city.
I salute to my dog John Liquidate in the building, man. Y'all stay tuned, man, because we might got something coming for y'all. But all right, so let me get to the point of why I asked this question, right? I asked this question because I always see CU fans going against Prime fans. When the one common goal is y'all both want them to win. So what is the issue?
Yeah, I think CU fans. See, I feel like CU fans is more calm because they've been through the struggle, so they ain't tripping. But the Prime fans, man, they too spoiled with all the wins. So you know what I'm saying. So when they start losing, they go crazy.
I wouldn't even say Prime fans. You just have a lot of negative people who just want to they're not even like, because okay, here's something that because I said this yesterday. You have Prime fans who don't really understand the game of football, who don't understand the tangibles about football, the X's and O's of football. So they give their opinion when not really fully understanding or grasping what's really going on at that point in time, right? That's okay. I'm not going to sit here and say you don't have that right. But at the end of the day, dog, it's like you should listen to people who are adverse and have the wisdom to understand what's going on so that you can better understand Coach Prime's situation. Right? Then you just got trolls, bro.
Yeah.
Some people just trolls, my bro. That's what that is.
And that's the reason why I asked this, right? Is because when I look at things and I'm looking at this, I'm like, all right, are you a Prime fan or are you a CU fan? Or you just want to see Coach Prime lose? Because a lot of people want to see him lose, but then they'll be like, well, I want to support the black man, but I still don't want to see Coach Prime win. Then don't say you want to see a black man win. Like, what? Like, that defeat the purpose. You know?
Right. My bad.
Go ahead.
See, like my man said about Coach Prime, that's the separation or the differentiating factor why I support Coach Prime. It ain't about just supporting the black man. I want to see my people win, but I don't want to see people who don't have that type of makeup win. Like, I don't care if they want to lose, period. But I support a person like Coach Prime because of what he stands on, and the type of person he is. So I root harder for him because he's like a stand-up person. It ain't just because he's black though.
Yeah, like it's the Jason Whitlock effect, right? Now I forgot who it was.
Lord, you mentioned Jason Whitlock. Lord.
Yeah,
Nah, bro. You
no,
mentioning that? Nah,
Lord.
you mentioning that?
that's like we did a comp. That's who these people are. They have the Jason Whitlock effect because it's like
Danny Cannell.
yeah, it's like dudes who have a negative opinion. Like here's a CU trash. They ain't won 6 games straight. This and that. And their verbiage is very just negative when it comes to Coach Prime and the Colorado Buffaloes. Right? I call it the Jason Whitlock effect, bro. It's like you really don't have a critique or something to say. Well, like how Rob says, or how Jonas says, or how anybody's talking about, they can do these things, incorporate these things to probably make the team better, or run this or run that. Like we're actually giving opinions to try to, because sometimes, bro, the coaches don't have it figured out. Sometimes a person might know something and they might not have the platform. Like people pay attention to Rob's channel. I know for a fact they do.
Yeah.
I know for to sit here and act like the people in that coaching staff don't listen, and they may not bring it directly straight to him, like on some stuff like that. But they do have these type of conversations, and it makes it look like it's really their idea, but really they was listening to somebody like us who probably seen it and probably can come up with y'all get what I'm saying.
Hey, solid go. I'm gonna go a step further. Every time that we talk about something on my channel, not nobody else's channel, when it get brought up on my channel, what happens?
Yeah, I said that too. I said
happened on the field.
I said that. I don't know. I know they be listening to us because it's been a couple times. Rob done said something, Jonas done said something, JR done said something, I done said something, and they didn't did it. So I know for a fact, because I've been coming on here lately. These people listen to us. But when you just have guys, bro, that just be like, and it's like, I know I shouldn't do this, but you just have some guys who are just peons, bro. And we just don't even pay them guys no attention, bro. Bro, you ain't talking about nothing. Sit down. That's how you gotta do it.
And here's the thing that gets me, right? My channel might not be big as other people's channels, but the things that happen and be talked about on my channel and the realness that be talked about, trust me, trust and believe. There's somebody at CU watching my channel at all times, whether it's a recruit fan, there's somebody from their family, whether it's an actual recruit, whether it's somebody on the staff, somebody is always watching my channel. And be mindful of those type of things. And that's why I always tell people, I say, man, you never know who's watching.
I'm going to be honest with you. I feel like, and this is why I feel like I personally need to be better too. I feel like what the people dealt with, like as them losing recruits, I'm not going to say it's our fault, but I feel like I did think about that. I said, man, I hope we're not creating the space for people to use to not go to CU, if that makes sense.
Yeah. But see, here's the thing though. When it comes to recruiting, is when you go out and people go out and bash these recruits, but they don't understand that what's really going on behind the scenes, that's what a problem is. And all I kept, and everything, when y'all hear me talk about the recruits, what I say, be patient.
Yeah.
Because everything that y'all want, y'all finna get. You gotta be patient. It's not everybody wants that microwave effect. Like, man, I gotta have it now. I gotta have it now. I gotta have it now. Because you see Georgia got 27 recruits. You see Alabama with 25. You see Ohio State with 25. You see all these programs, they got 25, 27 recruits. Hey, listen, they still gotta make room for some of those recruits.
Yeah.
That's what you're not realizing.
Yep.
You gotta force somebody out of scholarship to sign all those kids.
Yeah.
People don't think about those things. Go, guess what's gonna open? It's gonna open the door.
Every team, Rob. Only difference is that Prime who's gonna talk about it.
They're not gonna listen. They're not gonna talk about it because they don't got the same effect as Coach Prime does. That's the problem. See, Coach Prime, he can go out and say something, but it's not gonna hurt him in a negative way of what most people want it to happen. Some of these coaches can't say that. They can't speak that type of language because they might be at a job, might not get another job.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It ain't gonna matter to Coach Prime because guess what? You gonna tell Coach Prime you ain't gonna bring him back? Okay, cool. Guess what? You gonna hurt yourself more than you hurt Coach Prime. Because who are you gonna be able to bring in that's gonna have that same effect as Coach Prime that's gonna help you get all these meetings?
Yeah, that's gonna be the dilemma with Colorado. That's gonna be a big dilemma with them when it comes down to it. It's gonna be if let's God forbid something works, it happens to where they're even contemplating about getting rid of Coach Prime, to keep your program relevant, that's nothing you can who you gonna hire that actually wants to go to Colorado and actually wants to build your program up and do those things, except like someone other than Coach Prime. Like, you're not gonna see it. It's just, it doesn't even make sense.
Yeah,
Hey, someone.
Listen, hold on, let me say this for the last time. Hey, please do not go say nothing negative about Winston Watkins. I'm telling you this right now. He's going to be a buff. I'm telling you this what I know personally. I know somebody super close to him.
When they want that bread, man. When they gonna
let
get
the
the money?
kid live, bro. Come on, man.
Hey, somebody said this earlier today or tonight about colleges being a business. All it is an advertisement. A football game, it's nothing but an advertisement. Mm-hmm. And Coach Prime has shown that he can get people to watch that advertisement. And now that he's raised over $300 million for the school in half of a season or something like that.
Give me 1 second, y'all. Give me one. Hey, John, pull up to the Discord real quick. Pull up to the Discord.
800% increase on revenue from last year.
Colorado will never get rid of Coach Prime. As long as that keep happening, he can write his own ticket at Colorado.
True. I'm gonna tell you. Here's something that I think a lot of people don't realize about the recruiting atmosphere. A lot of people don't understand that these 4 and 5 star recruits, yes, it's about football at the end of the day. Yes, they want to go to a pipeline and go to the NFL. But a lot of those people, a lot of those guys want that Travis Hunter effect, man. I wouldn't say Shadur, because Shadur is an abnormality. He's Coach Prime's son, so he's always had money and he's able to do things a little bit different than anybody else. A lot of those guys want that Travis Hunter effect, man. A lot of them want the good looking girl. They want their own house at 21, 22. You see what I'm saying? A lot of those guys want to come in and be the man. And Coach Prime is the gateway to a lot of young men who don't have that to have that. You see what I'm saying? Because a lot of people don't understand that Travis got his own social media site. You know what I'm saying? He streams. He got his own house. He's finna buy, when he go to the league, he's gonna buy a bigger house. I don't think people realize that.
But Travis, he built that for himself. Now, I don't think he would have had the biggest I don't think his platform would have been as big as it is without having Coach Prime, help him go bigger. But every athlete isn't a Travis Hunter. So, you know what I'm saying? That's the difference. And Shadur, like you just said, Shadur already, he grew up in that household. So,
but let's take Trevor Woods for example, right? Let's take Trevor Woods for him. Trevor Woods is probably the best example of a player probably not being a superstar, but can have a chance at making money. Don't get me wrong. I'm not gonna sit here and say he's making as much money as Travis Hunter or anything like that. But I guarantee you, right now, Trevor Woods driving a nice Ford F-150 fully loaded. You know what I'm saying?
But
he ain't got to worry about going hungry for the night.
But at the end of the day, if you got good credit, if you establish credit and you pay your bills and you build your score, you can drive whatever you want, as long as you can pay that monthly fee. So that's not really a measure.
He's not doing that. As long as Trevor Woods is a buff right now, that's what I'm saying. It's like what you just said applies to me and you,
right?
You know what I'm saying? That's not applying to Trevor Woods right now. Trevor Woods I guarantee you, it's a bunch of Colorado companies, HVAC companies, that's ran by white men and called Trevor Woods to come down there and do a commercial.
Yeah, but that's because Prime put them on the spotlight. Like, I feel what you're saying, but for the recruits, the thing I think like this, the hurdle that Coach Prime is gonna have is notoriety of today. Like, we know him, and especially if you're older, but if the parents of these kids aren't pushing them to Colorado, then we may have a hurdle to jump over, because we just had this long conversation about NIL money. So money may be the determining factor for a lot of these kids that's following these modern day athletes. Like Cam was just saying, his favorite artist is the Baby. The Baby ain't had a hit in God knows when, this past year, but he's still, his name's still ringing, right? We wasn't listening to people like the baby when we was coming up. So we who are these kids looking up to? They didn't look up, they didn't grow up watching Coach Prime. So you know what I mean? The parents have to really be the ones that say, look, this is the guy you need to get with. Because without that push, they're gonna go wherever any of these schools is putting on a circus to say, hey, come here, got the cheerleaders on the visit, or put on some gimmick, you know what I'm saying, where they don't even care about the impact Coach Prime is gonna give them. They reiterating things that their parents is telling them to say, or want the best for them. But these kids nowadays, they're not even thinking about that. You know what I mean?
Here's something that I feel like a lot of guys don't understand about recruiting, and especially going to college and everything like that, bro. The experience is next level, and when you have a chance, when you, especially if like they say, Dan Lanning said he playing for clicks, not he's not playing for wins. But
Yeah.
at the end of the day, yeah, he may not have a winning season this year, but best believe that these kids see Coach Prime. Not all of them, because I said this the other day too. Everybody don't want to play for Coach Prime, but best believe those that want the opportunity, right, to be a part of something special, who are special, are going to have the chance to be special on the football field when they go to Coach Prime.
We need those kids to, like what you just said is important, bro. We need those kids to see that bigger picture. All of them don't see that bigger picture. Some of them want that instantaneous success where it may be clout. I signed this deal, like I'm with this school. Like for instance, I hate to put it out there like that, but I ain't even gonna say no names. There's some players who use CU for clout and chose another route. You know what I mean? So now that's their claim to fame. Who's to say they'll even have a good career? But their claim to fame was that 5 minute success that they got from choosing one school over Colorado. They're not looking at what could happen if they actually went to Colorado. And we only know that because we know how many years we've been watching Prime do what he does. That's the only reason we know what's to come. You know what I'm saying? But a 17-year-old don't really understand that.
Here's something that I feel like Coach Prime. If I was Coach Prime, I would literally build my moniker on being the next last chance university. And the reason why I would do that is because, in its retrospect and speaking like this, bro, I want the kids who are hungry, that want an opportunity to play, that may have the talent to go to the NFL, to come to me, right? Because like you said, that's like old dude from Duncanville, right? The defensive end. Coach Prime heavily recruited this man, right? He would have been starting next year had he came to Colorado. But he told Coach Prime straight up, I want that bag, bro. I want that bag. That's okay. Go get your bag. Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. But at the same time, just because I don't give you money up front, don't mean you ain't gonna make no bad in the long run. I guarantee you, everybody that we see on TV repetitively, Jimmy Horn, Xavier Weaver, even Tyler Brown, those young men are in a healthier financial situation now than when they were last year. And if none of y'all, if you don't believe that,
Hell, look at Ultimate McCaskill. He on a damn Almonds commercial. That's a nationwide
yeah,
commercial.
if you don't believe that, that's you. Hey, I ain't got nothing to tell you. I feel sorry for you. You just don't understand how finances work. Because what can happen to you at Texas, you can get lost in the shuffle. You can get
Yep.
lost in the sauce.
Big
You know what I'm
facts.
saying? But if that young man, I hope he listening to. I hope he can hear somebody say he'd have went to Colorado. He'd have made more than that 10 bands or that little 50 racks. He'd made way more than that. I'm the number one defensive end coming in the nation, coming into Colorado. Oh yeah, I'd have been in a couple commercials.
But my
Oh yeah,
man, look at what you just said. Look at
oh
what you
yeah.
just said. Who you think was in his ear? Who you think was in his ear to push him to say, I
Somebody who
want
don't
that bag?
understand finances.
Exactly. So Ultimate McCaskill, what did he do? He said, "No, I'm good. Like, I'm gonna wait this out." And then he took his red shirt, and now, like Jonas just said, he in commercials. but he didn't even have a big time year. You feel me?
Yeah.
So that's somebody was in his ear to give him the type of tutelage that he needed to make that better decision. Somebody wasn't in the Duncanville kids' ear. You saw what happened to them when they played DeSoto. You see, this is what I'm talking about. These kids is highly talented, right? But they don't have that. They something ain't clicking. You feel me? Something ain't activating because they was popping off mad stuff, and then they got their bus whooped against DeSoto. You know what I'm saying? So, like you just said right there, how do you not see the bigger picture? Where if you go to Colorado, forget about this like $500,000 or whatever you're gonna get for signing and coming to play for us. What you gonna make over your lifespan? You know what I'm saying? Like that's what we see because we know from the body of work he's already put to play. You know what I'm saying?
That's why I said Coach Prime, if he's smart, I want to have the moniker of the last chance you. I want the transfers, the guys that may not be getting the touches they think they deserve
But
or
you
getting the
can't
game.
build no program off of transfers, bro.
Oh yeah, I agree with that. I already
Yeah.
said. I've said that 100 times. But I also understand, right, that you can get guys to come in, buy into your program, right? And when you want to get those 5 and 4-star recruits that can instantly, change, instantly come in and be a contribution to the team, right? You can get that. But for right now, that's what he needs to do. It's exactly what he needs to do. He needs to be this,
But they
like,
doing that with well off, without calling it
oh
last
yeah,
chance. You
you
know what
can
I'm
find
saying?
me.
But they doing that.
Yeah.
You know with what Travis did when he left JSU, he was like, "Hey, find out where I'm going." When he know 100% of the time he was coming to see you,
Mm-hmm.
but he got his subs up to 100,000 just like that.
You have
If
like Charlie
if
Offendall, right? I don't know. Charlie ain't touched football field none this year, but I guarantee he done made some money because of the offseason.
Now he
He
played
made
in
some money,
Nebraska, bro.
huh?
He played in the Nebraska game.
Oh, he did. I'm sorry, I didn't see. I didn't know he played. But no, he had a Cinderella story. So I'm pretty sure, like I said, people because
That
Denver
boy,
ain't that.
that boy on a national commercial, man.
Yeah, Denver ain't that far from Boulder. It ain't number like 30 minutes, maybe
Hey,
40 minutes max.
Salago, something that's even more impactful. Like if you play sports, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right, so imagine like, all right, Charlie Offerdale, he already said his father, they family business is like dentistry, right?
Mm-hmm.
So already, he's probably a smart kid. He's gonna graduate. He said he's gonna go into dentistry, I think spend another 6 years or whatever, start a business or whatever. So
Mm-hmm.
he's gonna make his money. But imagine the impact of having a successful man like that's not your father, somebody like Coach Prime continues to show you respect and love. That's gonna give you even more confidence and a surety in yourself as a young man. So when we play sports, when we had somebody that we respected look us in the eye and tell us, "Hey, I believe in you. I trust you. I love you. I want the best for you." We know that activated something in us to like reach down and go further. So that's the difference with, I would say, with Coach Prime and with somebody like Charlie Offerdale, who may not go to the league, but they're gonna still try to become something in life, like that other, like the long snapper who Coach Prime always talks about becoming like a mayor or a governor. You know what I'm saying? When you have a male, that's why it's important to have a male in your life that pumps you up because you're a male. It's
Yeah.
different from having a woman. A woman that pumps you up is good too. That's like you need that woman to pump you up and say, I trust you. You got this. I support you. But when a man looks you in the face and tells you the same thing, that's like that's a different level of energy that you get. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I agree with that. The only thing I would say is this right here. When it comes, like, let's take the defensive end from Duncanville, right? The biggest thing that someone like that doesn't need, he don't need a fool in his ear. He needs somebody who has financial literacy. And if that could come from a woman, that can come from a man, doesn't matter. Because at the end of the day is this right here. I always say this: college is a business. So yeah, you receive $25,000 to go to Texas, but who's to say you ever play? I have a friend, right? He was the number one defensive tackle. Maybe Jonas probably heard this guy. His name was Paul Boyette. It was me, him, and Red that was on our defensive line, right? Now I'm gonna be honest with you, they were way better than I was, but because of their success, it helped me get where I knew, helped me, if I would have made the right decisions, get to the next level and be, went to college and stuff like that, right? Paul Boyette was the number one defensive tackle in the nation. Had Alabama looking at him, had Texas looking at him, had every college, Ohio State had every college. If I'm lying, y'all can look it up yourself. I forgot that magazine they had. It was a magazine they used to sell, had all the recruits across the nation. It was in the magazine. It was basically rivals, but it was
Athlon Sports. Athlon?
Yeah, something like that. It was a real thick magazine they used to have. He was on the front cover of that. The man really was a high profile recruit. And he ended up going to Texas and he just got lost. And this is why I say you can't have someone who's a fool in your ear. You cannot do that, because at the end of the day, it's like this right here. Someone's telling you, son, Coach Prime ain't gonna be good. The Buffaloes ain't gonna be good for a couple years. You know what I'm saying? He ain't offering no money anyway. We didn't do all this work for no reason. Blah. Those are the conversations that's being had. You didn't go. You didn't put all that. All that tape on film just for no reason. You didn't do that locker room, that weight room for no reason. You didn't do none of that for no reason. And you know what's going to end up happening, right? Because Texas is going to get some high level recruits because they go into the SEC. That young man might be looking to transfer to Colorado in the next 2 years.
And that's what I'm saying. When these kids want to transfer to Colorado after the fact, I don't believe Colorado is going to have the same open door policy for these kids, because if you went somewhere else and we offered you from the gate, the next year we got somebody else that's ready. So what's to say that you're going to be different this time around? Like, we wanted you to come in. You went wherever you went. You didn't ball out. Now you want to come to us. We don't necessarily need you no more because you didn't show at that place that you was like that.
I don't think Coach Prime will ever do that. It wouldn't look positive on his character and the person that he says that he is to close a door on an athlete, unless you are a problem, right? And your problem would have to be one of his biggest X's and O's that he gonna X you out quick for is anything against a female. I think he let go of somebody before the season started because he had an incident with a female, right? So that'd be the only way that Coach Prime closes his door on you is if you have an incident with a female, right? But to say, hey, I'm not gonna keep this door open for an athlete or a player, right? Because he chose not to come to us. That doesn't sound like Coach Prime at all. And maybe I might be wrong. I might be wrong.
You might be right. You
know what I'm saying? I couldn't see that. I'm sorry.
I think when it comes to wins and losses, people will do anything. But if that person doesn't automatically show me that they can help me win games, then I don't see the need to extend a fig bush to him or a branch of hope to him, because he had his opportunity and we could have built him up. He wouldn't have had that negative experience to begin with. Now, what kind of baggage is he bringing with him when he comes back? You feel me? So, yeah, we in the country of second chances. Of course, that's number one. But if that person doesn't automatically show the benefits, then I don't know if I'm taking that opportunity, that chance on them.
Yeah,
I hear what you're saying, but you're gonna have some kids go to CU and they still gonna have negative experiences with coach. In college, what I've learned about college, it's not about what you learn in college. It's about the relationships you made in college. And so I keep having people tell me this. They be like, yeah, you got all these athletes, you got all these stars, they keep coming to the games and on the sideline. I'm like, that's the only way they could get close to Prime. Do you understand that Prime is a celebrity? And all the celebrities want to hang around the celebrity because crime is crime.
When celebrities get around him, they forget they're celebrities.
Exactly. So it's gonna be forever, no matter where he goes. He's always gonna have the spotlight.
I hope so. I would love to see that dude from Duncanville in Colorado because that boy is a monster. Like, can you imagine? Like, it's not even about imagining. I just want to see them have the opportunity to play at a high level with this coach. You feel me? Not just because he's black, but because of what he stands on, and that would be on a bigger stage. And that's like we haven't seen that. You know what I mean? We haven't seen even in the NFL. You know what I mean? Lovie Smith never had a real good team. You know what I mean? So, and he went far, but I think Tony Dungy was the only one who had like a really solid team with Sapp and Derrick Brooks, but they were old. And then he had Peyton Manning too. But yeah, I want to see.
Tony Dungy built two teams. He built the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, and they fired him and hired John Gruden. And then he built the international coach. Tony Dungy is a pioneer in football. He did a lot for a lot of franchises and a lot of players. I ain't gonna say franchise. He did a lot for players too, and helped those people be like Warren Sapp is probably one of the main guys that contribute his success to Tony Dungy. Because Tony Dungy was like he was before Coach Prime. It was Tony Dungy, and see a lot of people don't realize that. And it's sad that I don't want to say he went away quietly because I don't want to say that about him because he's still alive. But it's sad that we don't give more recognition or more recognition is given to Tony Dungy because he really did build 2 Super Bowl rosters that had long-lasting success in the NFL.
Yeah, and while you in that breath,
give me 1 second, fellas, because we got somebody new on the channel, so I want to give him an opportunity to say his words. Welcome to the channel, Mr. Steve Woodley.
Well, I appreciate that, Rob. You provide an opportunity for people to be able to speak on your platform. When we're talking about people like Tony Dungy, what I think people have to realize is this. If kids who are going to college and going to these universities don't support people who look like them and who are going to be provided an opportunity later on when they get out of football to coach, you're really hurting yourself. Travis Hunter saw the big picture, and the big picture is this. He saw that going to a HBCU would impact the community in Jackson, Mississippi, because I'm from Mississippi and I understand how that dynamics work, even though they didn't handle their money the right way, and that kind of pushed Coach out of there, which he should have. He did what he's supposed to have done. He accomplished his mission. He moved out. He showed that HBCUs can work if you do the right thing, and I would definitely appreciate that. But getting back to Dungy, I blame us as parents a lot of times because we don't see the big picture. You have to understand, if you're going to change the dynamics when it comes to money, you're going to have to start somewhere. And you can start with those 5-star kids going to universities that are going to bring money back into the community. So I'll just leave it as that.
Here's okay. I let me say it because I always wanted to make a point on this. And I feel like the younger person's mentality is never a factor when we have these discussions. I think as a 32-year-old man, I don't know how old you are, Mr. Willard, and Rob. I don't know how old you guys are. We understand the transfer of money.
Correct.
We understand how money works. We understand. We got a picture of it. We understand the washing cycle of why we want to keep it in our own community. Correct. But when you have a guy who's 17, because that's when they start, 16. Some of these guys, like the one they have another defensive end at Duncanville. He's a freshman or a sophomore. And he's already a 5-star recruit. You feel what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. When you have these guys and they're going to these camps and they're meeting, these. I'm gonna be honest with you, they're meeting predominantly white coaches. You feel what I'm saying? Not saying they don't have black coaches. I'm not gonna sit there and say that, but predominantly white coaches. And you have just a melting pot atmosphere of football that exists around them. They're not gonna see or understand, right, the ideology of black finances and black empowerment and black keeping the money in African American and black cycle. Most of us don't get this until we're in our 20s. Like, I'm gonna be honest with you.
That's why prime recruit their parents, bro.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest with you. I didn't really understand the whole, black, how do I say, workforce problem until I started seeing, like, I'm an HVAC technician. I have an HVAC pedigree, right? But I'm not in the HVAC field. So when I tried to get a job in the HVAC, I couldn't get one. It was hard for me.
Exactly.
And I'm in Texas. So I was like, okay, now Texas is Houston, and I'm in Houston. Houston is the number one area for HVAC work. Well, so I'm looking like, damn, I can't get a job. Excuse my language. I can't get a job, and I'm in the number one city of ventilation and heating and air control. Like that doesn't make sense to me. And I'm trying to figure this out. And when I come to realize is, bro, that's why having a black how do I say, what's the word I want to say?
Example.
Economy, black economy is very important. These young men that's 15, 16, I'm gonna be honest with you, they might not like what I'm saying. A lot of them dudes don't even like black women. They don't prefer, and and I know that. I hope I don't sound dumb when I say this.
You don't sound dumb, bro. You don't sound dumb.
No,
You good, man.
You're saying your point.
That's facts. That's actually facts.
And I know it starts with the basic understanding. The basic understanding is a primal understanding. If you don't even like your own women, how can I expect you to understand black economics, black freedom, black empowerment? It's like that is very important. Like these 60, like I know Travis Hunter, his wife is half black, but to the outside looking in, if someone didn't know her background, you would say, well, damn, bro, you ain't got a black woman? Like you couldn't.
So the thing, all right. So I was gonna say, like, when we brought up the Tony Dungy thing, right?
Yeah.
A good example from the college ranks would be Herm Edwards. So Herm Edwards, he's responsible for Jaden Daniels, right?
Yeah.
So when Herm Edwards was at Arizona State his last year, his team was loaded, and they didn't really win too many games. So when you look at, like, for what you just to piggyback off of what you said, I think Herm Edwards is married to a white woman. So the thing about Coach Prime, he's like that catalyst. That's again, we keep talking about the bigger picture. So everybody's not going to marry their own people. They shouldn't. Like, yeah, you marry who you love, right?
You marry who you love.
Hey, but however, most people are going to marry their own people. Coach Prime he's married women of his race. At the same time, he doesn't discriminate on anybody. So this is the X factor where we need to start moving into the next phase where we can be independent, because you can be independent and still get along with everybody. See, we've been thinking like the powernomics, or we've been thinking about the talented 10th and all of these things that we was raised on from back in the day, or our people was raised on, but it didn't get us anywhere. At the end of the day, you still gotta mess with everybody. You still gotta,
I was just saying, I when you're hitting at points that are fantastic, but getting back to the sport, I want to keep it on that sports level, and I'm not going to get into the race thing. What my point was this: we have to understand when we're teaching kids economics. I'm going on the economic aspect of it, regardless of what color you want to see. When you go to Alabama, the way I put it is this way. If you look at Georgia, I would ask people all the time, Georgia athletes, if you look at it, they're quarterbacks, and the schools that are winning all those state championships, I would guarantee you they're mostly African American. But when you go to the university, you're not going to see that. You're going to see all their athletes go on the, receivers, linebackers, defensive ends, and stuff like that. All I'm putting is, if we want to make a change economically, you need to make sure that in order to change society, you can only do that by money. And when people see their economics change, just like they saw, hey, these kids weren't playing, they wanted to get paid, you'll see that the NCAA understood we got to do something because we're getting sued. And if it goes to the Supreme Court, we're really out of it
Well,
then. So we better take charge of it.
Stephen, you're right, but I think see, I had put my subtitle the other day: "Stop sending kids to white coaches," which is not which is not racist, but what you're saying, it actually is a necessary topic because Coach Prime would be the example. Let's say that there's some clandestine plan and they want to use Prime to integrate, to build that bridge. See, at the end of the day, our kids need to understand how to get along with everybody. So you could have you could try to stay away from the race topic in your own circle, but that's not reality when you step outside. The race topic is always going to be there, unfortunately. So what we need to do is prepare our kids to say, look, be comfortable and love who you are, but don't look down on your own people, and also hold other people accountable the same way you hold your own people accountable, because that's how you're going to get respect. But also, it opens up lanes for you to do business with other people. You can't be so quick to do business with somebody outside your race because you feel that they're more capable or more competent. But when you look at your own people, you only look at them for like quick hits or entertainment. You don't have that same view of them. Coach Prime is like an example because he's been successful at every level, whether it's sports or business, and even from like a religious perspective, he keeps everything in place. So so this is perfect because our kids, like you just said, the quarterback may be of a different race, but the majority of the team is going to look like us.
It's right.
Well, the kids that look like us, they need to have a fuller view of how to operate in this world they're going into. If they don't end up playing sports where they're going to get a bunch of money, they need to still be able to walk into a business that's predominantly of a race that's not their own and be able to speak to them, be able to conduct themselves in a certain way and handle their business. But you have to be seasoned. You feel me? So you may not get seasoned when you come from a small town and you build yourself up to play sports, but along the way, you got to get that training, you got to get that seasoning. So when you stand in front of somebody that's not your race, you know how to talk to them.
I'm glad you said that because I will put it this way. Me, I've had the opportunity to be in the military. I've had the opportunity to be in the federal government. And, with that being said, you can see when I look at in the military, you can look at the leadership. When you look at the leadership, you look on a wall and everybody on that wall is a certain ethnicity. And then you look at everybody who's underneath them is another ethnicity. And you're like, okay, something's wrong here. You can't, it's not adding up. If you look at sports, it's the same thing. You cannot have something that's 70% African American. And then if you notice, this is what I laugh at. But I blame us because if you don't teach yourself to love yourself, and what I don't like, and I listen to some people, the criteria they have for Coach Prime is totally different from the other coaches. And I look at these other coaches and I'm like, let's stop it now. I'm like, these coaches here got way more talent. I'm talking about 5 stars, but I don't care how many stars you got or what you have on your team. If you're not disciplined, you're not smart, and you're not coached well, you're not going to win in football, period. You're not going to win in basketball. That's just the way it is. You'll win some games, but you're not going to win the big games. The big games, people are disciplined, people are committed, people understand what they're going for, people fight together with each other, and they want to they're on one accord. So me saying that, I understand that when I talk to my son, I tell him this here, and I'll tell anybody, you can't get mad at someone else because they're not opening the door for you. What you have to do is what I like what Travis did. Travis said, I'm not going to go over here where all of these people think I should go. I'm going in this direction because this man looks like me. This man talks like me. And when I have the opportunity one day to be able to get a job and be a coach, if he plans on doing that, which I think him and Shadur will be coaches in the future, and Shiloh in the future because of their acumens up there, the way they think, you will set a stage where people can respect you and be like, okay, he did it. If he went and he played for him, why can't I? And
Well,
that's where I would tell all those kids in Alabama who going to Alabama University. I'm like, okay, but you're not gonna be on that coaching staff.
but Steven, so one fabric the add I would like to add to what you just said of a criteria is not only is a person like Travis looking at someone with the resume of Coach Prime, but he's also saying he's a stand-up man, he's a father,
Yeah.
he's you know what I'm saying? He stands on what he stands on his word. So me personally, I spent 8 years overseas. I wasn't in military, but I was working, right?
10 in
And,
Germany.
huh?
10 years in Germany. So I get you.
Yeah. So all right. So you understand when you overseas and you looking back at the States, you saying, "Dad, our people are in this box, and other people are rising. Our people are staying stagnant, right?"
Mm-hmm.
And you start to like break down the reasons why. You like, "Dad, these people over here, they a developing nation and they coming up, and our tax dollars or what have you, even some of our people are helping them rise. But why can't we do that with ourselves?" It's like when you come back home and you deal with your own people, you can't accept anything. You can't settle. You still got to hold your own people to a standard, or you got to create a standard so that they understand. Look, you can't pump fake. You can't expect that I'm gonna give a half ASS effort and expect you to pay me full price. No, increase your standard. You feel me? So Coach Prime is that. That's why I keep. It sound like I'm a like a D rider, but it's not about that. It's like I look at Coach Prime and I look at my pops and I'm like, well, Coach Prime is like my pops. My pops stands on this. My pops stands on that. Coach Prime is an example for a kid or another father to say, look, you know, am I meeting these standards? Am I meeting the standards of a father? Because we understand we're going to be judged a certain way by the color of our skin. I don't like to use black. I don't like to use African American because I'm indigenous. But at the same time, the color is what we understand. So if other people are grading us by this color, then we need to hold ourselves to a standard. So when they see somebody else, they can have that respect for that other person that they might give me. You feel me? So they can't expect, oh, he's the exception. No, we all like that. And we only get like that if we hold each other to a standard. Because I'm sure in Germany, the people you came in contact with, they might have looked at you in a way that they saw on television, and then they get to know you,
Right.
and then they change their perspective. You feel me? And then now, after they change their perspective on you, they might change their perspective on everybody else.
Can I say something? Here's something that I feel like, because both of y'all are absolutely right when it comes to us and the black culture. I'm not even gonna sit here and act like that's not true. But the biggest issue that Prime is facing in year one is Colorado, being a Colorado Buff coach and getting those top end recruits, is the pipeline,
That is right.
right?
That is right.
The pipeline is the issue with Coach Prime. If I'm a 5-star, 4-star recruit, and I'm not saying that, because we all know just because you have that star next to your name does not mean that you're going to live up to that degree and pedigree of a player. But we have to understand that people are going to take the best route to financial freedom and also the best route to get to accomplish their dreams. Um, and that's the issue that Coach Prime is going to have to overcome in his first years of coaching. I guarantee you that 99% the players would love to go and put on and play for Coach Prime, be in the atmosphere, enjoy the festivities that the Colorado Buffs are enjoying this year. But they also have to make the hard and tough decision and say, hey, I'm going to go to this pipeline and I'm going to take care of my mama. I'm going to take care of my sisters, my brothers. I have the athletic ability to do so. Coach Prime did it himself. He didn't go to a HBCU to go to college. He went to FSU at that time, which was a national powerhouse. And he used that as a pipeline to get to the NFL. That's the only thing that Coach Prime has to do. He has to establish some. He has to be some U of some type of position, whether it be DBU, RBU, QBU, linebacker U. Something has to O line U. Something. He has to develop a pipeline of players going to the NFL. If
Well,
not, we're going to have this conversation year in and
I
year out.
agree. I agree.
yeah, you're on point with that one. But what I will say is this one here. His Coach Prime is a brilliant man, and I'll say he's a brilliant man because of this one here. He didn't take that Colorado job until they gave him some things that he wanted, like their education requirements. That had to go because you weren't going to get the players you needed to get in there with the education requirements they had. The second thing Coach Prime did, which I think was brilliant, was this one here. He only had 2 months to recruit. And in 2 months, you're not getting all the people were gone. Basically, the people that you wanted were gone because by the time he got there and was able to talk to people, those recruits were gone in that transfer portal that you wanted to get. Now, if we're saying about people going to the NFL, last time I checked, he had people at Jackson State went to the NFL. The linebacker Houston went to the NFL. They made the Detroit Lions, if I'm not mistaken. You had Coleman. He went to the NFL. Made a roster. He got injured. New England, I think he went to New England. He got injured. But you're going to see even this year, Kavasi Smoke. I guarantee you, Kavasi Smoke gonna make an NFL team, and he's gonna make an NFL team because Coach Prime put him on special teams. And when you go on those special teams, just like everybody don't realize, you don't have to be a starter. You make the special team. You make the team because of special teams. Then when somebody get injured, like the Baltimore Ravens always get running backs injured. So
Terrell
now
Davis.
you have opportunity to play running back. So with those things being said, he's gonna get that. And me looking at his cornerbacks, I can look at almost every one of his cornerbacks, and if you really look at them, and if they reach their potential, that Stoudemire kid, that Cooper kid, Travis, Kamani stays on point to what he's doing, that Miller guy, and then his safeties, they're going to the NFL.
Can I say something about Kavasier Smoke?
Yes.
Because that man, it's just so refreshing to hear somebody else have that same thought process. Because I said this like a few times. I was just like, Kavasier Smoke is okay with, he's not all the way okay with playing on special teams, but I was like, I guarantee you some type of conversation was had to say, young man, your best opportunity at the next level is to put some good film out on special teams. Because this offensive line that we have here right now, it's going to be a detriment to your, to your tape, to what the NFL prospects see. And man, I got blasted. Who in their right mind would want to just? I'm not saying like he's just okay with that, but I'm saying I bet you Coach Prime and that coaching staff talk to that young man and say, "This is your best opportunity to make it to the NFL.
JR Boxing.
You
Now
go and put some good tape out there on special teams." And
Now
you
look,
will have an opportunity to stick on the NFL roster.
He'll do it.
now
Look at
look,
Slater.
Coach Prime is cool with Coach Sean Payton. And what did they do with Terrell Davis? They turned him into a Hall of Famer. And he got his start on special teams. That hit, they always show that video when Terrell Davis was on the Broncos as a rookie. He ran down the field, he smashed the dude on kickoff. And then he got to play, and then boom, look what happened to his career. You know what I'm saying? Until it was railroaded by injuries. But absolutely.
I'm elated that somebody else can see that full picture. Cause I was like, everybody was like, well, why isn't Kavasier Smoke starting? I'm like, if they would have started him behind that offensive line,
he would.
Like that, there's gonna be more bad tape than good tape. Sure, they were like, well, such and such got like 5 yards of carry or something like that. But I was like, that comes in like small microscope. That's not gonna happen throughout the continuation of a year. They don't even run the ball enough for that to happen. So I was like, his best opportunity is special teams. So thank you.
And his pipeline is the NFL. His pipeline is the relationships he got with NFL coaches. So yeah, to what both of y'all said,
improved himself because of his character. Anybody who's willing to take his pride and set apart that was a running back in the SEC at Kentucky and take that and say, okay, I'll go to special teams and do this one here. What coach don't want that type of player? I can put this guy, I can trust him. And if you look at any special teams coach, look at Harbaugh at Baltimore. They love special team play. New England loves special team. So Kavasi, and then y'all need to remember old Jerry, old Gerald, old Jerry Jones and Dion. When you got relationships that Dion has with people, they're calling him. Dion, what kind of character is? It's a lot of people in the NFL who are not in the NFL, and it's because of their character. People, if they can't trust you, people aren't going to put their $1 billion business in the hands of a fool. And I wouldn't do it. And I'm saying that if you're not a trustworthy person, they're not putting billions of dollars in your hand. Because just like the Raiders realized when they had that center who was sitting up there and he for the Super Bowl, and next thing you know, they found him in a hotel somewhere in Mexico. Those things happen. You have to find people that are trustworthy. So when it comes time for the big games, they're there.
Correct.
But Rob, I would tell Rob this here when I went out there and listened to his show here. What I realized is this one here, man. And I've listened to John the Liquidator. He's fantastic. I laugh at him. I go with the Garage guy. I listen to a lot of people. I go out there and listen to them because they go and they put their aspects on Colorado and they're building up their brand. You can't build your brand if you're trying to knock people, and you don't do that. You go and you hit the facts. That's what I like. You hit them with, you're like, hey man, you can't do that. And people, and this is where people get a mistake of, man, I'm keeping it real. No, you're not keeping it real. Because keeping it real is you still have to realize people are human beings,
Yeah.
and and you have to deal with people in business. And people, oh well, you're sugar. You can call it whatever you want to. If you don't deal with people with respect and dignity, you're not going to go anywhere in big business. Now you can do that street stuff, and people, oh man, okay, do that. That's good, but that's little money.
Yeah.
When you talk about big
Facts.
money, when you talk about big money is Dion. If you pay attention to Dion, Dion don't criticize nobody. Hey,
Nah.
just do this here and I do this here, and people look at him. Well, why? He does it because he understands capitalism. The
Yeah.
Yep.
more you respect people and show people dignity and respect, I don't care what color you are. That person will be like, man, color don't mean nothing. That dude there, man, he's different. And when people say you different, that means something.
And
Yeah,
when I
I
first,
agree with that.
you know, it's crazy. When I first seen you in the background, I was like, man, is this Cordell Stewart? That's in my background in person. Because
Ah,
it's a small window, so it's like you could barely see until
Yeah,
you
I
actually pull
understand.
them in. So it's like I was like, man, is this Cordell Stewart that's coming on somebody else's name right quick?
Nah, I
So
wouldn't do that. I wouldn't put no
nah, man,
KD on it.
I appreciate that. I always tell people, man, be mindful because you never know who's watching, man. You never know
facts,
what
facts.
opportunity, what blessings, and always it goes back to don't go say nothing crazy. Don't put your face to it, right? You know what I'm saying? What's the point of saying it? If you gonna say something crazy, if you gonna go say something, put your face to it. You
Correct.
know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
Because when somebody come back and they try to sue you for something, then you think somebody wrong because, well, you ain't want to put your face to it. So now they can't say if it's right or wrong person. They just see what you said and they just waiting for you to make a mistake and they feel try to get every information on you to go after you.
Correct.
At the end
Put
of
your
the
face.
day, too, Rob, one of the things that a lot of people need to understand is I don't know what your eventual end game is, but at the end of the day, the only thing I can do is take it for the same goal that I have. Like, of course, I'm not as far as you. I haven't really did the same type of groundwork that you have, but like we want to use our platform and our voice, right, to make us money. At the end of the day, that's the end goal. That's what
Okay.
YouTube is here for. Of course, it's here for other reasons, but people can use a YouTube to build that that professional understanding that, hey man, I'm trying to use my platform, my voice to get me where I'm at in life. And if somebody can't understand that, well, I feel sorry for you because I'm do the same thing Rob do. I'll make you put
I
your face.
just I just look at this as like, man, I just use the gift that was given to me. That's how I look at it. And wherever your gift take you, your talents take you, because at the end of the day, YouTuber is just a network base, right?
Mm-hmm.
And if you understand how to use your gifts and your talent, you never know where it can take you. And that's how I always look at it. Like when you start to take it out of that realm, then things don't go the way how you think it's gonna go. When you just use your gifts, your talents, whatever you got blessed with, it'll take you to something that you can never think that it'll go to. Right? I say this, I've been thought about what I want to do with this, but I never like just said, man, you know what, I'm gonna do it. I just kept putting it off and putting it off and putting it off, and then I was like, you know what, I'm just gonna do it. Because I kept hearing things that I didn't want. I kept hearing like people who, do things that I ain't like. So I'm like, you know what? Instead of me arguing or fighting with somebody of stuff that I don't like, just create your own lane, create your own segue, and now you can take it to wherever you want to take it and grow it to wherever you want to grow from the situation, because when you put light into it, when you put the time and you put the effort into it, it'll go where you want it to go. Because what people don't realize is when it's your time to do it, you'll start to have different respect on what the other people that's doing it. Because you don't realize the time, the effort that it takes to build this thing. Because it don't happen overnight. Like you don't just wake up and you get 100,000 subscribers. It don't happen. You gotta build your way up. You gotta network your way up. You gotta be in tune to this, be in tune to that. And, so I remember, all the people that was here when there was only 15, 20 people in the building that constantly listened to me every day and they were promoting me, supporting me and things like that to where it's at now, to the next level it's gonna go to the next level it's gonna go. Like I remember all those things. And that's why it's like I always try to be appreciative of people that support me, and not everybody Huh? Say it again.
I thought you was a troll at first. The first time I saw your live, I could have swore you was trolling.
That's crazy.
Why you say I was a troll for?
Nah, I'm saying that's what I thought when you were sitting on the chair. Cause I was like, what? And I was like, I had said something to you in the chat. I thought you was trolling, but that was the only comment I made at that time. And then I like peeped the lives, and I'm like, okay, nah, you know what he's talking about. But yeah, at first I thought you was.
I'll tell you this: when I first started doing this, and I was on other people's channel, a lot of people thought I was a troll though, because a lot of people like, man, he don't know what he talking about, this and this and that and this. And then when things start to happen and it lined up exactly how I said it was gonna happen, people like, how'd you know that? I'm like, first of all, man, I play college football. That's one. But I know people, man. And so, when you start getting connected with certain people, you start to know stuff before things happen. So for me, I'm never going, if something happened with a player, right, I don't want to put that business out there unless they want it to be out there. Because you don't want to you don't want to mess up a relationship that you have with information that you get based upon because you don't like a player because of this, that, and the third happened, or you upset because this, that, and the third happened. So I always think about in my back mind of like, I know what's truly going on, and when some people try to argue with me about certain things, I'll be like, you know what, Rob, I have to remind myself, Rob, just step back, bro. Step back. You know what I'm saying? Because you're gonna slip up, you're gonna say the wrong thing, and it's not worth it just because somebody trolling you or just because somebody feel a type of way. People can have their opinion, but sometimes you just gotta step back and let things happen the way it's supposed to happen.
And that's where you got people at, Rob, because I laugh at them. You tell somebody something and you just you see, because I listen to you and I'm like, he knows what's going on. He got an inside view of what's going on. And these people, well, how do you know that? And I'm looking at them, I'm like, dude, the guy just told you what's happening. And I like how you do it. You say, well, you ask a question. That's the slick way of doing it. That's back in Mississippi. That's back in the tip. People, let me ask you a question. And I always tell my kids, if I ask you a question, I already got the answer to the question. Yeah. I'm just asking you just so you can voice your opinion. But my point being, you help them out and you give them that opportunity and they still don't get it. And I'm like, dude,
most of the time when I ask a question, I already know what you're about to say. I just want you to tell it yourself most of the time. So I just let you answer, like, all right. Because I get it, right? I get it from all spectrums of the, everybody wants to be right. At the end of the day, when it comes down to when you see a lot of things, everybody want to be first. Everybody want to be right. For me, it's not about being first, because if I want to be first, there's a lot of things I can say before some things happen to be first ball. But it's not about me being first. It's for me, it just time, situation, and understanding when to put stuff out and when to shut the hell up. That's just the nature of the game, and that's how it comes out. And so for me, I don't like to go out and put my name or say anything. To a lot of things come out publicly, you know, and it's just me. But and I want to keep it that way. I want to keep certain things confidential because if they want it to be public, they'll say, "Hey, go ahead and release it out to the public." Because I know who's watching my channel, and I don't. And sometimes I don't know who's watching. But for the most part, I know when certain people are in my show, in my channel, watching certain things. Coach Prime will address certain things in his press conference that happen on my show that ain't nobody else talked about. But it's like, Prime, why you addressing that? Because ain't nobody asked you the question.
But he go directly to it.
Ain't nobody asked you it.
He go directly to it. But what you have going on right now, Rob, if you look at it, and I'm going your chats thing there, you have a lot of young women, well, I'm going to call them young women, who want to understand the game, and the way you explain it to them and the way you keep them where it's not, I'm going to tell you you don't know anything. You can't talk to people like that. They have an opinion. They could be 100% wrong. All you can do is say, these are because what I tell people is, let's go with the facts. Let's put your opinions. Let's go with the numbers, because numbers don't lie. Numbers can lean you to the left or to the right, but they are numbers. So that's the only thing we can say as a baseline. And I tell people, let's go with the numbers. If you're saying Coach Prime is a bad coach, let's look at the numbers. Let's go. First thing I'll tell somebody, on a first year, for a coach in their first year getting a 1-11 team, normally, what is the record of that team? How many wins do they normally get? If you go through history, and they'll say normally, okay, 3 to 4 wins they'll get for the next year, and then after that they'll get 5 to 7. They'll get between 5 and 6, and then the year after that they'll go up to 8 or more if they're a good coach. And that's what I say. Well, that's how you have to judge. Coach Prime is smooth. You got to realize, if you don't make kids believe that they can win every game, you're not going to win anything, and you're not going to build. You're not going to build the coach, sir.
I said, man, I don't understand why people don't understand that. I've said that time and time again, that the coaches have to, like, these kids understand if they're being coached to the point where they can win. They understand that. And to sit here and act like they don't understand, like they just, like, that's oblivious to a player, that don't even make sense. I've said this time and time again. Confidence is built off the understanding that you're being coached well.
Correct.
If they can see what you're coaching them translate to the football field and it translates to wins, that's where confidence comes into effect. That this is when people are you wondering how, you know, these people are able to make certain plays or do certain things or make a move, and because they understand the coaches have put me in the best situation to be a winner. I don't understand why people don't understand that. I don't know if you never played sports.
I don't know. You want me to explain why?
Why?
Hey, going back to the question, are you a Prime fan or are you a CU fan?
Yep.
And the reason why I'm saying is, if you're a Prime fan, a lot of these people just start back watching football, or, you know, and they don't understand the game. So their emotions and their feelings is based upon that. And so when the question, you just think about the question people ask, just sit back and just sometimes, I think a lot of times I sit back and I just watch the channel and some of these questions that's been asked. I'm like, I can tell who you are by what you're asking and how you're asking the question. And so when you come up on a panel, I might ask you, hey, how long have you been watching college football? Even some of the people that come up here and talk about football. Well, I just got back into watching college football in the last year or so.
Yeah.
Why was that? Because of Coach Prime. Okay, so now that I know that you're not equipped to understanding what the rules are today than what they was 10 or 15 years ago. I remember when I was in college, the rules was completely different. It ain't all this transferring, no all this. You sitting out. You sitting out. You're going to have to go through this struggle and this pain. You know what I'm saying? And it's not like that. But that's because of this way the generation is. And so a lot of people really do get upset because they truly don't know and they want to understand. But it's a microwave society now. We got to have it now. We can't wait for nothing. Think about it. Think about this. Chip Kelly's about to get fired, and they're going to win 8 or 9 games this year.
Unheard of.
That's that to me. I don't even see how that conversation even comes up.
But that's what it is now. If you can't guarantee us a national championship in less than 3 years, you're out of there. That's just the way it is.
But people do realize.
And now, think about it like now. If you take that out the scale, right?
Mm-hmm.
Think about with Coach Prime. How fast do he got to win a national championship before people start calling for his job?
I said that too, Rob, on the other channel. I said if he goes 5-7 this year, 5-7 next year, or 6-6 next year, and he follows the same suit in 5-7, 6-6. Now, I don't know how. I know we all know Colorado shouldn't dare ask or shouldn't dare say for Coach Prime's job. But you're gonna have people in the media,
yeah, you're gonna have
people that's boosters and alumni that say, "Hey, man, is he really the fit for us? We got all this talent here. We know we can do better." That type of rhetoric is just on the level of stupidity, because you wouldn't be there if it wasn't for him.
The economics.
But see, here's the thing: the only thing that can stop Prime is he don't get it right in those trenches.
That's right.
The only thing that can stop him, because he's gonna get he's always gonna have the skilled positions. That's linebackers, defensive line, and offensive line is where he's got to get it right. I don't care about nothing else. He's got to get it right in those areas. If he don't, there's gonna be a problem.
And it's gonna be a big problem because you can't have an NFL quarterback on your team and not win. You have to get that right. And getting it right means that they're going to have to pay. They're going to have to pay. They're going to have to go to some of them linemen, the ones from Michigan State and the ones who are going to be leaving from Mississippi State or the various other universities. You're going to have Georgia got people leaving. You got Alabama got people who leaving. You're going to have to pay some players. And
I would say this because I feel like one of the biggest things offensive line and defense, the trenches have to get right, but more so is they have to get athletes on both sides of the fields. And what I mean by that is sometimes you can turn a running back or a fullback into a defensive tackle or a tight end. Warren Sapp played tight end before he played defensive tackle.
Correct.
Clancy that just went to Pitt. He was a running back before he was a defensive tackle. So you have to get athletes on that side of the football field, and especially on the offensive line. I'm not, because I know Rob don't like us saying names or anything like that, so I'm not going to say anything like that. But their offensive line is not very athletic.
Correct. They're not. But he only had 2 months though.
I agree. I agree with that.
He only had 2 months, but this year it's no excuse because you're going to have an opportunity to get some very good players. And I tell you what, something I really don't understand. McChesney, I listened to him, and when you listen to him and you start hearing the guys that he got going to Michigan and all of these other places that he got going that are big time. He got one at Florida State that are starting and getting ready to go to the pro. That's an avenue that he shouldn't let those linemen leave out of Colorado and go anywhere else other than CU.
I'm gonna be honest with you. When you from the Midwest, I don't know if Rob, or maybe Rob could testify to this. Most dominant offensive linemen are from the cornfields of Nebraska.
Yeah, that's some bad boys.
I don't know if y'all realize Iowa, Arkansas.
They
big
different
old
breed.
fed white dudes and black dudes who love cornbread and milk.
All the good old towns.
Yeah, different breed.
They up there watching Westerns with their grandma on Sunday night and stuff. That's where them good offensive linemen come from. So if you're looking for some good offensive linemen, you're looking for some guys that can bale hay and throw horses and wrestle calves and stuff. That's who you want on that offensive line. You want people that can wrestle cows and steers and stuff. So if coach, if y'all listening, go find you a nice big tall white guy who can run about a 5'2" in the 40 and wrestle a whole cow to the floor with his bare hands. That's what you need to find.
But with that being said, if he's going to do on the defensive side, Coach Prime really don't need a lot on his defense, other than a few people in that defensive line. But I'm just saying he needs a 320 or 330 pound defensive tackle. And I'm telling the Polynesian ethnicity, those guys, Samoan or whatever the case, he needs to be looking in that direction too for some of those guys, because those guys at Utah just dominate. You go, and even at Oregon, you do not move those brick walls. And I'm like,
hold up. Now, here's the problem with that.
Mhm.
A lot of those coaches, a lot of those teams like Utah, Arizona, SoCal, these people have family ties to these universities. Because I'm gonna be real with you. I had a man. We had a good. He died. Rest in peace to my boy. His name was Jonah, right? He wasn't just like the most very athletic athlete, but the man was like he loaded. Not he was just physically stronger than everybody else, bro.
Mhm.
Man could crack a glass jar by just grabbing it. He was that stronger than everybody else. And a lot of those guys end up getting college offers because their uncle or their dad or their mom or people that they know went to these universities. Like, to be real with you, Utah should not get half those guys. But
Correct.
because it's a family tradition, and half those guys wouldn't get offers because no one's going way out there to Hawaii to watch these people play football. They're just not doing that. I'm sorry, people. You can get mad at me for unless you just that guy. Nobody's doing that. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
And a lot of those guys are only going to colleges that already have family ties, that they already know they going to Arizona or Utah when they were freshmen. They already know that. They already know that.
Yeah.
That's the only issue.
I'll say this: I can't even be mad at Matt McChesney because those players were going there before he knew Prime was going to be the
Oh,
head coach of
correct.
the
Oh, yeah,
East.
correct.
So you can't really be too mad at him. But now that you know Prime there, and you know that's the one key piece to help see you get to the next level, a lot of that's going to change. You can't send your players to see you in the past with the coaching style that they had and the players they had assembled there. You just couldn't.
Yeah, you
So
was gonna mess up their career.
yeah. So now you know what's there. You good.
Yeah, he's on point. He's on point with helping them out. I think. I hope Coach Prime reach out to the man and utilize that resource, because one thing I can say, his boys are legit, and you just can't turn that kind of talent down and say, hey, well, I'm not going to use it. So I hope he get that relationship going and get that situated so he can use those young men, because he needs them now. He needs the Tyler Browns and stuff now, so that Shadur win his Heisman Trophy. Have right now predicting next year he's going to have 4,500 yards, 4,500 to 5,000 yards next year. Hey, hear me first say it. Shadur Sanders Heisman Trophy. The only thing gonna hurt him is Travis, because Travis gonna show out too, gonna take some of his votes. But Shadur gonna have a great case for a Heisman Trophy. What I like about Dylan Edwards, next year Dylan Edwards is gonna put up. I'm gonna predict this here. Dylan Edwards gonna put up Reggie Bush type numbers, because him,
I would say this.
Okay.
him in open space, because
I'll say awesome.
I listened to Coach Prime today, and the first thing he said, Dylan has to be in open space, and I just don't understand it. You put Dylan Edwards in open space, and it's every time I've watched a well-off video, he's scoring a touchdown. You get him in space, he's dangerous.
Yeah.
I would say this: if you want Dylan Edwards to be successful, I feel like you have to follow the USC formula of how they ran the ball, and it was really based off stretches and counters and stuff like that. That's what got him to the sideline, because he's a lot faster. His acceleration is just out of this world. The only what I'll say this: one of the biggest things that people have to understand is that two people that should have been there on the offensive line is not there.
Three.
And both three. Oh, was it three? I thought it was two.
It's
Yeah,
three.
you got Cooper. You got three.
So you got three guys that were starters that were supposed to be there that is not there. So not only are you going to have those guys there, you know what I'm saying? Hopefully these guys can stay healthy, because that's the biggest problem that a lot of teams have come across, is healthiness. But you're going to see a lot more athleticism on the offensive line next year.
And they should be bigger and stronger too.
Yeah.
With another year going and the way they're eating this year, I love how Coach Bryant, he feed them boys. They're gonna get bigger.
Yeah, and see that, like I hope, because I understand how the thing about the right tackle and left tackle position in today's sport of football. You really have to be an athlete.
You got to move.
You have to, and I know everybody can't be this guy because he going to Canton when he finished with his career. But Trent Williams,
Oh, that's a different breed. That's a
yeah,
different breed.
Trent Williams should be the desire of most offensive tackles nowadays.
Yeah, yeah.
If you watch Trent Williams coming downhill, he moving and
Eric Allen.
he ain't got no sympathy for you.
Yeah.
He
Eric
ain't
Allen.
be friendly with you. He
Eric
put
Allen.
hands on you and he gonna move you from point A to point B.
Man, Larry
Smacking DBs.
He
Larry
don't
Allen, right?
care.
Yeah,
He gonna
Larry,
be
yeah,
nasty. He gonna
Larry.
beat you up, and he gonna tell you, listen. I'm gonna give it to you the first half. And I'm gonna give it to you the second half, and that's the type of gameplay that he do.
I just watched him. I went to the Jacksonville game Sunday. I flew down to Jacksonville to go to that game against San Francisco. It's different football, man. It's different football. When you're watching that defensive front for San Francisco with that Chase Young on there now and Boza, and then you watch Eric Allen, then you watch your boy Trent Williams hitting people, it's different football.
Yeah, man.
They different.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie to you, man. I wish I was about 4 inches taller.
You talking about Williams, right? But Coach
Trent
Prime,
Williams, that's different there.
He brought the lineman that played with him in Dallas, but he also played with Larry Allen. So when people ask, oh, can Coach Prime can he connect with an offensive lineman? What you mean? He played with some of the top offensive linemen. And if he make a phone call, he can have those guys show up and mentor an offensive lineman. So, before it was Trent Williams, there was Larry Allen,
Nate Newton.
Nate Newton was defense, I think, right?
No, Nate Newton was a guard.
He was a guard. Yeah. He was a guard.
Was a guard, baby.
What was the dude from the Oilers? I can't think of his name.
Matthews, Clay
the Matthews brothers.
What it was Mendoza, Muniz or something?
Anthony
Muniz. Hey, I ain't gonna lie to you, man. I played defensive tackle growing up, defensive end, depending on the scheme and how the defense was set up. But I'm 6'1". If I was about 4 inches taller, well, I wanted to play offensive line. I ain't gonna lie to you, boy, because I used to watch some of my friends how they used to just beat people up out there, man. That looked fun, bro.
Come on.
To me, that's probably one of the best positions to play that doesn't get a lot of credit and a lot of see how fun it is.
But it wins all games. And I'll give you an example. Everybody who's a Dallas Cowboy fan, when Emmitt Smith was playing, they knew every play Dallas was going to run, and it was nothing you could do about it because they ran it to perfection. When they put their hands on you, it was over.
But hold up. See, when we were coming up, so you said when you played, what year? All right, so I don't need to know the year, but when I was a freshman, I played DN. But then I ended up playing middle linebacker in high school, in varsity. However, defensive end was made like the illest position on the defense because of Florida State with Andre Wadsworth, and who's the other one? Damn, who's the other DN at Florida State at that time? And then you had Simeon Rice.
Played at Tampa. Simeon Rice.
Simeon Rice was at Illinois.
Oh, he was Illinois. Okay, yeah, okay.
Oh, yeah,
Simeon Rice was at Illinois, but the way, remember, Florida State, Andre Wadsworth was on one end, and they had the other one at the other end. And remember, they used to kill Danny Werfel because the splits they used to line up real wide, and they would just go attack. Like that's before the edge rusher. And Javon Curse was out there. Javon Curse came from Florida, right? He was South like Carolina, the first. Javon Curse, I think he went to Florida, right?
He went to Florida. I'm thinking of Clowney. I'm thinking of Clowney.
Clowney. So man, like when you say the offensive line, bro, see when Florida State had Wadsworth out there, and I forgot the other guy's name. The other guy was better than him, but he got drafted to the Cardinals and he had some injuries, so his career didn't last that long. But that was the era of the defensive end. Yo, they used to make that joint look so fun. And then the middle linebacker era came with Patrick Willis, Jonathan Vilma, my man, like Miami had all the middle linebackers.
Miami, Ray Lewis now was that's when
Ray
line for
Lewis,
me. Yeah, Ray Lewis now was
Armstead,
Miami was linebacker, and Florida
Jesse
State.
I would say this. I think what the defensive end position has shifted more from a lineman to a actual, because now these are just athletes, bro.
Yeah.
If you look at people like Aiden Hutchinson, T.J. Watt, J.J. Watt, these people, they don't have the same body, they don't have the same height. You can't. There's nothing tangible that you can say about that position, right? From James Harrison, they're just so different and unique that, bro, playing defensive end, you just have to be one of the 5 best athletes on the team.
Yeah.
Because I want people to understand how impossible it is to block a defensive end in today's NFL. It is almost impossible to get full hands on a NFL caliber defensive end because they are so much faster than the offensive lineman, just as strong as the offensive lineman, have quicker feet than the offensive lineman. That these people have to literally hold these people every play just so the quarterback can throw the football. They have to basically cheat the snap count just so they can block these people. That's how athletic the defensive end position is today in football.
Yeah.
People don't realize how athletic these people are, man. You might see it on TV, but you really don't see how athletic they are.
Well, they show when they do those drills to see how low they can get in the bend that they get. You know, I think who was it? My man out of Buffalo right now,
Von Miller.
Von Miller. He like transitioned the whole position when they showed his bend. He was like the first person who was able to bend like that. You know what I mean? Get low and bend around the edge of the tackle. But you're not getting too many offensive tackles like a McIntosh that played at Miami, or Jonathan Ogden, or Trent Williams, Anthony Munoz, because they thought Anthony Munoz's son, when he played for Tennessee, they thought he was going to be the next. But he just couldn't live up to that. You know what I mean? So you get even Ronnie Stanley at Baltimore. You see, he's having all these injuries. He was supposed to be the next one. You know what I mean? So the
I gotta
offensive
say this
tackle.
though. A lot
Yeah.
of the guys that play offensive linemen right now, I'm sorry to say this, they would get destroyed by defensive ends in today's game.
Who you mean? What you talking about?
Not the ones not the ones he just named, because the ones he just named, when they put their you'll hear legends talk about when they put their hands on you, it was over.
I agree with that. I know this is a different side of the football, but I'll say one person that I feel like would not be as dominant in today's game was old dude from Buffalo, defensive tackle, Bruce Smith.
Bruce Smith, defensive.
I don't think. Yeah, I don't think he would be as successful against today's offensive lineman as he was back then.
Nah, you talking about country strength.
Yeah,
like Bruce
he
Smith.
would, because that's like what people don't realize is this.
Yeah.
LT was so strong. Them dudes, like they work with engines, with the motors, with their hands and stuff. So when they put them big hands on you and them paws on you, it was different. If you know certain people, when I go home, I'm from Mississippi, man, some of them dudes clap your hand, give you a high five. You like, man, what you been doing with your hands?
What he just all right. So what he just said about the hands, right? One night we were in Jersey. We was picking up my mom from the airport. So we put, like, back in the day where they wasn't really sweating if you sat in the pickup lane. So we're parked. Me and my father parked, and in front of us is Dave Winfield, right? He played for the Yankees at the time. So I'm like, I'm a little kid. I'm like, yo, Dad, that's Dave Winfield, because we was big in baseball. So my father spoke to him. He spoke to my dad, shook his hand, whatever. Then I went up and shook his hand. And after I shook his hand and spoke to him, my father was like, you see how rough his hands are? I was like, yeah. He's like, yeah, that's how we used to play baseball. We didn't wear no gloves, and your hands get real rough. His hands was huge, and they was mad rough. And that's a difference of today's time versus back then. Like when you say Bruce Smith, bro, Bruce Smith wasn't just big. He was country strong, yo. Like
country strong.
yo, nah, bro.
I would say that, like I know people because I got people said I've got crucified for saying this. I just watched Bruce Smith, and then I've watched a lot of the offensive guards and the offensive tackles in today's league. One, he's undersized. Number one, I'm not saying it because Aaron Donald is 6'1" and still get to the quarterback, but the difference is Aaron Donald's move set and his ability to create, you know what I'm saying, and leverage. Bruce Smith was not he was just country strong, and he got past people with his strength.
But
I don't think
he
Aaron
was
Donald
quick too, though, bro.
Aaron Donald bench pressing over 500 pounds. That boy is a
he's don't get me wrong. Aaron Donald is just as strong, but he also has a move set.
Oh yeah, he got
Aaron Donald's bag is deep. He's like a point guard on the football
he's
field.
Deep.
His
deep.
bag is very deep when it comes to his first move, his second move, his third move. Aaron Donald is just not bulldozing people into the quarterback. He can do it.
He can, really, yeah, he can.
Yeah, but he's not doing. That was Bruce Smith's game. Was bulldozing.
He's skilled at his craft. He's skilled at his craft.
That's the difference between Aaron Donald and Bruce Smith. The reason, like I say, I've watched Bruce Smith. I try to model my game after Bruce Smith, but like I said, in today's football, I'm talking about strictly NFL. I'm not talking about college. Please don't think I'm talking about college. But if you're going against top upper echelon lineman, he would not be who he was, what we know him to be now. I just don't think he would. I think he'd be a very good player, but I don't think he would have been.
I think a lot of that has to do with the time clock. Like, so when we watch the Colorado games in the Discord, a lot of times I'm like, Shador gotta have a pitch clock in his head. He gotta have, get that ball out of his hands within 3 seconds, 3.5 seconds at the most, because the offensive line not holding their blocks. So to go at what you're saying about Bruce Smith, that might be the only reason he won't get to the quarterback as fast in today's league, because they're getting rid of the ball too quick. And the wide receivers, they're running a lot of quick hitches where everybody today is faster than it was back in the day. You know what I mean? Prime was like the only, like when Prime and Darryl Green was in the league, that's when you started hearing about people being really fast. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? And then that's when speed was like really brought up that way, besides Willie Galt. Willie Galt was fast, but he didn't.
And Bullet Bob Hayes.
And Bob Hayes. Gale Sayers was another one who was really fast, but you didn't really hear about people being really fast. You know what I'm saying? Prime was the first person really that made it famous like that. I know Tommy Smith that played for the Redskins. He was another fast because he was an Olympic runner. But that's the difference in today's game versus back in the day, is speed and analytics. So when we break down the analytics, we're saying, okay, well, you got to get the ball out your hand faster because these guys are getting to the quarterback faster. So if you have a good offensive line, you might look at Peyton Manning. Peyton Manning would be the blueprint, I would say, for getting the ball out of his hands and not taking hits. Him and Tom Brady, they don't take hits. They throw a lot of incompletions because they'll throw the ball away. Versus someone who's more athletic, they'll hold on to the ball a little longer because they feel their athleticism can give them time to evade the pass rush.
And that's why they don't last long in the NFL. They don't they're not thinking the long game. Get rid of that. Tom Brady would just throw the ball on the ground and say, I'll live to see the next day. The young quarterbacks go back there and get 15 yards sacks. You can't do it.
I would say this. I think the year of, how do I say it, of pocket quarterbacks, being a traditional pocket quarterback, is dead. And the reason why I said is because I ain't saying you got to have wheels. I ain't saying that at all. Please understand what I'm saying. But you do have to have mobility in the pocket nowadays. Because back then, I want you to understand who the top defensive ends were at that retrospective time. You had people like Reggie White, wasn't truly that fast. He was very good. He's a Hall of Famer. Don't get me wrong, but he wasn't very fast. So you could probably outrun him. You feel what I'm saying? Even LT, he ran like a 4.7, 4.6. These people didn't have elite speed.
I didn't see people outrun Lawrence Taylor.
That's because he was already to the quarterback by that time. But also they were also traditional pocket quarterbacks. But if you look at today's defensive end. These dudes are running 4.5s, 4.4s, 4.3.
Yes.
But what's what was the defensive end I was just looking at? He ran a 4.3. I forgot his name. 4.34. Oh, Micah Parsons. Micah
Yeah.
Parsons
But
is
he's a
going to be a Hall
linebacker
of
though.
Fame.
He's really a
linebacker though.
He is a linebacker, but he's coming off the edge.
Yeah,
But
edge.
he's different.
He's the hybrid. He's a hybrid.
He's a hybrid.
He's different though. He's different though. Mike definitely.
So Javon Curse is that architect.
Yeah,
archetype.
he with that speed too.
Yeah. He's that archetype. Javon Curse is the one that came in and like took the league by storm with his speed.
Yeah,
he coming that 4 technique, that wide 9, one spin move, maybe a good shank to the left or right. He was at the quarterback.
And he had long arms too. When he put that pose on, you was open.
Yeah. And see, like man, like it's the older defensive ends, right? With the mobility of the court, like somebody like Jalen Hurts, he would have put up astronomical numbers back in the day. Because one, he didn't have to run as much, and when he did, right, he had a 6'5", 285 tight end that was slow as daylight that just probably could catch. He was just because tight ends back in the day were just glorified offensive linemen. You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So even like so, it was like the way somebody like Jalen Hurts, somebody even I like to call it company because I don't know about him, but so I know say for a sec, somebody like C.J. Stroud, Jalen Hurts, Josh Allen, bro, these people would have put up monster numbers back in the 80s, 90s.
I gotta disagree.
When you had Dirty Waters and Ronnie Lott and all of them, they would have killed them. They would have killed them.
And your example
because of the rules.
Because of the rules. They would have killed.
Your example for that type of quarterback is Randall Cunningham
and
Warren Moon. So you know what I mean? Warren Moon was like the Jalen Hurts type of quarterback. And then you got Randall Cunningham. Randall Cunningham is your Josh Allen. So you got a lot of highlights out of Randall Cunningham, but and Randall Cunningham's teams were loaded. You know what I mean? You got Fred Barnett, you got Keith Jackson, where you say the tight end is a glorified offensive lineman, but Keith Jackson was getting up and down the field. You know what I mean? Keith Byers was your fullback who could catch the ball and could make people miss. They had Ricky Waters. Was Ricky Waters with Randall? I'm not sure, but
I don't think Ricky was with him at that. I don't.
No, he wasn't with him at that
but
time.
He had a defense that was
man.
They lost the game 9-6 in the playoff game. That 9-6 or 12-8 or something like that. A playoff game. Man. Unbelievable.
There was a commentator who was talking about big cornerbacks this weekend. He's like the archetype for the big cornerback was I forgot who he said, but I'm like, what you mean? Bobby Taylor was the first big cornerback that really who changed the game, because the Eagles had Bobby Taylor. They drafted him from Notre Dame, and on the other side they had Eric Davis. They used to shut down the field, yo. So you know, we have a lot of players that come into the league that change the game based on their capabilities. Like the Eagles had Reggie White and they had Jamal Brown. Jamal Brown died. So you don't really know about him.
Yeah.
But Jamal Brown is like the dude they got now. Davis. Jordan Davis. He about the same size and everything. He came from the U. Jamal Brown came from the U. So you know what I mean? He was a monster, but he died. And then that
Corvette crash. Yep, sure.
Yeah.
Did.
And Bruce Smith was nice, but he wasn't as good as Reggie White.
No.
What I'm saying?
Wasn't even close. That's two different players. You're right.
Reggie White was a different breed. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Reggie White was that dude was a monster, bro. Like if you seen how he chucked players and how he fought double teams and he really was a beast.
To go to Green Bay and win the Super Bowl the way he did, unbelievable. He won that by himself, man. Every time I turned around, he in the backfield sacking the quarterback. I'm like, man, I ain't never seen that. I thought he was playing with the Chicago Bears or something, man. That was crazy.
Yeah, man. Chicago Bears, another defense. They had Richard Dent on the defensive line. Richard Dent was he was a defensive tackle. Or did he play in? I think he played.
He played in. Dent played in. They
He
had
yeah.
they had Mike. They had Mike.
Singletary.
No,
Singletary.
no. I'm talking about the white guy who
Uh,
went to a wrestler and stuff. Hamilton, whatever his name was. He was a defensive tackle. He became a wrestler. He
mm,
became a wrestler. He had him and
Refrigerator
another
Perry.
guy and the
Refrigerator
refrigerator
Perry.
up there. But the
Yeah,
refrigerator wasn't starting with them. He was on the
yeah,
bench.
yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
He
refrigerator was
was.
he was on the bench. I didn't know
Yeah,
that.
Yeah,
because
yeah, yeah.
he was on the
I did
bench.
not
He
know
was
that.
on the bench when
He
they
was.
had that 47. Yeah, he wasn't.
Yeah,
He started the next year, but he wasn't
Oh, okay.
starting on with that team.
he
I
was
did
our
not know that.
bishop. Yo, keeping it real, he was our bishop because he had the missing tooth and everything, and he played. He came in on certain plays on the offense. Word is born. He was. He
Why
was
you
You
our
know,
said
it's
it?
bishop.
crazy.
Why you said that's
How
exactly
tall
who
is
he looked like.
how tall is Bishop?
Bishop is what 6'3", 6'2".
He needs to
Bishop
convert for
special,
offensive
man.
lineman.
Bishop is special. I watched his high school tape. That boy is talented. He was a tight
Yeah,
end. That boy, he is talented.
his acceleration off the
He
line, man.
is talented.
Hey
He's
Bishop,
different.
if you I want to say something. Hey Bishop, I've watched you. I ain't watched your high school film, but I have seen you move on that football field, man. If you listen to me or somebody know him that's listening to me, you need to go in that front office. You need to talk to the offensive line coach, and you say you want to make the transition.
Yeah.
Money in the NFL, man, because
You
you're
saw how
very
physical he
athletic.
was
You can
attacking.
move.
He's so
Yeah,
physical attacking.
yeah.
He would make a nice.
Yeah.
I don't know why they won't switch that.
Well, it's his
He,
choice. At the end of the day, it's his choice.
yeah,
If you
but that
listen,
would be a
y'all
good
listen to
choice.
me. I ain't an expert. I just got a lot of common sense. You need to go in the front office. You say, hey, coach, I want to make the transition. 5 years from now, you're gonna be a very successful man.
That's what Matt
Very
McChesney
successful.
did. That's what Matt McChesney did. It takes somebody to say, "Hey, you have this here kind of." I like his aggression. He hits, and when you got that kind of aggression, then I'm like, he would make a good offensive lineman.
Yeah, Bishop.
A guard, a guard. I think he'd be a
Even the
good
tight
guard.
end, like Bishop, is like Warren Sapp. Warren Sapp came to Miami as a tight end and got moved to D tackle. I think the opposite goes for Bishop. He might have a better career on the offensive side, like y'all said, as an O lineman or a tight end.
I'm
And
He's
telling
he
you,
can catch too. I saw his
he'll
high
be a.
school thing. He can catch. He
I'm
can
gonna tell
catch.
you something. Bishop will be a hellified. I know y'all might say, man, he would be a hellified right guard or center. And I'm
yeah,
gonna tell you why.
He can move.
Bishop has no problem with throwing himself out there for the team.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Look
I
at
agree with
hey,
you.
if you Bishop, I'm telling you, brother, if you can hear me right now, you need to go in there, you need to sit down the whole summer and learn offensive scheme, man. Learn terminology. If you got to get flashcards and use it, I promise you, bro, if you learn that position and you take it seriously, you're gonna be a very rich and successful man.
man.
Next level.
You just brought up something that gives me another check for Chip Kelly. You said flashcards. Remember what he did with LaMichael James in that running back room when he implemented the lights to help their vision.
Mm-hmm.
So Chip Kelly created this system for the running backs where he put them in a dark room, and he would flash different color lights, and they would have to they help their vision. And LaMichael James was like, they highlighted it with LaMichael James and his ability to, like, his vision on the field. That's another thing, like, it shows his creativity. Now, Chip Kelly wasn't always, he's been maligned by his relationships with different NFL players, but from the college ranks, he put Oregon on the map, and his creativity is crazy. It's crazy good. So I would love to see him in Colorado, man.
Doing what?
What'd you say?
Doing what? What would you like him doing?
I would like to see Chip Kelly as an offensive coordinator, but he would have to. That would be a I ain't gonna say demotion, but it would be a transition role.
I
He
think
would.
I think Coach Kelly has phased out of the head coaching role, and
Yeah,
there's nothing wrong with that
yeah.
because what you bring to a team, it does, especially a winning program who wants that, it doesn't necessarily work. You could put points up on the board all day,
Mm-hmm.
but can you his another comp would be, even though they're two different ages, we like Cliff Kingsbury. You're not you're not invested enough into the other side of the ball to win. Nick Saban is, Jimbo Fisher, not Jimbo Fisher, Kirby Smart is.
Kirby.
These people are invested in both sides of the football. They're not gonna, even like Lincoln Riley. Lincoln Riley, you're gonna get phased out of the head coaching role too. Once people
He's gonna be an
realize that,
offensive coordinator. Yeah,
yeah,
he's gonna
you're just a glorified offensive coordinator. And I'm not saying that to be disrespectful or to demean you, because of course you people have accomplished way more than I have on the football field, even as a coach. But the reality is, when you really look at it for what it is, man, your calling may just be an offensive coordinator. And Chip Kelly, you and Coach Prime, or you and Nick Saban, or you and Kirby Smart, whoever you decide, you and Ryan Day, whoever you decide that you want to go work for, y'all can do some special things on the field.
Hey, would you imagine Kirby Smart? So look at Kirby Smart today, right? He's a little chubby dude, right? So he went to the same high school as my mom, and he went to college with my cousin. We drove down for Thanksgiving back in, like, I forgot, whenever he was a senior, and they had senior night. Yo, I seen this dude take a kickoff on the opening kickoff to the house. Like, Kirby Smart, he went to Hutto High in Bainbridge, Georgia. Yo, this dude was a monster. And he was a safety, wore number 11 in high school. And I think he wore number 11 in college, but not his freshman year. Yo, this dude, when he was at Georgia, he was nasty. But looking at him today, you would never imagine that he was like that, yo. Kirby Smart was like that, yo.
Hey, getting off Kirby though, what I do like about Coach Prime, what he got now, young coaches like Nick Williams and stuff like that. I love that. I love to see them young coaches that are learning, got that enthusiasm, know how to relate to the young kids. You're gonna see that. You're gonna see a whole lot of that. Coach Mathis, I like Coach Mathis. How he old school, and you see that. But I like how they mix the young with the old, and on what they're building, because what I saw with Colorado, I love their defense. If they get 3 more in them trenches to go with those cornerbacks and backfield that they have, they need 2 linebackers. They need 2 linebackers too. But if they can get 3 defensive linemen, 2 linebackers to go with what they have, if they're ranking as well as they are now in certain categories on defense, takeaways, interceptions, and stuff like that, they're going to be so much better next year. And then now they understand the scheme, because Coach Kelly's scheme is complicated. Good
I want
got a complicated scheme.
I want to see them, like, I want to have some tough love. Like, I love, on one side of the field, I'm just supporting them no matter what. On the other side of the field, we got to have tough love. Like, I want to see next year, I want to see a completely complete upgrade to the performance and to the rotation, to the play calling, to the coaching throughout the entire game, first half, second half. Like, yeah, I love what they doing on, like, with the access we have and how they're raising young men. But at the end of the day, when we play sports, this is about wins and losses. So you can raise men to be great men, but on the field, great men won't get, like, you can have these great men, but if they're not getting wins, then they're not getting wins. So they're going to be judged by that. So I want to see Coach Mathis. I want to see what he does with his cornerbacks in the offseason. I want to see whoever's going to step in for the coaches that leave out. I want to see how they combine and how they mesh, and then what they do with that, because we understand Coach Prime is who Coach Prime is. All right. But now y'all got to put it together as coaches in this level. You're not going to get by with your name forever. You gonna, next year, the reporters aren't going to be so kind during the interview. They're going to ask you why you're not winning. Why?
And they should next year. Next year you should. Next year you got an NFL quarterback that's going to be on your team. You got a top 5 DB that's on your team. You're going to have other players that are going to be on your team that are very talented. You got Dylan Edwards, who's going to definitely go to the league. So next year you're going to be, and then you're going to a weaker, not too much weaker, but the Pac-12 is. I have never seen it this loaded when you got almost every team in there ranked. And I ain't talking about no little ranked. I'm talking about top 10 or top 15. That's impressive, man. That's impressive. I don't care what nobody said. That
I
is
would say
impressive.
this: the biggest thing that Coach Prime has to do is get the right people in the right position.
Mm-hmm.
I know that sounds kind of cliche, and everybody say that type of stuff, but it's like they got to like one of the biggest things I will look. I know Coach Prime's not going to do it, but one of the biggest things I want to see Coach Prime do from year 1 to year 2 in the adjustment is his game planning and how he approaches the game. Because what, as we can see, like I said, I'm a Coach Prime fan. One thing I have seen him do that he does very, now he does it. That he one thing he does that not so well, he doesn't adjust through the game. And he doesn't do what's necessary to not necessary. I don't want to say win.
What we expect.
Yeah. We understand football. I understand football at a very high. I got a high IQ when it comes to football, and I can tell you what's going on immediately in the game. I want to see you as a coach put your players, not how you feel, because it's a difference of how you feel and doing what's right to win. Right. I want you to put the kids, not just Shadur, not just Travis, in the best position to win. Because right now, I'm gonna be honest with you, how it looks to the outside looking in is that you got favorites, and those favorites you want to be successful. I want you to
I think
even
it's
the
deep.
guy.
I think it's deeper than that, bro. I think what he's doing is he's letting. So it's not just a perception thing. They talk about it all the time. So Coach Prime, like he said today in the meeting, when he hears the play calls over the speaker, over the
Absolutely. He's
headphone,
old.
he says, "Let me call a timeout because I'm not feeling that, right?" Or he lets it go because he is feeling that with the personnel.
Mm-hmm.
So I think, like, I'm not knocking what you're saying. So I'm not disagreeing. I'm saying next year I want him to pull more rank than he's done this year. Instead of just sitting back and allowing the coaches to play
Your
the
quarterback to get
plays.
killed.
Yeah, like no, he
He
needs to
should have
step
stopped
up.
that. He should have stopped that earlier. He should have stopped it
Yeah,
earlier. We need to
exactly.
run
He
the
needs to
ball.
step
And
up.
that's where I'm coming more in effect. It's like we understand that you like my whole thing is like I can some of your offensive linemen. One guy he has no knees, but he's very good at the run block. He can get upfield, but as you asking him to to block a four, these defensive ends, these very athletic individuals that can put and have a deep bag. You could put 1 to 2 to 3, 4 moves on him to get to your quarterback, and without you giving him help. This is what I'm talking about. Like
Well,
you got to be able to play to the strengths of your players, and
yeah.
there's nothing wrong with being obvious because I feel like this. I could be obvious all day, but can you stop it?
And I'll give you an example. I think for me with Coach Prime, and I'm a huge Coach Prime fan. Time management. I need to see when it comes to time management of the game. We're getting that, and what I like about him, if you've noticed, the things that you saw in one game, you're not going to see in the next game. Normally with Coach, that's what I've seen. You see some things like, okay, they get on that and they're making corrections. So time management, and then the next thing I would like and I'm sure he has it. He should have Coach Fleece or whoever he has that's right underneath him. They should be hitting him up saying, "Hey, if you run a play and that play works, why are we going away from the play?" They'll run a play and it's Dylan Edwards will get a play, get it for 10 yards or first down, that little string play out there, and you don't see it no more. You'll go back to the TCU game where they ran that play on that 4th and 2, where he did a nice little pick around and went over there on a linebacker and boom. You don't see that anymore.
Well, I can tell you
Colorado
what.
Colorado State was doing slants on us, and when they did those slants, they did them the whole game. If you can't stop something, and for us, we're running a play and they can't stop it. Why do we go away from it?
Well, the
Those are
thing.
the type things.
The thing about the slant thing is this right here, and people hate when I say this, but I feel like anybody else would make the same decision. They would tell Travis, "You either going to play offense or you're going to play defense," because yeah, he can play all those snaps. He's done it week in and week out. But the reality is, what happens when you take a play off? Teams are going to go your direction. See what I'm saying? And if you're not playing at an elite level, what ends up happening is a guy goes for 294 on you. You feel what I'm saying?
Mhm.
If he's a little bit bigger and he muscles you, he's gonna go for 175 like old dude did. You feel what I'm saying? So it's like I want Travis to either to make a conscious decision to, and I'm not the person to make the decision. Coach Prime is, but the reality is he has to put, and a lot of people might think that he is, but it's just levels to this stuff. And I want him to start putting people at the best put in the best position to actually be successful on the football field. Yes, we know Shadur could throw for 500 yards, but let's take 100 off and give it to our running back so that we can have a complementary game to each other. You feel what I'm saying?
I mean, next year is gonna be the proving ground for all of that. Obviously,
McCaskill's gonna show out.
Yeah, but McCaskill, even if they brought in the top running back from this year in college football, like if the offensive line ain't blocking, ain't no running back gonna show out. However, next year should be they need to have a full year of weight room. They're gonna get in new players, new recruits or whatever. But to go back to what Steven was saying about why they don't run those same plays, the TCU game is TCU game, and TCU's personnel is not every other team's personnel. So what worked against TCU may not work against USC because of the personnel. Also, scouting. So I agree with you. If you can't stop something, why stop doing it? However, the personnel might determine why they're not running a screen to the flat, because that outside linebacker might be a better outside linebacker than the last team they played. My question would be, why are you running a screen or a running back like flat pass or whatever to the short side of the field like they did last game?
I don't get that. And I don't know why they didn't put them to the right so that you can have all that space over there. But what you're saying, though, to me is I watch San Francisco against Jacksonville, and I watch the way Shanahan schemes up his offense. Yeah. You can put it any way you want to. When you got a scheme going and you position players in certain position and put your scheme there, I don't care what defensive front they in. He kills them. He obliterates them. With Purdy was garbage this weekend, but he has it so open that it's like, okay. And that's all I'm saying. You can scheme things.
I agree wholeheartedly.
When you put a scheme on somebody, just like they did, Schumer did a great job when he put that boy at the fullback, Zaleski or whatever he did, put him at fullback, and then that's scheming. You can do those type of things, and you can create your own disaster, because if you put him at fullback and you got Dylan Edwards behind him, and now you throw a string, what a linebacker gonna do?
One of the formations I feel like they should run is 12 personnel, but with a pistol. And I feel the pistol will be their best opportunity to be very successful, because the reason why I say that is, if you have a tight end, let's say, because you got to think about it, that puts 2 receivers instead of 4, right? The reality is, or 3 receivers instead of 4.
3 instead of 4. Yeah.
3 instead of 4. I'm sorry. If you're running a pistol formation, you always got a lead blocker. You got 2 people you got 1 person that can pick up a block in the backfield if Shadur needs to step up. And also you're able to put your best players on the football field, because the reality is they don't have 4 playmakers at receiver.
They might not have those plays in their playbook either. That's another reason why
that's where me and Steven are saying your scheme, because I'm a firm believer in this. If Coach Prime, if those players knew Coach Prime, I'm not saying that they feel like Coach Prime has not put him in a position to win, but what I will say is this: confidence is built off the understanding that you're putting us in the best position to be successful on the football field.
Correct.
Like for me, I know the biggest weakness with the offensive line is the right side of the football, right? But he has strengths, because I've watched him play, and when he does move forward, he's moving people. He's getting to the second layer.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So that being said, if you're going to pass the ball, you need to roll the pocket. So not that way you take the best athlete, which is usually the right defensive end or the left defensive end, and you don't put him on the worst pass blocker. You see what I'm saying? That's where it comes in with scheming to put you. That's where the confidence comes up, because now if we're rolling to the right and Shadur is moving to the right with the football, we have a lot more field to throw the football onto, right? And yes, it may not. You may not ask him to go to read to go through his progressions. You might say, hey, if it's not here, dump it to the flats. You feel what I'm saying? But what happens is players understand that you're putting me in the best position to be successful. If I have deficiencies and I decide I want to go to the league, right, that's okay. But what's going on right now that I'm being not say exposed, but I'm being humiliated, talked about in the media. This is why Rob is making the rule. We can't say players' names and stuff like that, because that stuff affects a player.
It does.
You see what I'm saying?
So if you're gonna run that particular personnel, to roll out, that means the quarterback's backside has to be protected. So in that case, I think that's where you get Smoke on the field, or that's where you get Sevion on the field, even Hank. But to protect the backside, as an extra
to chip,
he can roll out. But at the same time, if we're having issues stopping D linemen from coming up the field through those gaps, then the rollout will be, it won't do anything.
When you have a rollout, hold on, I'm gonna interrupt you. When you roll the offensive lineman left or right, what it stops is a straight B line to the quarterback.
Facts.
Right. His biggest weakness, the guy I'm talking about, if you watch people that play against him, they line up at a wide 9.
Okay.
And because he's not very mobile, right? They put 1 at maximum 2 moves on him, and they already at the quarterback position.
Right. So the thing is this, like, all right, you said you played D tackle, but you would have played offensive lineman. So remember, the offensive lineman on those type of plays, they take that hard step to the right. You know what I mean? The issue with the D lineman coming up the field is maybe our offensive linemen aren't quick enough to make that move. You know what I mean? So
I've already said we need more athleticism at the offensive line. That's why I said Bishop should really consider playing offensive lineman. But what happens is you get so if you move right, it gets 2 people instead of 1 person, right, on the most athletic person on the football field that has the straight shot at the quarterback. If you watch the Arizona game, that's exactly what they did. Because I said that's how I know they listen to me. That's one of the things I say. If you realize that your offensive lineman can't block someone head up, and you feel like you don't have the personnel issue to put an extra lineman on the field, the only thing that you can do, because they do it in high school football, is roll your offensive lineman, whether it's to the left or to the right, and you zone scheme them when you're running the football. Why? It allows them to put more hands on people when they need to. You see what I'm saying?
I'm a believer. Like, that'll work, but I believe in order to make that effective, you got to let those big linemen wear down the D linemen by running the ball. So I would like to see them run the ball. Yeah, because if for instance, if we've spoken about this before. So if your offensive linemen aren't having a positive game pass blocking, it's like basketball. You get a guy going by hitting a layup, hitting a free throw. He gets his confidence up that way. Well, for offensive linemen, the same thing is letting them lean on that defensive lineman. Let them feel them. You know what I mean? Let them hit each other. So run the ball straight at the defense so that they have no choice but to go forward. Forget pulling sometimes. I've literally said we need to pull the guards, but let them go head up with the defensive lineman. Smack them. That way, when it comes, like, you done hit them a few times, so now, you got play action, but at the same time, you've worn on him. You know what I'm saying? Hopefully you're tough enough so that you've won a couple of those battles. Now you can roll the quarterback out. Now you can run play action. Now you can pass the ball, because the D linemen they're not as fresh as they would have been, because they got these big guys leaning on them. You know what I'm saying?
I agree
But
with that.
sometimes you don't have to lean on them.
Well, I'm
I watch
saying
sometimes.
lean.
No,
I don't mean literally lean on. I mean I'm
no, I get
using.
what you're saying. I was just saying it's a different thing you could do.
Yeah.
What I like, you could mix it up. Why don't they chop block like like most of? If you want to slow a rush down, get at their knees. You
Well,
get at their knees.
you can't
Yeah.
do that, and you
Can't
can't
do
do
Yes,
that.
that.
you can. I ain't saying chop block as far as one person get them up high and one person down low, but you can definitely go down and go down to the hips and hit somebody blocking. You could that has not changed.
Oh,
What changed? What has
let me
changed? If you want one person engaged with the person, no one can go down to their knees. You can't do that. I'm talking about you're one on one and you just go down. Air Force does it all the time. That's how they win
Oh,
games.
the problem. Hold on. Yeah, now I agree with that. I'm not gonna sit here and argue that upon it. The issue with that is the people that you're gonna ask to do that to are not athletic enough to do that
I
because
just say
they're six
switch it up.
nine. They're
Switch it
six
up a little
nine.
bit.
What do you mean?
What I mean is you don't do it all, you just do it a couple times so you slow that rush down. Because I don't care who you are, if you notice anything about football, you go at somebody's knees and go down low on them, they're gonna slow up. They're
Yes, I
not
agree.
coming.
I
Yeah.
agree. But the guys that you're asking this to do that to, I mean, you're asking to do this are 6'9".
Nah, the tackles aren't the tackle isn't
So why
chopping.
they're 6'9"? Both the tackles are 6'8", 6'9".
But
But all you
tackles
got to do is go at the hip though. You don't have to go down to that. You go into their hip doing it. And as long as you're doing that, you're going to slow that person down. Because those then the reason I say that, you have people now are standing up. They're not even getting down to 3 point. They're standing up. If they're standing up, you cut them. You cut them. Slow
I,
them down.
I would say this that what here is the biggest thing that would help their running off that will help the running game. And you might say, well, how would that work? Shadur needs to be more active with using his mobility to gain yards. And the reason why I say it is because usually when you don't have a very good a very good offensive line, right, you typically have a more of a mobile quarterback. And that mobile quarterback is able to get in spaces, he's able to create plays, right, and move the chains, right? If Shadur and I know Coach Prime don't want Shadur doing this because he
But
knows it's
he's
not
hurt right now. He's hurt. He
no,
can't
he's
do it
hurt.
this
He's hurt.
year.
Of course, I
It'll be
agree.
next year. It'll be
Yeah,
next year. Because he
if he
did it at
wants to,
Jackson State.
yeah, if he wants to really help the running game, Shadur has to get in space and make plays. Now, because the reason why I say it and the reason why I know it'll work is because this. If if the threat of because one of the things the teams are and and it doesn't make sense to me that Shadur is doing this, but one of the things teams are just doing, just sending four defensive linemen at you, and knowing that they guys are going to beat your guys, and you're up here taking a sack. Now, if you step in last game, he showed it because he did it a few times. He stepped forward and he took off. Well, the reality is you have to do that more, and what they'll do is that'll create the opportunities
Yeah.
for you to run the football. And
Mhm.
I know that might sound crazy as hell. Y'all might say, "Well, that don't make sense. How does that
It
work?"
makes sense. It makes sense
You see
because
what I'm saying?
it
It
opens up the
opens up the
field.
field.
It opens up the field.
When you're sitting here, you can and you running an RPO and you can take off. You feel what I'm saying? If
Oh,
you
it's
can run
different.
an option play, if you
You have
can
to
pitch the
slow up.
ball,
You have to
and
slow up. You have to slow up.
it's because what that does is that stops a defensive lineman of making a shot straight down the football field.
Yeah.
If
It's not
I
shot.
gotta play and say, okay, I just can't attack the pocket. I gotta play the flats. I gotta play the pitch. I gotta understand that if I'm not careful, Shadura toss this ball. You see what I'm saying? And his running back is now getting up the football field. This is why I say I need to see more from Coach Prime and getting his players to understand and know that I'm going to put you in the best, not just Shadur, not just Travis Hunter, not just Dylan Edwards. I want him to show that he's getting his boys the in the scheme, the right correct scheme to actually win football games.
Well, I
see
got a question for you. I got a question for you, if you don't mind.
Mhm.
I looked at him and I was asking. I was like Omaron Miller and stuff like that. If you looked at certain ones, I've seen him put him in those positions, and even Jimmy Horn them put him in great positions to be successful. But what I noticed, and I don't know if you noticed this, when you're dealing with people who haven't been playing a lot and are just
Yeah.
not getting playing time, they're not consistent. It just don't happen. They're not consistent. So that's a problem you're going to have. So when you see these plays and stuff not happening, what Shadeur and stuff like that, Shadeur is looking at you like, dude, this dude ran the wrong route, but he won't call him out. He won't call him out. Hey, man, he's supposed to have done this one here. Omar Miller, Jimmy Horn. Weaver's the only consistent one. Weaver and Travis are the only two consistent ones that you know they're going to be where they're supposed to be. Other than that, he's sitting back there like, man, what are y'all doing?
So
And
hold
and
up.
that,
Let me
sorry,
say this about your comment. So putting them in a position to be successful. See, the head coach on any level can only do that directly by having the coaches that manage those particular positions to call the right plays and trust them to put the right people in the game at the right moment. That's so Coach Prime, like I'm not trying to debate with you. I'm just saying what I feel he should do is when he sees them not doing that, he needs to veto whatever is going on and then use his power to say this is what we're going to do. But he believes he's already put people in place to put the players in position to be successful by the hires he made. Because if he didn't make those hires, then like for instance, if you go back to why they sought out Brett Bartolone's, because he was under Mike Leach. You know what I'm saying? He came from that Mike Leach system. Then when they went out and got Sean Lewis is because they wanted this like air raid the air raid offense. So these are the steps he's taking to put people in position. Now the players have to play and also the coaches have to coach. So when the coaches aren't doing what us as fans are looking and seeing like we feel like the call's not being made, that's where the head coach should pop up and be like, nah, this is what we're going to do. You know what I mean? And like I said, next year, that's the type of changes that need to be made much faster. Coach Prime called plays in high school, so it's not like he don't know what he's doing on the offensive side, and he knows defense, but he has hired people to do those jobs. So, now
here's the thing about the offense, right? And see, I'm not a player, so I can't tell you how hard it is to learn the scheme. Coach Prime does not strike me as the type of guy to utilize something that even he don't understand. He does not strike me as the type of person that's going to do something just for the hell of it. He just don't seem like that to guy to me. So I know it's not him implementing an offense that people can't understand. Like people have said before, sometimes it's the player and the players, right, not taking it seriously. And this is why I go back and I reiterate this. And guys, if y'all hear me saying this, please listen to me. College is a business trip. I don't mean you can't have fun on this business trip. That don't mean you can't go out there and enjoy yourself and enjoy the ride and it actually be, have fun and everything like that. But this is a business trip and you need to take it seriously. Go out there, perfect your craft, work on your craft, learn your craft, and get better at your craft. Because at the end of the day, Coach Prime, Colorado, and everybody else that's giving you an opportunity to play football and go to school for free is giving you an opportunity to be financially, I want people to understand this, be financially free, right, from any incumbents of the world. You have the choice, you have the right to go to school for a medical degree. If you want to be a lawyer, if you want to get in communications, if you want to be a coach, a teacher, whatever you want, these people are giving you the availability to be financially free and have financial freedom. So in that case, take your craft seriously. Learn how to run a route. Learn what Coach Prime and the coaches want you to do and perfect it and do it correctly, because you never know what other doors is going to open up for you. I don't understand why you guys don't understand that, but it's very much common sense.
Yeah.
You see what
Well, yeah, we could end it on that because Rob about to shut it down.
All right.
Yeah, with the point, I like the point. But yeah, man, it's been good. Take it
All
down.
right, man. Be safe, Rob.
I appreciate y'all, man, for tuning in. This is Router Man Media, baby. Back with another, man. See you guys in the next one. Peace.